I'll be home late, I'm doing my thing. If I don't come back, then I'm back in the wing. We them boys that letting that ring. She knows I'm a savage, so make that swing. Police wanna change my name to a Ming. I'm still with the gang and I'm still mobbing. Got an ill mind, but I'm not Hobson. I'm a trouble man with a big thing popping. It's a TIP, I do it with ease. Back girls wanna party with Phil G. They say they heard a lot of stories. Now they in VIP, busting down for the team. Shots on us, so why they jetting? Party poppers, change up the setting. There's no way that all of this ending. When we pull up, you know it's sending. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Send it. Yeah, I'm blasted, a little bit reckless. With a lot of tens, but they're not from Texas. Need to take flight, hold up, let me send it. Can't keep up that way to the exit. All of my restless, been through hell, been through the street, been through the cell. Come a long way from shaddies in the scale. Just wanna cuff me, but not take me to jail. Maybe later on, yeah, we can link up. Pass me the bottle, get rid of my cup. They know how we do, we get the job done. When the beat drops, yeah, turn the fuck up. Shots on us, so why they jetting? Party poppers, change up the setting. There's no way that all of this ending. When we pull up, you know it's sending. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Send it.
Good afternoon, evening, I guess. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the DoorDash LCO. I am Mac. That's very important because I'm the host of this show. And you guys, you're the audience. You're here for the action. And we're going to be bringing you a whole bunch of action yet again today. We had a crazy day of games yesterday, which I don't think many people were expecting. But let's have a quick look back at those before we get into some more banger matchups today.
Especially when paired with that Lulu. So we've got another three-man contest down in bot, but look who's here. Goodo is back, and a fantastic ultimate right down on top of all three. That is getting a bit of a helping hand, perhaps from the Baron, is Mammoth, because unfortunately for Halo, he was tanking all of that one up. Nectar doesn't have Mega available. Wei has to go golden, and it's Goodo again with a fantastic Diana ultimate. It's not enough to keep him alive. Shinki has got golden. Why? I don't know, but it doesn't matter.
I was going to say, who caught who? And actually,
Kratos is definitely the one caught
there
right now. Yeah, Beats connects the Zenith Blade. That's too easy. And very well might be the Nexus as well. Pentanet, in the blink of an eye, look like they might finish the game off. Low HP on a couple of the members, one of whom is Pabu. And in fact, there is a turn coming through here for Order. So maybe Pentanet are bitten off a little more than they can chew. Pabu looks for an opener. Charm thrown in, didn't connect. Now Beats under a bit of pressure, but Order need to find the engage before there's more pressure on the Nexus, and Kevy already having gone down is bad news indeed. Puma trying to auto as best as possible, does actually have that Infinity Edge, and how much of a difference does it make? Well, absolutely none when he is dead. Prated. Jen. Promise Jen is able to survive fights. Ash, we know, really pump out the deeps. But Dragku, flash forward, missing the hook. There's a decent engage coming through from the Chief. So much work being put in by Emboma. And all of a sudden, Kisei, well, you got nowhere to run when there's an Ash chasing you, but the Ash punched up in the air by Dragku. That hook does not miss.
There you have it. A whole lot of crazy action again yesterday for the first day of week 3. And today we do have a slight change of face here on the panel. It's going to be me, but also Rusty and Skimmy. They weren't here yesterday. Look at how you doing, Rusty. You got to... Have you shaved lately? You look like that beard's getting a bit thicker as the weeks go on.
I actually did. I trimmed, so I didn't shave it off. But I've never tried growing my beard once in my life to see what it would even look like and where the patches are so that I could expose myself. But so far, it's been not bad. Like, it's still growing, or at least trying to.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Mate, I think you look handsome as anything, and I'm sure there's a few fans out there that may enjoy the beard more than others. Now, Skimmy, how are you doing over there? You got the bloody hair, you got everything going on today.
Yeah, look, I actually shaved before this. Not that you would have noticed because I can't grow any facial hair in the first place, right? So I'm trying to play catch up to Rusty, but yeah, it's just not going to happen anytime soon, is it? So there you have it.
What'd you do with your day off? I saw you in chat yesterday. Did you enjoy the games?
I did. I was watching in chat. I got to enjoy living in Juve's head rent-free. You know, just calling me out like that with the tweet on full display. But, you know, playing some games, getting it done, getting myself amped up and ready to put this last.
Yeah, well, it's going to be an absolutely pog day. Now, let's have a look at the standings where all the teams are currently sitting, because it was a crazy 4-way tie before yesterday. Now, there's only 3 at the top. Order, Coppin and Ellen going down to that 4th slot. You got Direwolves there in 5th, tied with Gravitas, who are 2 and 3. Legacy getting their first win on the board to separate themselves from Mammoth, who are 0 and 5. So, Rusty, anything in particular you like here in these standings where they currently sort of are?
You know, I was actually going to go a different route instead of being things that I liked just from looking at these standings. There is something that has actually, I would say, surprised me, and that is that Peace are still first. Like, if you look back to their recent games, it has not been the Peace that we saw that, you know, came second in Split 1, made it to the finals, actually challenged Pensanet.gg, and upgraded for all intents and purposes through the off-season. This is not a team that looks like they're currently 4-1 in the standings. So you would say they have literally scraped through to be where they are now, or it could be a very different ladder you'd be looking at.
Yeah, it's interesting where they currently are and how close a couple of the games have been. So let's have a look at a couple of the games that we do have coming up today, or tonight rather, as it is going to be a potentially interesting one. So Legacy, we've enjoyed what we've seen from them. They're going up against Peace. We'll see if Peace can bring their A game and make it an easy walk in the park, or if they are going to, you know, stay a while and look at the trees at 6 p.m. 7 p.m. you got Gravitas and Mammoth as well. So battle of what is towards the bottom of the table, but Gravitas have been impressing a lot of people lately, so we'll see how that goes. 8 p.m. you got Dire Wolves and Order, which I think may be the pick of the bunch in terms of how close both these teams are right now. But at the same time, you got the 4-1 matchup, Chiefs going up against Pentanet to round out the night. Now, Skimmy, which one's the most exciting? Tell me.
It's hard to actually call this one because I think the obvious one would be that final game at the end of the night, right, to try and figure out which is the best team at the moment to close out week number 3. I'm personally quite excited to see what Mammoth and Gravitas looks like, given the fact that Gravitas have caused a few upsets. They've taken some games against some very strong opposition. Mammoth have shown that they have potential, but just lacking the consistency as a 4-5 man. So I think there's lots of narratives you can break down, bit by bit. Even Legacy up against Peace, right? We talked about Legacy being one of those really, really strong early game teams, but they always found these creative ways to throw after 20 minutes. A decisive, just smashing of Dire Wolves yesterday. That might be the momentum and the confidence that they needed to then try and continue to try and put Peace in a position of should you be first, like Rusty mentioned?
Mac, I was just thinking about this. Today's probably the hardest day of predictions that we've had so far. Writing them down was difficult enough, but even looking at them, seeing the schedule, it's like, did I make a mistake on every single game? Because you don't know. Today's tough.
It's going to be hard, but which one do you think is going to be the most entertaining? I'll throw that question at you as well, Rusty, considering Skimmy gave us a blitzing answer.
I think that Order Dire Wolves will be the most entertaining. I just suspect that Chiefs and PGG will be more of a, they'll at least attempt to be more of a cerebral and slow style of game, might feel more methodical, where I think that Order and Dire Wolves are currently more of the wild cards that could do something more extravagant, let's say.
Okay, well, that'll take us to the next segment, which is usually called the Key Picks, but I think today we're going to be calling it Rusty's Rants because you've got a lot to say about these.
There's a lot of information, and I just had to pick 4 champions. So I'm trying to condense it all down, and I'm also going to try not to rant too much.
So unleash, mate.
These 4 picks are champions that have been banned more than they have been picked internationally, and basically in every region. So internationally, I looked at the top 5, the 5 that we all watch, as point of reference for champions. Akali currently has a 96% rate of being picked or banned in all of those regions, but is banned way more than she is picked. I think it's 90 bans to under 10 total picks, and this is globally, so keep that in mind. And it's just Akali is such an insane champion where all of the counters to her, barring the conversation I just had with Juves earlier about maybe Twisted Fate as an option, even then it isn't a direct counter, it's more of a team fight counter. So there's not a lot that can actually deal with Akali in her current state. And the way competitive League of Legends works is with strong side and with weak side, people take less risks when they're in a weaker position. And so champions like Akali, who can be protected, have a free time scaling, which is the opposite of what you want, right? When she's naturally weak early. So she's a really important pick. She's someone that should continue to be prioritized. The reason that she's there is because I want to see her banned still, Mac. I want to see more of Akali banned than picked. Yesterday was the perfect example of that when Kisei got it, if you recall, as he absolutely dumpstered Gravitas with it.
Yes.
Nocturne is... I'm not going to talk too much about Nocturne because it's almost the same thing. It's the exact same logic for me, just an AD champion. Both of these champions can be picked first in the draft. They're flexible in their roles. They don't really have losing lanes. And they have a lot of team fight utility and potential. Nocturne a little bit more so with the ultimate, right, to be able to just shut off the lights. And also is a good TF counter, which is why maybe we're not seeing it. Xin Zhao is the third one. So Xin Zhao actually is in the same boat as Lucian for me as one of the highest priority champions, and I want to see it picked as much as possible. The fact that it's not close to 100% pick ban rate is almost blasphemy to me, just because Xin Zhao enables everything. Support enchanters in mid and top lane, it enables that because they win 2v2s. Mages in general, in both solo lanes, it enables that because it's the best physical damage jungler right now that's running around. And it wins almost every duel and every 2v2, so you can almost pick what you want with it. The Xin Zhao just has to be picked. And Renekton, finally, to stop me from ranting, because I am, even though I said I wouldn't, I think, personally, and this is obviously not going to be a shared opinion globally, I think Renekton's undervalued and underrated in what it can provide in regions that are imperfect, or regions that are more aggressive than the slower-paced locations. Oceania should be aggressive, right? So Renekton makes more sense. It has fantastic gank setup, and I think teams like Legacy and Mammoth should actively be looking to pick Renekton in mid or top to set up their ganking junglers, because that's what they both are.
Okay, so let me put this one to you, at least for the Jin Zhao, which is we've had very, very long games, and he manages to drop off, you know, around the mid-game towards that late game. So is it really necessary to be picked super early, especially in our region?
So I think Xin Zhao is actually undervalued in its scaling. I do actually think that, you know, the common conception is that Xin Zhao drops off mid to late, but I don't think that's true anymore with the changes to both his W and his ultimate, right? So having an area where he doesn't even take damage just means that, like, what's a carry going to do to him late game for like 6 seconds? Suddenly he's a good champion. And the W being a 1300 range dash, like, that's obviously going to be useful. So I do think that, like, you share the same opinion of most people that play League of Legends, Max, so I appreciate that. But I think Xin Zhao is very good late game.
Well, that'll bring us to the end of Rusty's rant. So thank you very much for the rant, Rusty. I thoroughly enjoyed your breakdown of why things need to be banned and why things don't need to be banned, and we need to see it picked more. Now, gentlemen, that brings us to our favorite segment, of course, that is going to be From the Fans. And we have a sick meme ready, but before that, if you guys want to make some solid content, please send it in on Twitter, on anywhere, at LCO, hashtag LCO, and of course, go and follow all the socials. Send in your op.gg reviews. We don't have the OPGG specialist on the broadcast tonight, but we do have two smart minds, two of the best minds in the game that can break it all down and either roast you or, you know, build you guys up and say, hey, look, you've got a lovely win rate. I hope you keep grinding and climbing all through the ladder. Now, let's bring up the meme that we have. Of course, it is a continuation from what we saw yesterday with all of these beautiful images that Dara and Taras has made. And Jordan did talk us through what was going on, but he's not here today to do that. So, Skimmy, you were there in all of these. Can you tell me what Jordan was doing?
Well, clearly he was getting it done. Life before League of Legends, when he was actually a character, a selectable character in Mario Kart. You can see he's just balling out there with a Mercedes-Benz. Perhaps a new sponsorship that we can try and plug out there and get on board. Clearly loves life deep down under in what you'd say would be SpongeBob, but I guess play on words, given it's Oceania 2. Down the water slide to victory, and then just causing a ruckus, right? You know, we're in a bit of a lockdown now in certain states, but they're getting rowdy with the crowds and justifying that, you know, as a play-by-play caster, you want to see everybody have their hands up in the air.
Well, there you have it. Thank you very much for that, Skimmy. Now, we're going to be bringing Nat in early today to have a quick chat before we do go down to the sidelines for an interview. What are you doing here?
It's me.
Oh, there he is.
You're not Nat.
I mean, I can be. If I can be whatever you want me to be.
That's a big proposition, but are you at Nat's place, or did Nat just not turn up today?
Nat, I don't know where Nat is. That's not my job. My job is to be here to do the job that needs to be done. And I'm a man that executes. I don't ask questions, I just execute. So that's what I'm doing for Mr. Witherby here. I'm just executing on the plan.
What is the plan? Is the plan for you to do interviews today?
Well, yeah, I think it is actually. I've just got that confirmation in the ear from Mr. Witherby. Yeah. In fact, I will be doing interviews today.
All right. Well, that's a change. Let's see how you go with that. I hope that's going to provide the goods.
Yeah, down in the side lane.
Down in the side lane. Yeah. So you keep the side lane warm for the moment, and we'll keep you in, all right? Because you got a pretty big brain here as well. So we've got 3 big brains to talk about the teams, and let's move into that. It is going to be the first game of the day. Legacy taking on Peace. So let's talk Peace first, and why we like them, why we don't like what we're seeing from them, and why they are still at the top of the leaderboard and how close a lot of these games come. So, Rusty, throwing this one over to you first. Here, catch the ball.
Where to start? Oh, man. Okay, so the roster hasn't changed, right? We've still got Babbitt playing. Just keeping in mind that they do have the regular jungler in Lisa from Split 1 still waiting in the wings. And what to say about Peace? I feel like they have not been remotely close to their own standards, let alone the standards of the viewers and us on the broadcast that have been watching them. If you think back to their previous games, given that they have been against a lot of the lower placed teams in general. So this was their win against Direwolves. They lost to Gravitas. They got pushed and should have lost yesterday to Mammoth. And frankly, as an Oceanic fan, that's shocking for Peace. That's shocking for all of us because that just shouldn't be happening. But they all, as a team, as a collective unit, are the things that feel a little bit out of sorts. I'm not pointing at one specific factor. It feels like it's an overall team thing. You know, there's been draft failures, there's been play failures, there's been team fight misexecutions. At one point yesterday, Violet tried to join Mammoth. Like, that's how far away he ran from his own team in a team fight. So I really am lost with this team. I'm at a loss for real analytical words. They just need to work it out soon.
Well, someone else that loves analytical words is Jubes. So do you have any take on that one before we move over to Legacy?
Well, I 100% agree with Rusty, because it's a team that's, you have to make a statement. You sign someone like Babib and you have to just really make a statement. And it's funny to say at the record that they have, you know, top of the ladder, that we're talking like it's panic stations, but it feels like instead of getting better week upon week, they're getting worse. And how much, like, you can't afford to get any worse when you're really struggling to take games off teams who haven't won a game, right? Like, it's struggle street. So they need to show something today, show improvement, and show some poise, because again, if Violet isn't firing on all cylinders, this team feels like it runs out of answers a little bit.
Well, speaking of cylinders, Legacy, sorry, I thought that said cylinders there. Legacy Esports, they are pretty good. They got their first win on the board yesterday, and we're having a look here. They love to experiment, but what we've seen from them is going back to the meta, and it worked. It got their first W on the board. And Rusty, tell me, why is this good for Legacy?
Why is this good for Legacy?
Yeah, because they're getting wins. Just say that.
Because it'll get them closer to playoff, which is their ultimate goal. Nailed it. I mean, the wins are good for Legacy in a few ways. Obviously, getting a win on the board in a competitive game is important. A lot of these players haven't had the ability to experience that feeling very often, right? There's new players, there's solo queue players, and they didn't have the best split one overall. So Legacy, I mean, there's a lot to say about their individuals. I think there's a lot of limitations that they have through champions, but I'm looking at ML and Styled still to say their improvements from Split 1 have remained. And then if they can keep Incursio to being a competitive player and not being the 0-10 solo queue prodigy that he's known to be, they have a better chance.
Well, anything you want to touch on there, Juice, before we do jump down to the side lanes? Because I heard from a bird that down on the side lanes, the interview's ready.
Yeah, we're definitely ready for the interview. I think we'll just jump straight on into it. I'm excited.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and do Nat some justice, because she's been fantastic all split long. So I've got my mans, Sybil and Appy. Welcome.
Hello, Juves.
Hello.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Now, I'm just gonna start off the bat. Sybil, big win yesterday. Very happy for you guys. Talk to me what it's been like working with the coaches, like Fruitcake, I believe, and a few other guys behind the scenes, because you guys seem to be making improvements.
We've actually, like, after the win, it was one of those wins where, like, everything came together in terms of what we'd been, like, practicing. We'd been really trying to figure out how to, like, take dragons, because every single game we'd, like, get 2 dragons, then we'd know we'd need the 3rd, but then it would just, like, we just wouldn't be there for it, and they'd take it. And we just, yeah, Fruitcake came in and has been helping us, like, sort through that. So has Series. Like, they've both been super useful to help figure out, like, how we can approach, you know, our problems better. And Fruitcake's helped me, like, one-on-one as well. Like, just go over things that, you know, like, reasons why I'm inting, and then we'll look at that and figure out why that's, you know, why that's the case. So
it's the life of a jungler. Don't worry about it. You can't sort that out. Appy, you guys have been off to a pretty strong start, winning a few games. Top of the ladder at the moment, if you haven't looked, and I'm sorry if you haven't for any particular reason. I've just leaked it to you. You know, it's been a bit of a shaky few games in the Peace Camp. What have you done with the coach, with the team, to try and get this one, you know, back on track and looking clean in your games?
Yeah, I wouldn't consider, like, last game and is a win. I feel like we should lose the game for sure. Like, if any of you watch the game, is pretty yeah, we shouldn't win that game. And the loss to Gravitas is, like, I feel like there's definitely some problem we have right now, and we've been talking to the coach as well, and there's some, like, early games issue. Like, we've been, like, last play we were like the best individual, like, mechanic, everyone in the team, but now they have some, like, early game issue. So I think if we like more focus and we respect every opponent, and we can keep the victory.
Yeah, 100%. Now, Sybil, where do you see the advantages for Legacy coming up against Peace. Where do you see, and again, without leaking too much, I don't want Appy to go away and just formulate a strategy quickly, but you know, where do you think you might be able to get the win?
It just, I don't know, that's just a tough question, because I do think they are good individual players, and they have shown like pretty good synergy. I think it is nice to see that they are struggling a bit, like mid-game and late game at the moment against some of the weaker teams. They've been struggling, so that technically means that we, you know, have a shot. But outside of like narratives and stuff, I feel like we're actually starting to play good league now. So irrelevant of the team we come up against, I think we have a good shot, as long as we're playing to that level, you know.
Yeah, so you would almost say that you're not focusing on nameplates, you're focusing on Legacy as opposed to the opposition that you're coming up against.
Like, it's important to know what champs, like if I'm against Babip, like I'll consider his Nidalee a bit more than someone else, but otherwise, like I just look at the champions in the games, and in loading screen I'm like, this is how my matchup goes and how I want to play the game. It doesn't really matter who's sitting on the screen opposite.
Yeah, fair enough. I like that. I respect that mindset, Sybil. Now, Appy, similar question to you. You know, you said to me before, you need to focus on shoring up that early game. You really need to focus on respecting the opposition more. Does seeing what Legacy did to Direwolves yesterday make you a little bit nervous? And is the early game something that you're going to focus on? Is it draft? Maybe it's the Katarina. Well, you don't have to say if it's going to be a Katarina ban, but you know, do you have like kind of little milestones in game that you're going to be focusing on?
You know, after it's nothing special. Even after I watched like they pretty much like storm Direwolves like yesterday. I feel like if we did like pretty much like what we do in scrims and what we just don't, you know, we don't mess up, and it should be like an easy victory, like it's same with like versus all other teams.
Yeah, fantastic. And well, thanks to both of you for joining me. This was my first interview on the LCO, so you guys have a special place in my heart now. Yeah, and so now we're going to head into the game. Yeah, I'll let you guys get into game, focus on it, and put on a banger. Send it for us, boys.
Will do.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
There you have it. Maybe we need to alternate you and Nat on the interviews, because I think
he's a natural, isn't he?
We had a couple of fans there. Did you do that off the cuff, or they planned questions?
I don't plan anything in life, and maybe you could argue that's why I've ended up where I've ended up, or you could say I'm just really good off thinking off the fly. I just like to let things happen and just take it, you know, enjoy the moment. It's too much to plan. Just let it happen. I told the producer all the time, don't plan anything, dude. Just come into the broadcast with nothing and let it figure itself out. But he's a bit of a planner, and I guess that's why it's turned out so well, the broadcast, to be honest with you.
Well, look, you know, as the best jungler on the broadcast here, I'm sure you are all about that instinct and, you know, coming straight out of the jungle, just going with what happens. Now, let's get one step closer to the game. You know what time it is. It's time for the predictions. So, which way have you guys gone with this one? Has everyone gone for the heavy favorites again, or are we going to see maybe something different here?
There we go. I mean, for me,
it is. Yeah.
I think as a whole, we've been pretty universal, right? And a lot of our heavy favorites for you know, who we think is going to win. I think today is a bit of an exception because, you know, just how close everything is. But I still think that Peace as a whole have shown us more in terms of overall potential. Bit of a blip on the radar for them. One could argue that Legacy have, you know, trusted the process, as Series mentioned. They're now finding their feet. A big win against Direwolves yesterday could then steam, you know, propel them into today's game against Peace whilst they're looking a little bit shaky. But I still think Peace as a whole have a lot to prove and a lot to showcase, and the sky's the limit, so that's why I've gone for them still. Okay, and if we flip it over to page 2, Jubes, any surprises here, or nah, Peace across the board? So everyone's boring again except for Mac, who's going with Twitch chat, and it doesn't look like the points are being done just yet, so I guess we'll see how that one goes once we get there. But I dare say usually Twitch chat leans towards the favorites as well. Anything you want to say, Jubes, here in terms of your pick? Because, of course, the boys get to talk all broadcast. Yeah, well, look, I'll be completely honest. It wasn't a tough one to put Peace, obviously. But it felt rough not to put Legacy after the performance they had yesterday, especially against the Direwolves. And then also just hearing Appy's words himself. They considered that a loss, right? Obviously, statistically speaking, it's not a loss. But in terms of where we probably could have seen the game go, and where we've seen Legacy, I feel like this game might be a little bit closer than people think.
Okay, well, I'm sure it could be. You know, it could be, all things considered. I'm excited to get towards the draft. And now, Rusty, do you think we're going to see any experimental picks? Do you think Legacy are just going to lean towards the meta again, or are we
I think
going to...
Juice mentioned this yesterday, Mac, but is it even experimenting when it's Legacy playing, or is it just their champion pool?
Right.
You know? Like, what is actually an experiment at this point? Or do we just say, oh no, it's Katarina again? And is meta actually an experiment for Incursio? Because in which case, we might get some experimentation today, because it's a respectable opponent. We'll see. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
All right, now quickly before we do jump in, I heard it's about 2 minutes away from Champ Select. You two weren't on the broadcast yesterday when we were talking about the president and the presidential race of the LCO here. So if you guys had to say anything to your fans out there in the audience, if you were running as the president for the DoorDash LCO, what would you say? You know, here's your campaign. Rusty, you go first.
Well, I'm not someone who leads Mac, so this is not something that I would be very comfortable doing. So I probably would vote for Skimmy.
Well, there you go. So, Skimmy, you've already got one vote. Now it's your chance to stand up and talk for the people.
I think make it be very clear, plain and simple. You know, forget about ESL Australia. Let's call it ESL New Zealand. Let's bring the competition out of Sydney
Votes off.
into New Zealand.
There's
no lockdown. There's no drama. We got better internet than you guys here.
Okay. Yep.
Just the whole shebang. It's beautiful over there, mate. So let's just move. Let's just full on move countries.
Well, if you choose me, I will make a swimming pool at the school, and everyone gets soft drink every lunch. So think about that. Although that's...
Is there subsidized dental care though, Mac? You got to think ahead.
I don't know. I'm just going off what
Is
I
the
think
pool heated?
people would have said at primary school when you were going to be the... Is it president? I don't even know.
And then
what are you?
The school council,
as soon as you get voted
School
in,
captain?
you do absolutely nothing that you said you were going to do, and then we vote you in again.
Yes. Popularity contest. And I'm sure Jubes would probably win that, especially with all the people loving him in the interviews in Twitch chat right now. Everyone in Twitch chat seemed to really love your interview there, Jubes. So,
Only because I'm not casting, that's why they're happy.
well, you know, just because we love your interviews so much, if you could quickly interview Rusty, because you two never, ever, ever get to be on the same broadcast. So ask him all the questions that you've been waiting to ask.
Rusty, just out of curiosity, full curiosity, what's your deadlift looking like right now?
Oh, good question. I've been tapering off my strength program back to hypertrophy, so my lifts have actually gone down, and I don't know what my 1RMs are at the moment, Juice. So I'm currently deadlifting 100 for 5x12.
I feel like the question I asked, you know when you say how are you and they say good, you, but you didn't want, but then sometimes you say how are you and they give you like the actually how they are, and I didn't want that. Like
you
with
just
Rusty's
raised the gym up, mate.
All
you
I
just brought
wanted
up the gym.
was Rusty's 60 kilo or 70 kilo, 80 kilo, 100 kilo deadlift number. That's it. And I'm getting hypertrophies and maximums.
You know why, Juice? It's because you understand it, mate.
That's true. I'm not only a pretty face.
Right, so when you interview the players later and for the post-match, you want them to give you one-word answers? Is that what you're asking for?
Depends. I think you'll get the vibe. You'll get the vibe. I'll give you that. Look, you telling me when you say how are you to someone, you really want them to break it down how they are?
Sometimes, depending on who I'm asking.
Yeah,
But I think if I asked Rusty that, I'd want him to tell me how he was.
Yeah, because we have more of an intimate relationship. Like if I'm, you know when you go to the milk bar, you get a Powerade and you say, hey, how are ya? Good, thanks. I don't want to hear the milk bar person talk about how their order hasn't come in and stock's short, because then I feel bad. My day's ruined now.
Well, why are you getting a Powerade from the milk bar?
I
I'd be
did
going
last
for a
weekend.
thick shake.
I had one last weekend. I
Why
needed to
wouldn't you-
rehydrate.
Why wouldn't you get a chalky thickie?
Because I'm already a thick boy and I don't need to be thicker.
Yeah,
Okay.
true. But, you know, there's probably a little bit of protein in there.
Yeah, true.
The, a lot of sugar. But other than that, you know, you're looking like your macros are being filled. Some more than others.
Yeah, some would say I'm looking like a snack pack. Huh?
Ah.
Look, I'd eat you up, mate. I'd eat you up. Anyway, we're almost there at Champ Select, and I'm not going to be there for the cast, unfortunately. As much as the people want me to cast one day, of course it'll happen eventually. But the question is when. The question is when will Mac cast League of Legends? And when do you think that is, Rusty? Because I feel like we need to play a little bit more so you can have an understanding of where I'm at. And then once I get your go-ahead, then I'll yell at producer Phil, at Witherby, as you call him, Juice, and say, "It's my time to shine, Phil. Let me on. I'm ready. I'm good to go. I'm hyped up. I've said some words in my life, and now I want to say lots of words about League of Legends, but it's not my turn to do that. It is Rusty and Skimmy bringing you all the action. Champ Select's ready. Boys, take us into the game."
Well, I guess my job's in jeopardy here, Rusty, as we get into this
That
one.
was a question as well, Skimmy, and we're just never going to be able to answer.
We just left him on a tangent. I'm just concerned for my own life at this stage. Maybe a bit attacked, as I mentioned, shifting the dynamic cross into New Zealand. But getting into this one, Peace against Legacy, opposite scores. But then, as we mentioned, momentum would say favour Legacy. What can Peace do to try and bounce back from this one? Because historically speaking, the last 3 games, this included, would be against what was... last splits, bottom of the table.
Yes, the bottom 3. They've literally almost played the bottom 3 back-to-back and have looked like losing to 2 of them so far, Skimmy. So as far as I'm concerned, this is a really important game for Peace, even though they're 4-1, right? Now, we are already 6 bans in. We've already got 2 picks. If you think back to a couple of my rants for the champions at the top of every show, Skimmy, you've been there for both of these. I said Lulu's broken, and I said Akali today is insanely broken and is universally banned like 90 times and picked like 7. So the fact that they get Akali as a first pick means a big deal, but I also think Legacy have been listening quite intently for what they're going to choose as a response. Akali may be strong, but can Akali ever 2v2 as in Zhao and a Lulu if they're in the same lane? Probably not.
It's a really good question, because as you mentioned, the Akali, what is going to be the matchup, the response from Legacy, from Incursio in particular, to try and do battle with that one? As far as Peace are concerned, they're not really going to be too phased by this. The instant lock-in with the Lulu and Xin, that pretty much can go anywhere on the map. And that pairing can just achieve so much in so little space and time. But the Dana and the set, a lot of brawling potential. We saw that Halo was the one to play in mid lane yesterday. He played into the Lucian to try and unlock and be the one to initiate and engage, but wasn't able to find the most amount of success. The start's going to be the instant response here, so you'd imagine that would be a mid lane pick at this stage, and one to do battle and sustain through the pain.
Yeah, oftentimes I would say, like, I wouldn't mind seeing the Sylas track the Akali, just because you want to be able to steal those ultimates. The Sylas does kind of work in both, but just looking at the players, not the champions, Incursio is going to be much more of a Sylas player than he is a Lulu, which just doesn't really sound conducive to his playstyle being Lulu. So most likely the way that these champions have been picked by Legacy is the lanes that they will be going in. And now we look to their bottom lane as to exactly what they'll play, because so far they've been pretty good, but they're going to receive a lot of bans here to really hinder that.
They certainly are, and both bot laners going to find success. Being denied away, arguably the most popular champion from Violet has been that Kaiser. Then it was into Desire as well, so looking to try and remove as much of the mobility factor to allow Violet to make those crazy plays. The Cogmore was removed, and we've already seen Legacy run that before.
But again, Varus and Ezreal still just exist for free. And looking at support champions, Thresh exists. So I think Legacy have a choice to make here, and so do Peace, of course, with this ban. Ban 180 carry, they might just pick the other one. And if they pick Varus, are you going to take Thresh away, right? That type of question now has to be brought about. Helios is an interesting choice instead. I would personally be just a little bit more afraid of giving the Thresh over. That's just me. We'll see where Legacy choose stylistically to go.
To touch on the Varus point, we've seen that be a very successful and common pairing with the Rumble in the jungle too. Just a link up between the two ultimates, guaranteeing that you're just going to burn alive, but not going to happen here with those jungle matchups you'd imagine already being locked in. Ephelios, as you touch on, a lot of ranged advantage there just to continue the narrative. Definitely can empower him much like you can with the Xin Zhao too. So looking to try and stay very far back from the, you'd imagine, just a triple dive threat that Peace got in their first picks.
Yeah, absolutely. Their first 2 picks are very strong at the moment, and particularly because we are in 11.12, we haven't really need to see any changes to them. No items or strike breaker shifts, and Legacy are, Peace rather, are going to go for the Varus that we expected, with perhaps the Rakan that we didn't. But thinking back to Split 1 Peace, this definitely is a comfort zone for them. Desire Rakan is definitely where they want to be as players, and it did hit a point, I believe, during that split as well, Skimmy, correct me if I'm wrong, where they were just picking Rakan or Zaya without the other one at a certain point. They were just too good on those picks, and they were too successful. Now, this does leave open the obvious response here of the Thresh, which is crucial, in my opinion, for enabling Aphelios, for enabling Varus, particularly with like the, Tom Kench was another choice, but the ability to have Engage and to have a Lantern with how well-rounded it can be. Champions with low mobility have a pretty good time being enabled, and Aphelios is one of those.
Yeah, the Lantern is the lifeline, right, against all these champions who are going to try and dash upon you and look to try and take you out very quickly. Obviously, fantastic lifeline when the flash is down as well, looking to try and make those engages and not be punished as hard as you would be. The box, obviously, the ultimate there from Fresh, going to slow down the advance that Peace, no doubt, will be looking to go for. But to touch on the point of that Rakan, yeah, Aladoric, one of the only players last split that was quite keen to pick that champion as a whole. So maybe willing to try and tap into some of that mastery and put Peace back on winning terms.
I mean, that's something that they'll have to do, right? I wouldn't mind seeing them shift back to some modicum of comfort, given that the rest of the meta has shifted pretty drastically. Seeing the change in playstyle from the top side of the map, it's not just going to be pick Renekton or pick Gnar every single game, and Appy lives his best life up there. There's a lot more variability, the Nocturnes, the Akalis, even the Viego, which he was actually doing pretty well on yesterday. There's a lot of options that are present and a lot of changes and shifts in the way that teams have to play. So Rakan's old faithful, you would say, for Peace, and is going to be crucial in their success today.
Certainly will be, as it is a team that continue to showcase that Violet is one of the big stars in this team, but with Babbitt being the star signing coming into this one, hasn't really shown us the true potential to upgrade this team from what was a very strong Split 1 performance to try and get up and running and showcase that you should be the team to keep your eye on for here today. Legacy with a big win yesterday against Direwolves. They got their first victory, and they'll be looking to once again showcase what they can do with a pick like this. They've already run the Lulu top composition beforehand. That was a defeat against Chiefs. They've refined it. They brought it back here again today. Let's see what they can do to start off game at number 1.
As we get into the first game of the day, week 3, day 2. Very important game for Peace and for Legacy alike to see if the win streak starts. Skimmy, it's going to be a very big deal with some pretty strong champions, you would say, across the board.
It will be. And here to try and add a few words of their own as we jump into this opening game. We do have the coach of Peace on standby with Midlord. Thank you for having us here. I want to start by asking, it's been a rough past few games. What do you attribute that to? Myself and Rusty were mentioning you've been up against what were the bottom 3 teams, this match included. Is there a case just to be said that they are just better as a whole now?
I think it's just our teammates have some mechanic problem, so they do a decision right, but the mechanic is bad, so we just literally lose that.
So would you attribute that more to the meta being very brawler-centric and these teams able to close the gap because they can fight and flip the game very early on, or just a more internal problems or development from Split 1 to 2?
I don't think it's a huge difference from each team. Like, I think any team has the chance to win, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously so close to start week 3, right? With multiple teams very much in the contention to take first place. Watching the game against Legacy yesterday, what did you make of it?
It's just a normal for the game. We just consider both.
Nothing that you look at that starts to scare you coming into this one?
No. I think it's fine.
Nothing at all. Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, mate. Well, talk to me a little bit about this draft. Obviously, the main focus has to go towards Aladoric on this Rakan. It's a pick we haven't seen from him in a while, but it was a very comfortable pick. Is this a case of looking to try and use comfort to get back to winning ways?
Yeah, it's a huge engaged team fight, right? The Rakan team.
Fantastic. All right, mate. Well, I'll leave it at there. I'm keen to see how you guys can perform today, and wish you the best of luck.
Sure. Thank you. Let's have a watch of the game.
Well, Rusty, let's see what happens in this one, eh? You mentioned comfort is essentially what they're after, and for good reason too.
All hail the Draft Lord, first of all. Looking at Peace's composition, having an Akali Diana set top side of the map is obviously going to be quite a prolific feature. Varus is a strong AD carry, and Rakan is a champion that is right in the wheelhouse of Aladoric and also provides what their composition needs. It has been seen, around the world globally as a pick. So overall, you'd be pretty happy with what Peace have put together for themselves. Pretty good scaling, good damage mix at the very least, with Set being on the top side. And their team fighting is workable, right? They have engaged in their bottom lane. They have strong damage and some follow-up from the rest of their comp. So Draft Lord should be pretty happy, I would say, with what he has got so far. In saying that, one thing that may have been potentially different, nice little dash away from Halo, is about Halo and Appy, because the set, I think, could have been mid lane and maybe should have been mid lane. The Akali going top lane, for me, I think just provides a little bit more. And I mentioned this during the draft skimmy, where you'd probably have the Lulu want to track the set and the Sylas want to track the Akali. And it feels like Legacy got the lane assignments that they wanted right now. So while the champions of Peace are strong, I think they put them potentially in the wrong places. And Legacy will be okay with their lanes as they are.
We'll have to keep tabs as to what that means and if they can find any openings and advantages to lay punishment towards that and capitalize on it. Worth noting that the Xin Zhao did hover mid for a little bit of time. Sybil there looking to try and find that advantage, but Halo, as you touched on, had a nice little disengage away to prevent any first blood early on into this one. Perhaps then touching on Babbitt, feeling a little bit traumatized from Goodo's impressive performance on that downer, looking to try and run it back and showcase that I can do this champion justice too.
I don't necessarily think it's traumatized, but Goodo did put on a pretty impressive display. It's something that commanded respect at the very least. And I've no doubt that Babib did respect it, and something that he should still also be playing separate to that is the Diana. One of the things that you'll see with Diana as they clear the map as well, Skimmy, is that they tend to prioritize their fast 6 to try and actually influence the map with the ultimate. You know, you could... I have a weird brain when it comes to jungling. I think of Diana as like a Mumu, which makes no sense. But the reason that I think that is because they get one good gank off pre-6, right? Usually you'll get your double buffs, and if you find a chance, you have a chance. But you don't really want to, you know? Like, it's risky. You'd rather be level 6 because it's reliable, and it is far more significant if it works. So that's the way I see it. So not going to take any needless risks in the early game. He's going to be clearing pretty fast overall. Has the 2-camp advantage here as well. 1 camp as we speak. He's now hovering mid.
He certainly is hovering mid, just out of vision, but Emelg is on his way right now top side. Winter's going to TP from base back to lane, so he's not going to be able to try and contribute in this one. Aladork is here as well. It is the Lantern and Kursi looking to try and dash away. He's hoping that he can survive. It's just not going to be enough. The first blood goes out, and it's Aladoric that picks up the killing blow.
I think maybe too many bodies on the Lantern. There was definitely not a ward on the Lantern to stop him from clicking that one, but at the end of the day, doesn't click it, doesn't get brought to safety, just dies. And, you know, hits level 6 and immediately steals the ultimate and tries to make a play, and would you believe it? Peace are expecting the solo queue player to fight on his win conditions, and they pick him up for it. So nice play here positionally from Peace, of course. A little bit more predictable than they would like, perhaps, on the side of Legacy.
Great start for them. We know that both of these teams very keen to try and find fights early on in the laning phase. I'm going to wait for the post 15-minute mark before they do battle. And we've seen sometimes that be both a blessing and a burden for both teams, actually. Peace, you'd argue, in recent times, that actually working against them. But regardless, they're going to find a little opening grace. And as we predicted, that we thought Peace were favored, it seems that you guys at home too still have the favoring 70-30 for Peace here.
Max predictions are in safe hands at the moment. I'm looking forward to the time where I can accrue enough points to just throw one of his predictions. Oh. Nice little engage.
Fantastic trade. Peace losing no HP for that one. Some of the healers burnt. Both flashes are still there, so now scary threat down bottom side as we toggle the Fog of War. Babbitt in a fair bit of trouble. He's not level 6. He's just going to dash on in. He hits 6, there's no blast cone, he's got a safety of his top tier turret there for him, but out comes Appy. He just jumps in with a suplex, looking to try and take these members down, but it's going to be a numbers influx. That just means Legacy have far too much to rock and roll with. The grid expires and Appy in trouble. You can ult, but I can copy.
Halo's here.
Copy, paste, and Curso gets it done. Finds revenge. Polymorph, but he's in the shroud, and Halo looking to try and go for a bit of a janitor cleanup.
They want to
Just unable to find it, he's so close.
Yeah, speaking of janitors, Sybil was hunting Emelg. Needs to be really careful, but will be able to survive down in bottom lane. It looks like Styled has fallen. Nevertheless, if we look at the trade that happens topside, it's exactly what we're talking about through draft, right? Nothing beats a Lulu's in Zhao, and I truly am wondering if Peace even saw where Winterer was positioned, because they tried to take this opportunistic moment to assassinate a Xin Zhao, maybe? But I don't know, as a spectator, I'm watching that, I'm thinking that's kind of foolish. and they were immediately made to pay for that one because they're not going to be able to one-hit Sybil by any means. We'll get to see what happens bot lane. It was a cleanse off the hook. Styled was already low, so they actually just walk up to his face and smash him. Pretty straightforward stuff there from the bottom lane of Peace, and winning their lanes as you would expect from them. It's the skirmish where they've fallen down.
Yeah, and this is what we'd grown accustomed to across all of Split 1, right? That this is a bot lane that wanted to fight, wanted to show what they could do individually. And, you know, the previous trade, it really rewarded in the end product, right? A great cleanse to ensure that they would get that kill, and then burn another flash as well. So now Legacy's bot lane in dire straits. We know that Sybil burnt his flash topside to try and find that kill too. It is easy now to visit bot side, and this is all good for the side of Violet, who, when given the gold, definitely can deliver.
You know, I didn't actually speak about this much, Skimmy, but as we were loading into the game where the coach interviewed to distract me, we were talking about the strength of Peace's composition as individual champions. We didn't talk about Legacy's. Now, Legacy, I think they have everything they want. As a draft, as players on these champions, they win 2v2s, they win skirmishes, their team fighting is phenomenal, the Thresh enables the Aphelios. They're strong early, they're strong late. Incursio has great Silas ultimates to steal. Overall, I really do think that Legacy should be so happy with what they've drafted. The trade-off, like we mentioned with Peace's comp, is they've got obvious notable strengths, but if Legacy continue to win early skirmishes, I think they can weather those and handle them easily.
Becomes the question then as to when those breakpoints are found, especially the 2 items for Winterer, how they can look to unlock him from the side lane, group up with the rest of the team and look to try and find fights elsewhere. Ooh. That's exactly what we've seen in the bottom half of the map right now. As Adora goes for the charm, locks in place in Milk. He's still got an exhaust, burns it late, still falls on down. Now Sybil looking to try and go for a bit of a 1v3 angle and takes down Violet. The flash means nothing. He's invulnerable. You've got to get inside the inner circle right now. Might just find an easy second. There's a double kill for him. They turn the trade around and just out of range from the W. Look for what would be a very aggressive triple. But that's the turnaround we'd love to see.
That was actually a really crazy timing gap in that fight as well. Sybil right place where he's meant to be, so credit to the jungler of Legacy for being bottom lane. But ML follows his cue, which is something that not many Thresh players will look for, right? Usually you'll see them hit the hook, and if they put up the box, they throw their ultimate. They're just going to stand on the spot and flay you towards it so that they have a point of safety. But he actually follows the cue, which dodges the Varus engage and cripples the attempt from Peace to have a free kill, and buys so much time for Sybil to get into the mix and just straight up pick apart Violet with no heal down there. Nice hook again.
He's in trouble, and Merg looking to try and continue his MVP standout performances here. Peace on the hunt. We're going to try and match that. Got to be careful out of the though. There's the dash. Beautifully timed again. Seems to be the key word right now for Legacy. Just out of range, and this time they'll sidestep that hook under turret, but Sybil doesn't care. A double buff, he wants more, looking for the double again. But the Shroud, the Kid of Akali, proving to be far too strong, and this, Rusty, this is why you highlight Xin Zhao.
Yesterday we saw a Xin Zhao fall behind and build an Essence Reaver. Today we're seeing a 4-0 Xin Zhao with an Essence Reaver already completed at 11 minutes and with money to spare. This is the snowball item build. This is a snowballed Xin Zhao with a composition to enable it even further. And this is a composition that Peace now have to be legitimately terrified of. Because yes, they have melee champions that can hit him, but the rest of the team is still farming up perfectly fine, barring the CS gap that we've got in mid lane right now. There's a lot to be afraid of if you were Peace, and that's something that we're getting used to saying.
It's a weird line to mention, you're not wrong. But it starts to beg the question now, knowing that Legacy have been a team to sometimes struggle with the macro advantages, and in a composition like this, where you do have an Enchanter in your top half of the map, how do you look to try and rotate? How do you look to try and play around that? What is the understanding? What do Peace do as a countermeasure? Do they just slow down the game? They've already got CS advantages. They still have a gold lead despite how fed Sybil is. So do they just say, well, we're just going to abuse the map, farm up some plates, and force your next move?
Yeah, I mean, at the current moment, they are still winning in gold. There is realistically only the singular champion of Legacy that is strong, right? So you can naturally try and veer away from him and just play the map and continue to get that gold like you highlight. I think that's an entirely viable strategy here. Peace already have an early dragon, so there's no major risk of like an early 20-minute soul by any means. So there is still a lot for them to play for currently. It's just that, you know, if those dragons become a priority, if the Herald is something that these teams want to focus, you know, if the map gets split, I mean, look at the total gold. It is actually just Sybil and then all of Peace. That's where we're currently at. And while Legacy have been playing the skirmishes and getting those kills, there's been plates, there's been farm advantages going the way of
Being found out here as both junglers meet in the bottom tri-brush. There's a TP committed, there's division denied. Control wall goes down, a second TP, a full 5v5. Looking to try and take place bot here. Peace have to respect it, and they certainly do. Top and mid have not matched. They continue to farm, they got advantages, they know what Lexi want to do, but Aladoric's had enough. He just goes in for the flash charm, locking him in place. There's the moonfall, there's the kill, Aphelios dead and deleted. Can they find a second one? There's the suplex, a late chance to try and turn this fight around as Appy zones members away. The rest of Peace of the inline track to take out a Melk. He hits them with the emote. He might just be able to try and run away from this one, but a hook gets out Appy. Polymorph down to 50% and Alador once again showing mastery on this champion. Peace finding success in these skirmishes and highlighting your point that if it's not Sybil, there's no chance for a win.
They're still hunting for Sybil here.
Certainly are. He's got a bounty on his head right now. He'll find one. Can he find a second kill? Can he actually turn this one around late game? Oh, he could not find the extra dash. He locks them in place with the range. Babip taunting with the shield. He's going to fall on down and there's a shutdown. Now in Kersey, stagger deaths, one by one they fall. And a bit of chaos as we fast approach the 15-minute mark.
I mean, Sybil tries to take as many of them with him as possible, and Kersey is able to convert a couple of those also. That second trade just at the end there isn't bad for Legacy. It's the initial trade. You know, there is no reason, first of all, for the fifth member of the team in Kersey to be teleporting down the bot lane for any reason. You know, they're not taking the turret. 5 people there is just going to slow the turret take. And then they've wasted and committed all of these resources that Peace are content with. And then they stay and hit the turret and they only stipend their disengage and just create enough space to engage for free on Styled. You know, they know Xin Zhao's not there anymore. He's nowhere nearby. He's disengaged. The rest of the team has not respected that decision. They die and suddenly Peace are actually accelerating their advantage in this game, just getting more and more gold for free. Legacy, a team that just chose to make one big play skimmy at the wrong time.
They were no doubt feeling hyped, feeling strong and successful. Decide to force their hand and in the end ends up biting them. That's a lot of summoners burnt and a trade that, as you say, has meant that the gold lead for Peace has only doubled. So the macro, the sense of identifying what are winning fights proves to be successful here. Aladoric sniffing that one out and going for the flash charm to really start things off in their favor, but regardless, a lot of kills found either way, but it has meant that Peace have managed to find success on the map as a whole.
They definitely have. At the current moment as well, there's going to be no teleports available for either team. Pretty similar timing-wise also, but as it currently stands, you can see the vision supremacy on the red side quadrant of Legacy's map belongs to Peace. They're going to be able to get themselves this Herald uncontested. Dragon's going to be the thing that Legacy were potentially looking for. But again, no Lulu next to the rest of the team isn't going to provide a whole lot of strength for their composition. And try and unlock Winterer, putting Curzio potentially into a side lane. But they've got this odd 1-3-1 setup. So as long as they stay in this 1-3-1, they're losing Legacy. They need to maybe chop and change their map assignment.
That's what we mentioned before, the risk when you do run this enchant on the top lane. How do you play around it? How do you look to try and assign yourself? We've seen teams struggle with it, and Peace are taking full advantage of it. Yes, Xin Zhao's strong, but we know how to play the map. Double Herald, and that means that another turret falls on down as a result. Now Legacy, looking to try and put a bit of a flank down as Sybil's forced to try and take the lanterns to safety. A lot of damage from far away. Starred pops the Moonlight Vigil. But does that mean that they can win this fight as a result? A summon, a trade of ults, everything coming together as Legacy try and turn this around. But the mid lane, ARAM, proves to have no bloodshed.
The Silas, I believe, still has a Diana ultimate. This fight will net them the Dragon uncontested, okay? So it will be the second Drake of the game going the way of Legacy. Third total, of course, but it's an Infernal Soul, and they'll get their first one of those. And Peace just going to disengage, right? It was a bad fight. Nothing really doing. I don't think they're ever really planning to go for that one at the end of the day. They got waves top lane, they crashed a Herald mid and broke the outer turret. They're still having a net gain overall with resources around the map. So no complaints from Peace Camp. Legacy still showing that they can fight, but it has been quite disjointed. You know, a little bit, I'd say, disarray in the Legacy camp with how they're going to be engaging these fights, and they're just getting through it with raw mechanics.
Feels to me perhaps a bit of an overestimation of just how strong they are and a need and necessity to force their hand, force fights, and not fall victim just to the passive lane macro that Peace are now showcasing here. They're looking to try and crash as many turrets as possible. Look to be well on their way to getting the third turret. As Zappy on your screen right now looks to try and take down that bottom tier turret. There's a Chain of Corruptions, locks him in place, still the focus once again. Blast cones in and everybody's inside that circle. So he is not immune to damage. He will fall on down. And that means Peace once again have full control of the map.
They most definitely do a pick on their strong side of the map. And once again, you know, Legacy, they'll lose their jungler and he should not be where he currently is. Just being greedy, maybe looking for a camp, gets picked off as Peace work together to place their vision. Gold lead stretches to over 5,000 suddenly. And this game that was in Legacy's hands, to be honest, you know, the level 6 skirmish going very their way. The enemy blue buff has just swung, right? Bot lane gets a lead, they get the solo kill, and they've been able to utilize that bottom lane to continue to win further skirmishes and fights afterwards. And I think the comfort of the Rakan has proven to be very useful here for Peace.
You mentioned that would be of old a comfort for, you know, Aladoric in particular out of all the support players here in the LCO, but one that is definitely tapped into some of the magic that got them to where they were at the start of the year. And as we fast approach that 20-minute mark with the Baron available, it's a case of how do Peace look to try and keep these numbers advantages working in their favor, because whilst it would be Legacy that could play for the soul first, certainly could be Peace looking to try and mount a very early assault into the Baron.
They're currently looking at Incursio, actually.
Is Aladoric going to go for the charm first of all? Force out a very early stopwatch. That means the rest of Legacy can come here to back him up. A lantern goes out. There's a flash play forward. The box goes down, preventing anybody from jumping on through. And as they do jump to try and follow Incursio, he baits out Babbitt. He's now zoned away from the fight. A flash away. Winter snipes him from afar. And there is a second kill. Legacy outplayed. They understood what they needed to do. Sybil not keen for more. He wants to get more. He wants to jump in and lead the line. Finding resets with the W, waiting for the charge, the audacious charge to knock members away. He's finding the range and his mouse is on point.
Wind Becomes Lightning is a very gross ability. Now, Peace with 2 members gone. Halo does have the teleport, but no real reason to go away yet. And unfortunately, it's the rest of his team that have no resources. This is all about Halo if he wants to stop this.
Can they stop it? Violet has no mana. He's burnt through 2 arrows right now, but they're low. Can Halo find the reset? R1 and R2, can it connect? It's the Chain of Corruptions. The Baron is gone. It doesn't matter. Question is, can Legacy get out alive? Lots of flash burn, but can they just take down members for free? Halo's dead. As Appy TP's in, and they are fragmented, split apart from left to right in terms of that top side river. Appy will find a consolation prize, but it's only onto the support player.
I mean, he finds a straggler not walking away with the team, instead trying to recall. So well done from Appy, but Emil maybe even able to get out with his life there. Peace choosing that they want to take the Baron fight. They deem that a very high priority option. And Halo throws himself in there, but unfortunately multiple people going down for it. It's not just a Baron contest. They get the Baron, Legacy, with the obvious smite advantage there. And then they'll get the follow-up kills afterwards. I mean, you could see how dicey it got. This engage should no longer exist. Aladoric does not need to even use the W there, right? Like, Incursio has survived, well played to him, he has stasis, walk away. Babip's ultimate gets flashed and hits nobody, and Winter is able to flash forwards himself. Meanwhile, on the flank, Sybil and Styled had more than enough damage to take down Appy. So, considering the way this fight went, I would say almost as expected, given how committed Peace were to something that wasn't good. Fair play to Incursio.
Oh, hang on a minute. Halo is doing cross-country right here. He's just running straight from the jungle back into the bottom side of this river. They're going to try and take down Sybil, but he stays strong with the rest of his team. They group up as 5. They have the Baron buff. That's important to note. 90 seconds before that one falls off. So they're going to trade what appears to be maybe just 2 turrets in mid lane, perhaps even going to run straight through and open up in a mid lane inhibitor. Peace realize, can't we just try and sneak in this dragon and deny that?
It could be an inhibitor for just a second Infernal Drake. That is terrible decision making, I think, for Peace here. But they choose to stay and secure the dragon, knowing that if they recalled it would be a losing situation regardless. So they at least have to remove the option for... Oh my god, okay.
Hang on a minute. Sybil just does not care. He's a man on a mission right now. 1v5,
Okay.
gonna jump on through. Receives the Wild Grove, knocks everybody up, survives the tell-to-tell. Incosia once again. These stopwatches are on point. Finds a reset angle and can look to try and cycle through those cooldowns to try and jump back in once more. He's got himself a double kill.
Winning.
Now Stahl getting himself onto the score sheet. A Baron, a 2-lane Dragon. Forget about it. They might just end the game at 23 minutes. The look of dismay on Halo's face right now says, hang on a minute. Despite these respawn times being quick, our base, in a matter of mere seconds, is in complete
And
shambles.
Styled has red weapon, so he can heal as well. This is the fight.
Oh my god! Happy!
Not
It
enough.
could have been a 1v4. It really could have been. He'll take down one, but they need some respawns. Violet is now respawning. Their Nexus is exposed. I have never seen a game turn on its head so quickly. And Legacy do the unthinkable.
Is that a turtle on its back? Is that what he's currently being? That's what Peace currently look like. I'll give him that.
Unreal turn of events there, Rusty. What a fantastic early game from them. But the fact is, you know, they have this weird blip in the middle where Peace are finding success as a whole, playing the map. One single Baron, and they just take everything and more.
They can't even... They all look shocked. They all genuinely look shocked that they won that one. You know, credit to them for yesterday's win. It was a team that maybe they had a chance at beating, however, in Direwolves, right? Just given their current form. Peace, we knew that they were off form, but we even saw moments today where they looked as per usual, right? Strong engages, strong team fighting as a 5-man unit through their bottom lane, better teleporting in general as well than the side of Legacy. But Legacy's composition was a Lulu Xin Zhao. It got ahead early and it won skirmishes early. That is so hard to deal with. And now you've got a Sylas stealing Akali ultimates because those two were assigned against each other in lane, team fighting exceptionally well, and they use their mechanics with their composition, Legacy, which is something we know they can do. If you give them an Exodia comp and you give them a lead, they could win a game, Skibby. They just did it and just snatched that away from Peace.
Well, Mac, it proves that momentum may just be a big factor to talk about, right? Because that was a trade-off if I've ever seen one. You can have a dragon, but we'll just take your base.
Yeah, it almost didn't happen, but you need a shout out to Sybil, who just managed to land that W on Varus as well, just saying, hey, look, President, he's exposed for a couple of milliseconds, and it was more than enough for him to dive in. And Legacy, they were just all on the same page, able to continue fighting, rotating, doing everything right, it seems. Maybe this is, again, Peace just getting a bit big for their boots, hoping that they can, you know, outplay their opponents. But the bottom of the DoorDash LCO is certainly starting to rise, and Legacy get their second win against Peace, and now they mean business. Okay, so you know what this means? There is only going to be one top of the scoreboard team at the end of today as well. There's only going to be one team that can get to 5-1. So that's huge. This is not a position I expected us to be in, but again, we are here, and Legacy have done it.
Yeah, they've done what, you know, no one predicted, but in the back of everyone's mind, Mac, they thought might have been possible. This is that last team fight that you see where everyone's thinking, oh god, Sybil's having a bit of an in. But again, you know, it's a Xin Zhao Lulu composition, and this is your late game Xin Zhao build coming in. Just doesn't die, you know, has the support from the rest of the team, and well played to Legacy in the end.
But this just feels like the duality of Incursio and Sybil, right? They are probably the most profound players at just saying, I see an engage angle, where other players would say, maybe it's a little bit risky, maybe we don't. They flip the coin, and it just happens to have fallen on heads here today because they're taking engages where some weren't working, some it's a 1v5, but it just proves that Lulu is strong, Xin Zhao is broken, and when they dive in like that, they find one kill, and it's like dominoes falling over.
Mac, I just have to quickly say before this graphic goes away, Babbitt built a Sunfire cape, and I don't think I've ever seen that on Diana. And again, I don't know if this is some dark technology that does exist and I just haven't seen it, but I feel like if I'm going to pick an assassin, right, and here's my logic. I'm going to pick an assassin. Why would I ever build the assassin as a tank if I don't actually do enough base damage? Diana doesn't actually do crazy amounts of base damage unless you're hitting a 5-person ultimate.
Did he go Sunfire first, or was it Nash's
Nash
first,
is into
surely?
Sunfire.
Okay.
So, like, again, the first item's fine. Nash's rush is perfectly normal. I just don't think I've ever seen that, ever.
Yeah, maybe Juves has some kind of dark tech mind when he does come back to the desk. Oh, he's here. Hello. How you doing? So you got an interview ready shortly, but before then, can you tell us why there was a Sunfire cape on Diana?
I'm more on Rusty's side here in the sense that I've seen it a couple times now, but it doesn't make sense when you have Set, like Set in a top lane. Like Set's going to be grouping and playing those team fights. And as a jungler, like especially on the Diana, your job is to start fights, and then when you start the fight, do a significant amount of damage, pop stasis, and then sit there. You know, the Sunfire didn't really do it for me, but again, it's the analysis of like, if they didn't throw topside, then we wouldn't be having the conversation about the build, right? Maybe we'd be having a different conversation where it's like, oh, yeah, we can understand that you just want to be durable, sit in there, use as many cooldowns as possible. So again, I'd have to chat to him, to be honest with you, and see the thought process.
Here's the thing, right, Juice? For me, I see a Sunfire cape and I think he wants to be a tank. And then I think, why not have a Zonias so that I'm still doing damage while technically being a tank, right?
And that's my thought too.
Yeah. Like, I just don't understand.
Okay, well, maybe we can get a bit of insight at some point from Peace, but for now, I think we're getting some insight from Legacy. Do you have someone down on the side lanes there, Juice?
I've got ML from the bot side of the map with me. Emeg, how are you, buddy? Long time no speak.
Yeah, it's been a while, eh?
Yeah. I mean, what a game. You guys looked fantastic yesterday, and I thought maybe it might be a little bit of a one-hit wonder. What Legacy are we going to see coming up against Peace? And we saw the exact same thing. What have you guys done in the Legacy camp? And personally for you, what have you done? Because the performances I've seen from you in recent weeks on engaged type supports, right? You know, traditionally we see you on Bard, but now you've just kind of evolved, if you were, as a player. What's going on, Amelk?
Yeah, so an issue we've had for like quite a while is that we sort of just dogpile onto like calls that like might not be right, and we just end up doing int stuff, as many people would have seen in Split 1. So I've been trying to be more vocal within the team and sort of assert myself more, and I think Engaged Sports helped me sort of be that voice of reason for the team, which sort of acts an opposing force to Civil and Curcio in the top side. But yeah.
So you're basically saying in a roundabout way, you're jungle mid int sometimes, and you need to pull them back.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Your words, not mine.
Well, this is probably one of the games where we had the Scheibel come play the game, right? But the other thing I wanted to ask you, I guess, is where does this sit with you now in terms of what are your goals? Have your goals changed? I mean, you've just beaten the Direwolves, you've just beaten Peace. What maybe was just going to be a playoffs run for you guys, like where do you see yourself? What's your plans now, end of Split? Obviously, you've just come off this win, but does it change your goals?
Honestly, as a team, I think we just want to keep improving and sort of prove ourselves to be an actual force to be reckoned with within the LCO. We sort of get written off a lot by the other teams, I feel like, and yeah, I don't know, just hoping to go as far as we can.
Yeah, fantastic, and I think you've earned a lot of fans in recent weeks, or recent days rather, you know, with these performances. Now, you said that you were taking on more of like I guess an in-game shot caller leadership role, maybe a let's not fight all of the time role. And do you think that affects you mechanically when you're focusing in lane? Like, how have you made that change? Because I know a lot of players struggle with, you know, needing to communicate more, but then also focus on playing, you know, their champions and the mechanical side of things. So how have you worked on that?
I think in the past, I still have sort of had, like, been actively thinking about what to do within the game. It's just a matter of, like, actually saying it. Just because I'm sort of, like, I've been around the league scene for a while now, where it's, I guess, kind of more expected for me to be making calls as opposed to just listening to them, which is something I've been trying to adjust to a lot. So I wouldn't say it affects my end game that much.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say you were shy too, and I was going to be like, there's no way ML is shy, because I've seen him on Twitter, and you are the biggest stirrer, like in a good sense. Like I love logging on after a game, going onto your Twitter and just seeing what you have brewed. So I can't wait for your meme. Please post one. Think about it. I give you some time, and everyone, I bet, is going to go there and have a look.
Of course, man. You got it.
All right. Thanks for joining me, ML, and congratulations again on the win.
Cheers.
Well,
Boys, what a guy, huh? I actually love him, Milk.
yeah, he's pretty good. He's good content. Speaking of content, he hasn't posted the winning image yet. I just had a quick peek, and it's not up, so it will be coming up momentarily shortly.
I forgot to ask, why was Winter's feet on the wall?
Cockroach dance. That's what he said on social media. I don't know what that means. If I'm missing something on TikTok or, but cockroach dance.
Might have to investigate.
Right.
Have we hit boomer status? Is that what it basically means? We don't know what a cockroach dance is? Are we just out of the loop? What's happened?
It's an echo chamber of old men tonight.
I'm an old man. I am an old man. But, I love to stick to my guns, and something that I love to stick to is the DoorDash player that delivered. And I believe we all saw who it is, so I'm not going to ask any silly questions. And it, of course, is going to be Sybil for going off in the jungle.
Yeah.
The Xin Jiao is doing so much work there, and it is, 68% kill participation. So you couldn't ask for too much more. And it was a very short game, so Rusty, those 7 wards placed, is that not enough for 24 minutes or whatever it was?
Yeah, it's not me deep diving into wards placed in games yesterday in Discord, Mac. Don't worry. I'm definitely not deep diving on how many wards people are placing. No, look, I think Sybil played well. It is the duality of the player, but the whole team follows his calls, whether they're correct or not, and makes them correct, and that's the beauty of Legacy. I actually would personally, just again with my support bias, I would be giving the MVP to ML, because if you watch those team fights back, you look for those cheeky hooks that are connecting. I don't think he missed, and I think it was always a priority member.
Okay. Well, I did see him trolling at one point and baiting and throwing a couple of emotes there as he was running around. I think it was kiting Appy up around the Dragon Pit. However, look, that brings us to the end of game number 1, and we thought that might not have been the most entertaining game of the day, but now it may have, or at least it's potentially the biggest upset of the day. However, we have 3 more games to get to and a break to get across before we get there. So, exclamation playlist in chat. Go have a look at what the 6th song today is from Warner, as well as the rest of them. And just after the break, we will be getting into game number 2, which is Mammoth taking on Gravitas.
But they choose to stay and secure the Dragon, knowing that if they recall, it would be a losing situation regardless. So they at least have to remove the option for... Oh my god, okay.
Hang on a minute. Sybil just does not care. He's a man on a mission right now. 1v5, gonna jump on through. Receives the Wild Grove, knocks everybody up, survives to tell a tale, and goes here once again. These stopwatches are on point. Finds a recent angle and can look to try and cycle for those cooldowns and try and jump back in once more. He's got himself a double kill.
Winning.
Now Star getting himself onto the score sheet. A Baron, a 2-lane Dragon. Forget about it. They might just end the game at 23 minutes.
I'll be home late, I'm doing my thing. If I don't come back, then I'm back in the wing. We them boys that letting that ring. She knows I'm a savage, so she make that swing. Police wanna change my name to a Ming. I'm still with the gang and I'm still mobbing. Got an ill mind, but I'm not Hobson. I'm a trouble man with that big thing popping. The TIP, I do it with ease. Like girls wanna party with Phil G. They say they heard a lot of stories. Now they in VIP, busting down for the team. Shots on us, so why they jetting? Party poppers, change up the setting. There's no way that all of this ending. When we pull up, you know it's sending. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Send it. Yeah, I'm blasted, a little bit reckless. With a lot of tens, but they're not from Texas. Need to take flight, hold up, let me send it. Can't keep up that way to the exit. All of my restless, been through hell, been through the street, been through the cell. Come a long way from shaddies in the scale. Just wanna cuff me, but not take me to jail. Maybe later on, yeah, we can link up. Pass me the bottle. we drop tears, turn the fuck up. Shots on us, so why they jetting? Party poppers, change up the setting. There's no way that all of this ending. When we pull up, you know it's sending. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Send it. You lost inside your soul. Oh, you are paving better way. You run away from yourself. I don't wanna be in any other place but home again.
Hashtag Tusks up. Gravitas Glory. Which way is it going to swing as we go into game number 2 of the evening? Now, I just want to shout out to the Magpie in that music video as well, of course. That was Send It by Hooligan Hefts. So I hope you're all enjoying today's song of the day from Warner. But there's one specific point where it zooms in on a Magpie and he looks like he was having a damn good time. So shout outs to the Magpie. Now, we've got to get into the discussion about the game because we're on schedule for once. How good's that? A game that went under 30 minutes and we're here and we have time to chat about game number 2. So, chat we shall. Let's talk Mammoth first. Rusty, who is the players to watch on Mammoth and why is it potentially the jungle or the bot lane, the newcomers for Mammoth?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all know who the people to watch on this team are, right? It's Gudo and it's definitely Frost. They're the two people that stand out for me. And the way that I see this team, right, is if you've got Gudo early and mid, and you've got Frost mid and late. So it's about how the team can transition their early Gudo advantage into a Frost advantage. Now, unfortunately for them, yesterday was one of the most tragic losses I think we have seen.
Yeah.
They were against clearly not the best of the best piece, right? We've seen that 3 games back to back, but they still stepped up. Gudo showed mechanically, it's amazing. He made Diana look very good. You know, it's not just that he looked good, he even made the champion. Like, the absolute mastery that he had over that Diana stood out above the rest to me. And it's funny watching Pabu play it afterwards. I was like, that's like, Pabu's fine. But for some reason, Gudo just looks better, right? Playing the champion. The rest of Mammoth got some good team fights, but for the bottom lane for me, I don't think they have enough, and I mean this nicely, I don't think they have enough brain for their mechanics right now. They need to reel it in or increase the brain to actually match where they're currently at. And I think at that point, Mammoth will start actively taking games, where right now they're 0-5.
Okay, well, I need to let you guys know that I feel like we're going to have Diana permabanned against Gudo now, because I don't want to see that again, because that's probably the scariest thing we've seen out of Mammoth, all of the DoorDash LCO and Split 1 as well. So, Jubes, anything you want to say on the topic before we jump into talking about Gravitas?
Oh, I think Rusty hit the nail on the head, but the thing you need to consider when you say that Diana's going to get banned is that, you know, what do you leave open, right? Like, what's open when Diana is banned? You know, is it the Lulu? Is it the Karma? Is it the Xin Zhao? So it's going to be dangerous territory.
Yeah, so I guess there's just a lot of really strong picks at the moment that allow, this conversation to continue. But let's change that conversation over to Gravitas for now. And Jubes, I'm going to be throwing it over to you here. Hope you're good at catching because this segue is going to be insane. Hyose, he's beautiful. He's a mid laner, and you know nothing about mid laning because you're a jungler. Tell me everything you know about mid laning.
I mean, says who though, really? I know a lot about mid lane, and I do know that the RA pick that these guys keep picking is definitely not working, and I'm sure Rusty would agree with me. It works sometimes, then it looks good, but, sometimes it doesn't look so good. Now, this team, they really just need to find champions that work for themselves. I think they've done that with the Xin Zhao, with the Volibear, with Akano being on those ganking, early pressure junglers. But in terms of finding a bot lane picks that work, in terms of finding some stability in the mid lane, that's where Gravitas will really do themselves some justice. Because we know they know how to play the game, right? You win. They've won a lot of games through backdoors, and the way you win that is through actually having macro or being able to play the side lane. So Gravitas can put it together when grouped, and now they just need to kind of, I guess get the whole puzzle, get the whole puzzle sorted. They got the Rubik's Cube, maybe 2/3 of the way completed. We just got to notch that little edge there.
Notch the edge. Well, you started with hit the nail on the head, so I'm starting to believe you're like some kind of carpenter or something, but that's not what we're here for. Before we do get into the player interviews, we do have some solid content coming out of Gravitas, and it's a recap on, what they think they've done in terms of the last couple of weeks and what they think they can improve on.
Tell me it's not an XPK. Tell me it's not a 50-minute win here for Gravitas as they look to try and take this one down. Surely, one more auto attack. One more auto attack and they win the game. I've lost my mind.
Split 1 was basically just like a trialing period. We were all just fairly new, rookies. We didn't really know what we were doing.
We had no one to lead the team and we had no direction being given to us.
We came in there trying to grow. We were new players. We didn't really understand how the game worked in comp. We're just a bunch of solo queue players.
The biggest thing is that we built rapport together. We've kind of come together as a team. We work more cohesively in that we understand everyone's strengths and weaknesses, and then we try to compensate fairly for each one.
There were a few games that we should have won that we got upset about a little bit.
Down and Claire again with an R ultimate comboed with the shock ultimate, the shock wave indeed. Oh dearie me, Gravitas, for a moment I thought there was some hope.
I think in general the team environment has been quite positive recently though. I think we've been performing quite well and improving a lot. We're aiming towards making playoffs. We want to try show that we are who we are. We're not just some bottom tier team, and we hope that we can display that.
We really think that every team is beatable, and we will basically put on a good fight every single game. I don't think any game will be a breeze. I don't think anyone will be able to take games off us really easily.
Yeah, self-improvement is, that's the ideal goal for here, because you want to achieve greater things.
We are excited to play as like a new Gravitas, but also not to be underlooked as the Gravitas from Split 1.
If you underestimate us, it's at your own demise.
I guess that's sort of rang true with the last couple of weeks as well. Everyone that has underestimated Gravitas has really paid the price. Now, Jubes, I don't want to keep you from your job. I know you're a carpenter, but you're a damn good interviewer as well. So who do you have down on the sidelines?
I got my two favorite players. I got Gudo and Akano, the two men in the jungle, maybe a little bit biased. Guys, well, I'll start with you, Gudo. Big performance coming out of you against Peace. Unfortunately, you weren't able to get the win. But how do you think you are going as a player and your trajectory in the LCO so far?
It feels getting better, but it's like there's difference between getting better and you win. So to be honest, like so far we lost all the game, but I wanna feel like yeah, that was better. I wanna like be happy for the win.
Okay. And Akano, how do you think you've been going since you've come into the LCO? Because you've put up some very big performances, and if you don't mind me saying, you seem to like that really aggressive style, that gank heavy, that gank focus, Xin Zhao, Volibear, really get your lanes ahead. So how do you think you've been faring and your playstyle?
Well, my playstyle has always been the ganking champions, and I will do anything I can do to help my team in any ways, so they can carry late game.
Oh, nice guy. What a nice guy. Gudo, You know, what are the positives that you took away from the Peace game? Do you think that's enough to beat Gravitas today?
Yes, few of the problem, we can fix it, then we can win today.
Yeah, and Akano, I know a little bit of a rough one as well yesterday, but you know, talk to me about how you see yourselves beating Mammoth. Where do the advantages lie? Is it just going to be a pure mechanics max, or do you think maybe you're just going to play the side lane and maybe you end up with a win through backdooring again? I think we labeled you guys like the unofficial backdoor team, by the way. I don't know if you watched the broadcast or heard.
You never know, it might happen again tonight.
And so, do you think that you're going to be able to get your teams the lead, or is it going to be more of like a you have to wait till team fights break out?
I think tonight's game we'll be playing through side lanes and just win through macro.
Oh, fair enough. I'm excited to see it because you two guys really put on a show when you hit Summoner's Rift. And I mean, everything goes through you guys, and I can't wait to see you battle it out. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love them guys as well, man. This part's fun. You don't have to flame anyone. You just compliment everyone, and everyone's nice to you. Like, what? You know what I mean? This is a new gig. Oh, Natty, you can cast.
He's
Just jack
stolen
of all
it.
trades, mate.
Like when we had Chaz stealing the interview spot. Now we've actually got Jubes here doing it as well. So let's have a quick look at the predictions before we do jump towards Champ Select. And I'm going with Twitch chat. We've got a couple of Gravitases here initially. You want to run me through that one, Rusty, and then skim me afterwards?
I mean, I'm pretty high on Gudo after yesterday. I just am more convinced that Gravitas being able to get early leads as they've done consistently will be more than enough. Like for me, it's whoever gets ahead in the first 7 minutes is probably going to be able to take this one. But I really didn't know at the end of the day, so I just picked the team I had more faith in.
Okay. Skimmy, what about you?
Yeah, I think we've seen a little bit more consistency as a collective, as a whole, from Gravitas, right? They've taken some big wins against the likes of Pentanet as well as Peace. They've shown that they've clearly upgraded themselves from Split 1 to 2, as has the entire league, right? But I think, touching on what Rusty mentioned with the introductions from MF, you're looking at a couple of key players really playing at their true potential. The other players still trying to ease into that. So at the end of the day, right, you know, it is 5v5. I think that Gravitas have just a little bit more to offer.
What about yourself, Jubes? You've gone with Gravitas as well. Any reason why? And are we all just going to sort of ask... Can we sort of just come up with a reason why Nat's gone for Mammoth? Is it just belief or underdog picks?
I don't think that Natty picking Mammoth is unreasonable. I think this game was actually quite hard to pick. The way Gudo played, the way that Frost's been playing, it is hard to determine. The only reason I went for Gravitas in this particular game was because I think the way Akano plays, which is like a bit of a madman, I think it benefits the way that this game is going to play out. It's going to be scrappy, it's going to be chaotic, people will be dying to ganks, and Akano's going to be doing more of it.
Yeah. Now, I just want you all to know that I'm bloody hungry. So as you can see here, exclamation DoorDash in the chat. Use that QR code, go back to the past broadcast, quickly watch it back and get the QR code. Make sure you sign up to DoorDash and get yourself some scrumptious bloody dinner, because I'm not only hungry for food, I'm hungry for more action. DoorDash LCO, game number 2 of the night is ready. Mammoth and Gravitas going head-to-head right now.
Certainly is, Mac, and I am keen to try and figure out really how the rest of this league stacks up, I suppose, really, here, Rusty, because we've seen that this schedule in particular, these 4 games on offer tonight are going to look to try and dismay or dismiss that, you know, these teams are all evenly matched. That can we try and find out some definitive, we are the best team right now?
Catch me Da Vinci coding, working my way out through why there's a Ziggs ban here. Like, this is some kind of crazy top 3 priority pick, and it isn't a 4-5 ban, but nevertheless,
yeah,
I know Ziggs has seen some buffs. I wouldn't expect it to be a first 3. This does leave open both the Lulu and the Karma, and if we want to talk about things that are in the wheelhouse of, one, both junglers who love to play, you know, aggressive Xin-Zhao style champions, Xin of course being the one ban, but also 2, Kyose, happy to be a Lulu or a Karma, so leaving up both of those choices, I think you'll find that Kyose, you know, the man who hit rank 1 playing these champions, is going to be a happy camper in this draft.
Certainly will be, and it does start to beg the question, has Ziggs been a pickup that's displayed itself a few times in scrims, right? Not to know what those scrims have looked like, but you certainly wouldn't be banning that away unless there's been something that you've experienced and not had too much success against. But as you say, you know, with so many strong picks right now, especially the likes of Lulu and Karma being very much up there in the rankings of the top 5 most banned with those available, which is a bit of a blind trade-off between both teams to pick those up for free.
So what it can be, Skibby, as I have played and seen this before, even when I was coaching with a player like Gunkrab, Zig's Karma wins every bottom lane, right? You could pick Lulu Cogmore, and it is one of the strongest early game 2v2 trading lanes. Not a lot of things can deal with you, but a Ziggs and a Karma don't have to deal with you. They just throw stuff at you from too far away. You know, you can't walk towards them really. They have more push than you do, and you're stuck under your turret. So you're not actually able to play the game the way that you would like. So it could be that they wanted the Lulu, they wanted to pick the Cog with it, so they prioritize the Ziggs instead of the Karma for maybe to make sure the Lulu stays up. I'm not certain, but that's what I'm thinking.
So it makes you wonder, given that there are some big tendencies to go for these heavy poke lanes where the likes of Fresh and so on still continue to be the strongest, but can't forget about what it looks like when it was a mage bot lane meta, especially when Caitlyn also was paired in there if you wanted the AD variant. Plenty of damage. There's the Ashe target ban towards Thomas Shen, who's been one of the biggest players of that champion right now. Has popped up 3 times in the last 5 matches they've played, so definitely a player that's keen to showcase what it can do. We're going to get the Lucian and the Zed denied. He hasn't played the Zed just yet, but not going to allow him to find any success on an AD mage, as Kyose no doubt will be looking to try and find control or a counter pick of his own.
Yeah, both of those champions banned are physical solo lane champions, mostly mid lane, mostly away from Wei. Just looking at other options that still exist, you know, you've got your Viego, you've got your Set, you still have physical champions that are there. For me, they're mostly going to be Nectar champions, however. So we'll see where they choose to go with this one. Still does mean that Wei could play whatever he would like. Orianna, you know, while she isn't the best champion right now, does actually work as a mid laner in a comp like this. If you do Ori mid with a Set top lane, you have a sick comp, because one, you've got an extra shielding tool that goes onto the Cogmore, right? So if the team fights become around just Frost, that's awesome. But you've also got a more of a wombo, right, that works with the Set, that works with the Equalizer, and gives you a lot of space and zone control as a 5v5.
We've yet to see Mammoth play Lulu in the top lane. They played it once. It wasn't the bottom half of the map. It was the Lulu Cog. That was yesterday against Peace. But it does beg questions. Will it be again? It would seem to be that way if that's going to be a Kiana getting hovered here. Wei very proficient at that champion. A bit of inside track as to why Gravitas would ban away some of these AD assassins, and they've left the counter pick matchup here for no surprise in Kyose, who will be looking for an answer towards that. Quick note though, the Jinx lock-in only been played once so far this split. Definitely a pick that got played a whole bunch last time. Only 1 game so far, and that was played by Violet.
Yeah, I think most likely it is going to be the Karma support, but it's possible that they flex that role. So we're just waiting to confirm that one. Of course, seeing the Kiana after knowing the Zed and the Lucian are gone does open up your champion pool for things that can control the mid lane. Generally speaking, and as we have seen locally and internationally, Kiana's struggle until they don't. That really is just the way that it plays. They have to run Ignite, first of all, to have a kill threat. Without that kill threat, they can't really play the lane. And they usually don't exist until about level 3. So any champion that can have kill threat pre-level 3 or have a really strong 2v2 threat post 3 is going to be something that can be quite prolific there in making sure that Wei stays down. Now, LeBlanc has decent wave control, pretty similar to Kiana, has decent kill threat, but is running the teleport. They do have an outstanding 2v2, right? LeBlanc chains enable so much movement from a jungler who needs setup to actually gank middle lane, which is one of the hardest lanes to gank.
Could be a lot of CC that you touch on. Comfort really for those 2v2s. Worth noting that the Rumble and Kiana opening here is actually exactly how Member started off the second campaign. They played that into order. They found a lot of success, especially in the early portions of that game. But by the end of it, Wei was ulting, finding multiple members, but just wasn't able to be enough of a threat on his own, single-handedly, to do it justice. But the supreme display of talent really was fitting for its name.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is not something that is unfamiliar to us, seeing it from Mammoth. Different beasts that they're up against this time, and a lot of the pressure that we said may be seen around the jungle role, and jungle players specifically more than anything else. You know, a Gudo and a Kano are going to go head-to-head. We have to look at what priority in those lanes really means and what it looks like. And, you know, so far we've seen so much top focus from Gravitas. Saffron, his signature Camille, you would say at this point. I mean, it's a difficult time to be Gudo.
Certainly does. And here's a big matchup to start off your week number 3. It is Mammoth taking on Gravitas. And as we get ourselves rocking and rolling with this one, we do have the coach of Gravitas on standby with Poltron.
Hello, hello. Good to be back.
Hey, mate, how are you? Yeah, good to have you once again. Thank you for your time. I want to ask, to start off with, it's been a really good start to the split. You mentioned back in our week 1 interview that you would be a team challenging for playoffs. How do you think you're tracking along so far?
I do think so far we've, definitely shown that, we're not the bottom 2 team that we were last split. We took out Peace, which is always a good feeling. We really hope to take down Mammoth today, round us off at 3-3. And if we keep going at this trajectory, I do think we will probably end up being 4th place at the end of the split.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly been a fair few upsets already so early on into the split. Talk to me about this matchup in particular against Mammoth, right? Back in Split 1, it was a 50-50 with you both taking a game each. How much significance do you put on a matchup like this in particular to try and break away from the bottom half of the pack?
Well, I think in Split 2, all the teams have gotten a lot better and also a lot closer. I think every single team can beat each other team. I think this game should be a fairly easy game for us just because everyone is on a comfort pick. We are confident in taking out Mammoth. I do think the only way we will lose today is if we disrespect Mammoth, let Wade pop off somehow or Goodo pop off, as he's been having some pretty impressive performances on stage lately.
Yeah, certainly has. And, going into this one, we've seen a fair few signature picks for the likes of Camille here for Safi, Akano playing the volleyball and so on.
Yep.
Would it be fair to say that, respect what we're seeing with Mammoth, with a comp that wants to fight, you're a little bit more focused and refined when it comes to macro?
Ooh, I definitely think this will hopefully not be a 50-minute banger game, more about, 25 to 30-minute backdoor game from us. This is definitely a comp we've played a lot. We know how we want to execute it. So I do think, in the end, we'll come out on top.
Fantastic. And just on a final note before I let you guys go and wish you guys the best of luck, talk to me. There's a brand new sponsorship over at the Gravitas camp. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yes, so Gravitas have partnered up with Scratch. Scratch is an Australian-owned dog food company, and I love dogs. We are currently asking fans to send in dog pics to be included in the Gravitas Scratch dog jersey. Your dog will be on the LCO later this split. So if you want to submit your dog and have it on our jerseys, get your entries in at gravitas.gg.
There you go. Could be a bit of part of some esport history there. Poltron, pleasure as always, mate. And we'll catch up soon, yeah?
Thank you.
There you hear it. Interesting to note, really, how teams are, saying sure the end result is important, but not to put too much significance onto it so early on.
Above all else, I do love dogs, Skippy. Let's focus on the game at hand here. I think overall, there is a kill that we will get to in terms of this conversation, but overall things have gone pretty much as expected. Eyes on Wei right now. He does have grass, so can survive a gank.
Can. We're going to dash on through. Gets a clutch shield there, but it's not going to be enough. Shinky tried to be the hero, but it's Akano that finds himself a first blood for Gravitas.
Shinky does super well to be there, though. So a special credit to him, though, in the communication of Mammoth to make sure that they're in the area to try and stop that, because it requires 3 people. It requires the flash from Akano to secure it. And at the end of the day, that was potentially easier than it was even ended up being, right? You've got Ignite still there for Kyosei, just couldn't get in range. The chains missed. Safa does as much as you can, but the follow-up was lacking. But at the end of the day, that's the Camille, right? Like, you pick Camille, you pick Kiana, you lose mid lane to level 3, and now he's died at level 4, is going to be having a roughie. That will continue because the Ignite still persists, and what this means is that Gravitas have given them something back on the board going super hard their way, particularly with the extra minions that are about to crash. But at the same time, against the Grain, Goodo ganks bot lane, ganks for the Lulu Kog'Maw, and is able to find first blood for himself. That is just as significant for Mammoth.
It certainly is, and a lot of praise has to go towards these 2 junglers, right? Juve's mentioning in their little interview how well they've integrated into their teams and been a sticking force and a welcome introduction. Always a happy time for a Volibear to get a kill when he does commit that flash, especially, pre-6. So both junglers tracking along quite nicely, and clear identities as to wherever they go. I'm sure there's going to be a fight that breaks out.
I think it's funny listening to the way that they both express how they jungle as well. I think a Goodo definitely wants to get himself going. He's a big team fighter and wants to be able to carry. his friends across the line, where Akano hits me with the happy wife, happy life type of situation.
Well, we'll be happy about this one because Kiyose looking to try and land him in place with the chains. It connects. In comes the stun, and there's the chomp, the feast. And a second kill to Akano's name.
I'm sure his mid lane wife's pretty happy with the outcome on that one. 2 deaths in mid lane. Kiana definitely struggling. Try as Way might to be in this game. He's being focused very hard. And you'd have to say with the Zed Lucian bans that they gave towards Mammoth, things going very well for Gravitas with their mid lane priority as they translate that potentially to top. Not level 6 for the Volibear, so the tower will hurt.
Yeah, he's halfway towards that all-important level 6, but they are still going to try and go for this gank here. It is a bit of a weird situation, right? Minion's still around. That allows Mammoth to look to try and turn things around. A suplex into the wall, trying to buy Nectar as much time as possible. Can he take down one? He burns the flash to try and close the distance, but he can't find a trade-off kill with the turret working in his favor.
Yeah, at the moment, that was maybe the best case scenario for Nectar in terms of how they were going to gank him, because in one more level for Akado, they can disengage the turret multiple ways. So that was Safa using his ultimate to try and disengage and reset the aggro, still has to flash to get out with his life, while the rest of Gravitas do the work. The mid lane priority that they have won themselves has paid off into top lane and is starting to become oppressive for Mammoth to deal with. And that's pain. That's not where they want to be. You know, they want Goodo to hit level 6, be able to influence the map, get those ganks off, scale up steadily for Frost and Shinky down in bottom lane, hit that one-item spike and look for those team fights. Gravitas don't need those team fights. They're just going to make it all themselves. They're going to generate those plays. They're going to dive the turrets easily with the composition that they've got, and they're just going to run away with the game.
Certainly seems to be that case. Look at that kill participation so far from Akano. Everything has gone through him. Still not even level 6, but he's just done so much on the map. Multiple kills. Now the first dragon in their inventory. Double chains really found here between the Karma and the LeBlanc, just making it very easy for him to find any lane to turn his attention towards.
So from this position, Akano is going to give away a couple of camps. He'll get himself closer to 6. That'll be his priority. Currently top 2 of gold with Goodo, so both junglers, as you would expect, are looking to have a pretty big influence. So next breakpoint for me looks like it's going to be bottom. You've got LeBlanc and Volibear moving down here, but you've already got Goodo in the area doing Krug, so he can be here at a moment's notice to chuck down the equalizer.
Got to be careful, he doesn't have flash just yet, but it's looking like the rest of Gravitas 4v2. There's the equalizer, looking to try and turn things around. It's not going to be enough because Shinky's already died and the rest of Gravitas can disengage away to safety. Goodo jumps in, he committed just a fraction too much. No. And now the mid-jungle duo of Gravitas are absolutely monstrous.
He overheated with the scrap shield, Skibby. He flashed W'd and just watched as he died. That's the saddest situation for the Rumble. Mismanaged his overheating. I mean, that could have been a Flame Spitter overheat, right? That he was able to deal some damage. Maybe they get a trade kill. That was worst case scenario for Goodo. That's not the way you want it to go. Frost kites the best that he can, but again, this mid lane gap is enormous.
Certainly is. Pressure relieved here from Safa. We heard that he mentioned. I love this champion, but also one of the biggest voices on the team right now, acting as a shot caller. And he is no doubt very content with how this game is playing out. You know, it's a champion that wants to scale up, wants to have time to find its own relevant power. As does the Cogmo on the side of Mammoth, but the rest of his team so far finding great success, and Akano still very much keen to forget about these waves, and we'll forget about that ultimate there as Wade look to try and find success. As I keep talking, that's a beautiful Hextech ultimatum. It's going to buy a little bit of time here as Akano tries to pick up the pieces, looks to try and cycle through the chomp and finds it, takes him down. But may he just burn to the Rumble. The Flame Spitter Redemption, he gets a shutdown, an all-important one, but it might just be a delayed trade as both junglers die in top lane.
Yeah, Kyoso's going to be able to get that one. Floppy ensures it, cuts off the escape route. No way out for Goodo. Now, the trade is still there. Yes, it was a shutdown that goes the way of the Rumble. Goodo getting all the money as he needs if he's going to have any chance at carrying this one. Wei has no ultimate, so he's not really got a crazy amount of kill threat down here. It is just the serrated Dirk Kiana. Level 7, yes, the Ignite and Flash are there, so there's a chance. We'll get to see this fight in top one more time, though, because we missed the very beginning of this one. It is Safa fighting Nectar. Yeah, the Neck does ult him into a minion wave. It is a cannon wave. Not a lot of good trade situations there. Does what he can, Safa, to survive for as long as possible. Knows the reinforcements are available, but Gudo sneaks in here just a little bit too fast. He's maybe able to make sure a little bit extra goes their way. It's a 2 for 2 in the end.
As a whole though, Gravitas still tracking along quite nicely. They're going to go from bot to top now and find themselves the Herald. Very strong, very hard for a 2v2 to fairly take place. Wei, his first real moment of engage, proved to be too successful. Still waiting for him to find his feet in the Split 2. Definitely a player that had moments of magic in Split 1, and definitely was a player to watch out for when he popped off for the Dire Cubs in the OCS, but has yet to truly dazzle and showcase what he can do right now. And he seems to be in a fair bit of trouble once again. The ultimate goes out, and it just hits the terrain where nobody stands. Gudo will find a trade though, so his jungler's in the area, and Akano just tracking along nicely, but not quick enough.
Gudo is Mammoth right now. Wei just got his ankle so broken by that play from the LeBlanc, from Kiyose, just picks him apart. Once again, we have not seen the ultimate connect from this Kiana. Flash still there and ready, but has been left wanting. And it's a 4-1 mid laner, so yeah, Rumble, another shutdown. Doing absolutely fantastic work right now for Mammoth, but he is holding together a leaky boat. And he's sitting there with a bucket. The bucket may not be big enough.
Definitely keeping him afloat for the meantime though. Doing a whole heap of work. Try and be the difference maker here, and that equalizer no doubt once he starts to get some damage, which he certainly does between Assault Boots and the Night Harvester is going to pack a punch. A lot of uptime there for him to play around with. Yet to truly see that full 5v5. Individually, Gravitas have seemingly outperformed, with the exception with Nectar finding a good trade into Safa. But the timing, the angles, and the team as a whole for Gravitas has been superb as they'll find themselves the second dragon of the game.
And you know what we saw yesterday from Frost is he did go the greedy AD carry build on his Kog'Maw. I believe it was the Kraken Slayer style when he had the Lulu there, and didn't unfortunately team fight the best. But the point is the build that he went for. So this isn't going to be a wit's end, which would be useful against the LeBlanc and then some of the magic damage that a Volibear deals. It's not going to be a Kog'Maw that plays for himself is the point. Not building the Randuins afterwards. He's going to have a Lulu everywhere he goes. That's the way that you play it out. If you go the greedy AD carry build, it is because you have a Lulu to protect you. And we saw that critically fail for Mammoth in consecutive team fights yesterday, even with an 5,000, 8,000 gold lead, whatever it was, is Wei. Once again,
he's just not having any success in this lane. The chain connects again. He's just getting outmatched. He's getting danced upon. And Kiyose flexing his mid-power duress. Here comes Gudo once again. The equalizer is not going to do too much. He's actually clipped outside of the map, but a haymaker onto 2 is absolutely huge and forces Gravitas to run to their base. They had to run back to this top tier turret. They have to run away from the Flame Spitter, which quite honestly, they could just take down 2 people. Gudo is Mammoth.
Gudo throws the equalizer out to bloody Narnia just to prove he doesn't even need it to kill them. That's how good the jungler... Sorry, I can't keep a straight face saying that. Still well played after the equalizer completely whiffed. 5-2 is the jungler of Mammoth. I mean, you can see it. He's doing everything that he absolutely can to try and get them across the line, but more importantly, keep them in the game at the current moment. So far, I mean, we said is the bucket big enough? He's doing a lot of bloody work here, Skibby. He's really tried his best. But this mid lane difference could start leaking over to be too much of an issue.
It certainly is. We saw what he did on the Diner yesterday up against Peace. He really was the difference maker. Once it hit the late game, few nerves, few uncertainties, and it all came to a bit of a sad conclusion. As the whole, though, it's 15 minutes into this game, and the economy isn't too far gone, despite that major power source in Gudo's favor.
True. Realistically, they well and truly are still in this game. If we keep in mind, you know, whenever we're not talking about bottom lane, that usually means that a Kog'Maw is scaling. Not that Jinx doesn't scale, it just means that the bottom laners are both content doing their thing down here. And we haven't seen a team fight really yet either. You know, neither team willing to teleport down to bottom to make some kind of 5v5 play. The Drakes haven't been contested. This next dragon that spawns in 2 minutes, it is the Ocean, and it is the Ocean Soul. So it could be something that Mammoth draw the line at. Gudo being level 11, is probably sitting on a bit of cash here as well. Should be able to buy himself a decent amount of items for that fight, and that may be the point that they draw the line. We will see. As it currently stands, you know, Gudo, we speak about him a lot, but we have to give some extra credit to Nectar at this point as well. He's been doing a lot of good work in his lane, even with all the focus that may go there.
Certainly has in terms of wave state and manipulation and ability to communicate quite well with his jungler. Let's say focus your resources top, and there will be a just reward at the end of things. Gravitas have made the Dragon just a fraction easier now, having broken down that bottom turret. Forcing back to Kog'Maw Lulu. Knocking him in place, but it doesn't get much easier here for the Kiana. You mentioned how rough it can be in that laning phase. Sitting 0-4 right now, still desperate to try and get the first item complete. Sitting on mere components towards the lethality that really makes you the nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, basically every Kiana lane, Skimmy, is like, it's a flowchart of can I kill them? If yes, I can play the lane. If no, I cannot actually walk up and hit a minion if they are in the lane. It really is the way that it feels. So you just start throwing abilities at waves, and if you do that, you've actually started pushing, and suddenly they're holding a freeze against you, and it's a disaster. And particularly if you're 0-4, and the LeBlanc, while she doesn't get a lot of health, has so much damage and can actually just out-damage you, and has too much mobility to deal with, you really are just left picking up the scraps. And once the game breaks open to the state it currently is in, which is, mid laners in side lanes, even worse, because now you're in a long lane. Nothing you can do.
Has the Prowler's Claw though, so worth noting that he will have that damage amplification, which may just be enough to perhaps not pick apart the LeBlanc, but at least try and find a straggler elsewhere and get themselves back on winning terms. QSA has to be careful here, but yeah, just the ability to navigate compromising positions and not get punished for it is making it very difficult here, as the rest of Mammoth are looking to try and group up, and Gravitas quite content just leaving Seth to the side lanes and doing a dance.
I'm going to have to start looking up different ways to say Gudo is currently everything for Mammoth. We'll see how this plays out as the Dragon is ready to go and is already being looked at by Gravitas. This could be the fight that decides if Mammoth are in this game or not.
And it could be way invisible at the moment. That's a fantastic equalizer, the true display of talent. Locks in place Kyose. It's not going to be enough though to try and deny this early Dragon, as that's a soul point that's very much up for the taking here from Gravitas. They find one kill, but they're going to lose a Dragon and a turret for it.
They're going to look for a Kano here. They will be able to find him, so definitely another kill goes the way of Gudo. Try his way might to steal that one. And look, it was a good engage from the Kiana, so they do a lot of good work there. Mammoth is just, again, it's 3 dragons. Way needs to also be very respectful here, because there is a raid boss around the corner at any moment. If you ever get rid of that grass element, you could die.
He's cancelled his recall twice as Kyose. He's certainly keen. He's got into the brush, and as soon as he reveals himself there, Wei realizes this is not a wave I can farm safely anymore. Despite it all though, the goal continues to be dead even. Big odds on Gravitas playing for the Ocean Soul, however, so they're going to be very content with, despite it being even as a whole, and knowing exactly where the power lies in Mammoth. They have bigger goals in mind.
Yeah, I guess the question we had to ask there, Skimmy, before I got distracted by it, what was happening bottom, was, is 2 kills worth it when Gravitas were able to take a turret top lane, secure the Dragon, and now get pressure around the map as a whole as well? The fact that they're able to translate the deaths in bot lane to a Rift Herald somehow makes that even worse, and adds more insult to injury, because basically, first of all, Safa's split pushing. He is the one who picks that up. If you ever forget about Safa, if you teleport to make a play elsewhere, you are doomed. He will summon the Herald in your face and take an inhibitor. There's a really dangerous game that you have to play now.
Straight from Wei. Now he knows he's been juked by this one too many times. This time it connects. This time! This time it just does not matter. Wei, even when he plays it perfectly, it's just too little too late.
It was going so well, Skimmy. All of the chains had missed. There was no reset on the dash. He's dead.
He is. Will Gudo be another one to get himself onto the score sheet? Floppy survives, just outranges him. There's the suplex. Thomas Shen, the focus, and the one that falls on down. It's Frost that picks up the shutdown. That's now Kog'Maw on the score sheet. And an all-important kill to allow him to be the greedy, item-scaling empowered AD carry.
And Safa actually wastes his teleport there for no real reason. So the side lane pressure that he has with the Rift Herald being able to be summoned isn't as good as it was. And Mammoth, they're going to be able to look at the Baron. They've actually just cleared a ward right in the face of Gravitas. So they know that this is being done. Nakano waiting in the wings with his ultimate and his flash. So the steal's always there. Gravitas are going to come and contest this without a doubt.
Want to take that 50-50 though. Rightfully so. They're going to back away from this one. Safa just hits them with a bit of a curveball. Do you want to go for that Baron? Do you want to try and call our bluff for this? Or do we just look to try and open 3 turrets in the mid lane?
Ball switches back to the other court once again. And the teleport being forced by Safa. Mammoth looking to make a play. I think the call to hit Baron was quite clever. Waze dies, and that's just another day on the Rift at this point, Skimmy. I don't even think we need to play-by-play that one anymore. Baron definitely on the cards.
We hype him up as a player that loves to play the Enchanters, but if you give him a hard AP carry, this is what he can do. Safa looking to try and navigate the advantage, trying to jump out of that pit. It's the Hextech Ultimatum, looking to try and buff away here from the Equilibrium. Or I should say the Equalizer, but it's not going to be enough to try and equalize this situation because the Baron's being picked up. There's the kill on towards the set. And now Gravitas are on the hunt. It kind of has the flash, has the Stormbringer. It's going to look to try and jump on in. And the Thunder crashes from under and just hits them slap bang in the face. They might look to try and go for a bit of a delayed ace here. Gudo, the sole survivor, the one you've hung your hat on here to try and win this game here for Mammoth. He gets picked apart. And the base is just getting outright destroyed.
Yeah, Wade tries his best, but he's just too far behind to be able to execute any of the low members of Gravitas. Their Baron Wave going to crash here as well, so the inhibitor is destined to fall, but they're going to choose to be safe this time. They've got Safa split pushing in a side lane instead of fully committing towards mid, so they're just going to get as much gold as they possibly can. And this game was fairly even in gold. It's just ballooned out to over 7,000. Nice little polymorph from Shinky, who does play this one decently well. Frost and Shinky are sitting together, so we can call that a pretty big win overall for Mammoth until Nectar sees his moment, right? He flashes in, tries to use the ultimate, and the superplex just goes completely backwards and gets countered by the raw damage that Gravitas were putting out. They chase this one down. Gudo definitely going to fall as he jukes his way into the volley bear. And just no damage there from Kiana. I mean, it was nice, but it wasn't enough.
And the end result seems to be that Gravitas now have a Baron buff, have multiple kills, has a sizable gold lead, and are now shopped up and ready to play for the Ocean Soul.
Have to contest. If you don't contest, the game ends, so the fight could take place here. Could just be a smite battle.
The 50-50 breaks out. Gudo the hero takes it, denies the soul. Akano gonna die. Frost finds the shutdown. Wade finally hits an ult and gets the kill.
Look at mid as well, though. There is a wave with Safa, so it's a good play from Mammoth. Gudo keeps them in the game. Gudo does absolutely everything. It's just fun to say his name at this point, but he's also caught.
Yosei did not participate. He wants to pick apart the members of Mammoth. Safa now on the flank, having taken an inhibitor, is looking to try and take down more. There's the polymorph, the ultimate afterwards, the stopwatch to buffer as the TP comes on through. Safa might just be landed to the walls. He tries to hook shot away, but he gets interrupted on the second dash. And, well, they've held on just a fraction longer.
Skivvy, I'm not going to say it just yet, right? You know what? I'm going to say it. Gravitas have got enough of a lead that they should be able to close this game out. So this is the exact moment that they don't close the game out for 30 minutes until they backdoor a side lane. That's where we're at. So I hope you're all ready. Buckle up. There's no other way that I see this go. Tell me I'm wrong, Skivvy.
I'm just
Please?
cursed by that idea. But is Kyose cursed by this positioning? No, going to be able to dash away once again. Akano waiting on the wings. He's quite content just to back him up and zone him away. I suppose Mammoth probably the best case scenario there. Sure, they lost that mid inhibitor, but they were able to try and zone away key members and not fall victim to the Ocean Soul empowerment amongst everything else that was going against them.
We have to take a real hard look at exactly what Gravitas should be able to do in this situation. Right? It is a 4,000 gold difference, so it is not game-winning in and of itself with item gaps. The way that they're going to play right now is they're most likely going to keep Safa in a side lane with that teleport still being present and available. He's already had a pretty rough time when it comes to team fights, going in and engaging onto a Lulu Cogmore. You get out-damaged and you get polymorphed instantly. So you are kind of a QSS forced champion if you want to even team fight. So Safa's going to play for these side lanes where he has level advantages and should be able to out-trade Nectar. He's also gone for the Ravenous Hydra this time. So you should never see the rest of Gravitas on the same screen as Safa if they want to split push their way to victory. But they need to be able to synchronize their waves and play around the fact that they have a Camille split pushing, and that is not what they're doing so far.
You should see that wave topside crash on through, making it very easy for Mammoth to rotate between top and bot to answer to this Camille. Worth noting, though, that some of that power has now transferred across onto Frost, so he's a very strong target, and whilst Mammoth not necessarily wanting to play for the macro, if they do force a fight, if Mammoth do find an angle at which they can just force a CC and a numbers advantage, then the Cogmore will output significant damage to try and cripple this 4-1 setup.
So they're just going to choose to reset here. We've got 1 minute until Baron spawns, so this reset does seem to be entirely about getting some topside control. They may even bring Safa for just getting the vision there. For the side of Mammoth, all of the time that we talk about things that Gravitas can do is time that they're going to have a Cogmore and a Lulu getting more and more gold in their pockets. Because you've broken the mid lane inhibitor, okay? So you've actually given a constant wave of farm to Mammoth. Baron buff is a point where you can end the game if you get the buff 100%, but just keep that in mind. This is money that goes freely into the hands of Mammoth until Gravitas make good plays that give them the victory.
Might be a little bit easier now as we do have a stopwatch here onto Frost, and also the Wit's End that you wanted to see coming out of this Cogmore, so maybe just a fraction more durable. Has the flash, has the heal, and has the ability just to try and run down members like this, but might just die for free. Oh no, the wild growth, and it overlaps there. With the stopwatch, he's just an easy picking. He might just die, he certainly does. The Ignite takes him down, and there's an easy shutdown here for this insanely fed LeBlanc that gets himself a double kill. The carries of Gravitas picking apart. Members of Mammoth are just falling one by one. Goodo from start to finish tries to continue to be the saving grace. It's going to be a delayed ace and an ace all the same. That allows Gravitas, with the respawn time is so high, to try and run through mid and run straight towards an exposed Nexus.
Yeah, Mammoth clearly deciding that they're not going to let this game scale, that they want to fight immediately, that there's too much of a threat with a Baron and a Dragon coming up, so they're just going to pick a fight in mid, and Gravitas more than happy to take that fight, more than happy to win that team fight, Skimmy, and more than happy to take the Nexus afterwards. As a good result for them overall, and a monstrous gapping in mid lane for Kyose.
The end product, Gravitas. There's a happy man on your screen, and Thomas Shen, who was able to output a fair bit, but it's Kyose, the one in mid lane between himself and Akana. Those two, the mid-jungle duo, just outputting so much impact from the very get-go of this game, and saying forget about the farm. The individual brilliance is enough to transition us into just macro advantages, overall objective pressure, and just the ability to almost mind control you to say, we need to force a fight before this overlap between the Baron and Dragon. I'm blown away, really, from this progress from Split 1 to 2 here on Gravitas. And Mac, I mean, you look at a team like this and you hear the Poltron success story of we will be a team in playoffs, you start to believe.
Yes. Yes.
I was like, don't leave me hanging.
I was just checking. I didn't want to speak before turning up to the party, of course. I just want to say, Akano at the end, he was very, very emotional about that win. You can see the raw passion on his face. He just was still bathing in the love of the game. But no. So, Mammoth, it was pretty much Goodo trying to carry them in a backpack, because Wei's usually one of the players you look at here for Mammoth, but he was just being shut down from the get-go. You did say in the interview, in the pre-game interview rather, that Gravitas were going to be focusing a lot on the side lanes. However, that didn't seem to be how they won it. Yes, in the end, it was a lot of Safa doing the split pushing, and it did enable it to be all said and done. But it was essentially just running it straight down mid for the rest of the team that got it over the line. And I dare say there were some moments of brilliance for certain individual players there on Mammoth, but even so, Gravitas, they did close it out. Even though you said it, Rusty, you did say the thing that you said, which I won't repeat.
Thank you.
We were all thinking it. It's like, well, when is that going to happen? It didn't happen. Gravitas managed to close it out before it got too far out of their hands. And look, Skimmy, you're a Beautiful man. What was your thoughts on the game?
Just a bit of confusion here. I mean, we highlight the fact that Frost is so strong and, you know, it was the Goodo show, but finally there were two members that could rock up to the party and give Mammoth a bit of hope. But then Frost then feels like, you know, maybe I can 1v5 now. I've got 3 items. It's time to step up in mid lane. Gets, you know, caught in place there with the Jinx Chompers. Overlaps the ultimate, the Lulu, with the stopwatch, and just very easy. Just a one-shot that we saw from Volibear and LeBlanc all game long.
Yeah, it looks like only a couple of players even got to their sort of like 2-item power spikes. Over on Mammoth, you know, most of them only have 1 there, except for, of course, Cogmore, who's got 3. However, that was not the way that Mammoth were going to win that game, unfortunately. So, it's all said and done, and Gravitas will take another W. And that actually puts them up in that 3-2 scoreline, which is interesting because now they potentially are in a very good position to continue to improve and continue to try to play and make it to the playoffs.
I mean, absolutely, yeah. This is a team that can make playoffs now, right? And I find it interesting looking at the league as a whole, Mac, and I've really struggled with this, but like I don't even know how to stack rank teams anymore. Like if you told me today, like right now, put the teams 1 to 8, I'd give you number 1. And I really don't know what to do afterwards, right? I guess Mammoth are defaulted to last, but even then, every single game has been closer than the score would give you credit.
Yeah, well, we do have someone that deserves a whole lot of credit. That's Jubes. He's down on the sidelines and filling in for Natty today if you're just tuning in. So, Jubes, how you doing? Did you enjoy the game, and who do you have for the post-game interview?
Good game, but to be honest with you, I was trying to stop my mouth from burning, so I DoorDashed me some curry, and legit, I can't feel my mouth, so if I can't talk for my interview, I apologize. But I've got Kyose. Here for my interview. What a seg. I'm actually unreal. Kyose, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Now, my first question, and I mean this respectfully, why do you play Ari when you can play other champs like that? The way you played the bunk, it was majestic, it was beautiful, and you really put the team. You had a backpack on, a big one, and you put the team inside.
Okay, so wait, when you say do I play Ari, is in solo queue or competitive?
Competitive. You play Ari, and now I look and I see LeBlanc, and I think, okay, you have a deeper champion pool than you actually give yourself credit for. And talk to me about it.
Yeah, so I just pick Ari in comp because it guarantees it's safe blind, and it guarantees a counter pick for like top lane, because top lane's usually on the carry seat in game. So yeah, but yeah, I definitely can play other champs. So yeah.
Yeah, 100%. It was a great performance from you, and what does this mean for you in terms of, like, obviously it was only against a team like Mammoth, and you guys said that, you know, you were very comfortable or confident in beating them. What does this mean for you? 3-2 now. Where do you kind of see yourself? You're in a much better position than last split. Are there new goals for you now?
Yeah, we definitely have the goal to make playoffs and definitely prove ourselves as a team. And yeah, so we're 3-2, we're in a good position, and I hope all goes well in future games as well. But good luck to the teams that are continuing tonight as well. Yeah.
Too humble. Don't wish them luck. Sorry, I got a few laughs in my ear, so it threw me off. I'm not used to this interviewing part. All good. What do you have individual goals now as a mid laner? Because again, that was a blind of a performance, and you've had a few cheeky ones up and coming. So now, do you kind of want to solidify yourself as the best or one of the best mid laners in the LCO? Or are you just happy doing your job for the team and whatever's required of you?
Yeah, definitely solidifying myself as one of the best mid laners in the LCO is definitely a major goal of mine, and yeah, to also help facilitate the team, and yeah, definitely those two.
Now, the LeBlanc was a little bit of a curveball for me, at least. I wasn't expecting that. Now, do you have anything else up your sleeve that we can get excited about heading into next week or future games?
Yeah. Something very exciting.
So you're not gonna share it with us?
I can't say it. No.
Why? Is it really? Is it bannable? Is it bannable?
It's bannable if it goes well. Definitely. Yeah.
Okay. I felt like that was my career in a nutshell. Anyway. But no. Thanks for joining me.
That's amazing.
Congratulations on the win. I'm actually super happy for you guys, and can't wait to watch you play again.
Yeah. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank
See
you.
ya.
Man, I'm sorry for laughing in your ear, but you are just a ball of fun down on the sidelines.
This is a natural,
No,
man.
it was
so good.
Dude, I'll tell you why. It's because I got good kids, man. They're good kids to interview, those ones.
I thought you said
Not
you
to
got
say-
good kids.
Not to say the guys that lost aren't good kids either. It's not, you know, I'm not trying to differentiate winners and losers here, but at the end of the day, you don't get any medals for second place, right? Or
Well,
you
at
actually
the end
do,
of the
you get a
day,
silver one.
when you're interviewing everyone and everyone watching at home, everyone's a winner. Now, one person that is more of a winner in particular is, of course, the DoorDash player that delivered. And, you know, I think it's no surprises here that it is going to be Kiyose for that spectacular performance in mid lane. 11-1-7, 90% kill participation.
Yeah.
Couldn't have asked for too much more than that. Skimmy, why is this impressive?
It's just so crazy to me that, you know, you can just bully a mid laner so hard and just make a champion completely irrelevant, right? You know, he was literally egoing on Wei and made him just look, you know, terrible as a champion, right? You talk about niche set up there with the Kiana, but he just made him irrelevant. And the fact is that wherever he went, you were terrified, right? Even if he didn't even participate in a fight like that Dragon, the rest of the team are getting stuff accomplished elsewhere, right? Like Sapphire's able to pick up an inhibitor. So just a champion as a whole, when it gets to that accelerated point in the game, just unstoppable.
Completely unstoppable. Now, Rusty.
Hey.
You know, the main question. Hey, as well.
Hey.
The main question, 9 wards placed over what was a bit over 30 minutes or close to 30-minute game. Is that enough?
Look, Mac, that's not a lot of wards, but I will say this. He had a Dark Seal with 10 stacks on it, and one of the most conflicting sells of your life is choosing, do I get rid of a 10-stack Dark Seal for 2 control wards, or do I keep it because it's useful? And a 10-stack Dark Seal, if you're carrying the game, it's probably worth it.
Okay, so it sounds like that was a good trade-off. Juice, you said you love a little bit of AP jungling. Dark Seal?
Always, must buy.
Yep.
And I'll tell you why it's a must buy. Because it goes both ways. You start snowballing, 10 stacks, instant Medjais. So Kiyose should have bought a Medjais on the 10 stacks, I'll say that much. Then, you die a couple times, you just rush Medjais anyway, because it's just a coin flip. Flip the coin, lands on heads, all of a sudden a couple skirmies here and there, you've got 6 to 8 stacks, then you start laughing a little bit, one more, then we're talking about some real big value. So I'm a big Dark Seal fiend.
And the sell value of Medjais is actually quite good for the cost of it. So it's actually
underrated.
like good for the return on investment, even though it's a risk.
Well, I'll tell you what else is risky. Going up against a team who you're almost tied up with on the ladder. That's going to be Order and Direwolves, which is going to be the 3rd game of the night. And that's going to be coming up just after a break. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far. Enjoy Send It by Hooligan Heps, and we'll see you in just a moment.
Straight from Wei. Now he knows he's been juked by the Swan so many times. This time it connects. This time! This Cog Force, so he's just a fraction more durable. Has the flash, has the heal, and has the ability just to try and run down members like this, but might just die for free. Oh no, the wild growth, and it overlaps there. With the stopwatch, he's just an easy picking. He might just die. He certainly does. The Ignite takes him down, and Nisha shut that here for this insanely fed LeBlanc that gets himself a double kill. The carries of Gravitas picking apart. Members of Mammoth are just falling one by one. Gudo from start to finish tries to continue to be the saving grace.
I'll be home late, I'm doing my thing. If I don't come back, then I'm back in the wing. We them boys that letting that ring. She knows I'm a savage, so she make that swing. Police wanna change my name to a Mings. I'm still with the gang and I'm still mobbing. Got an ill mind, but I'm not Hobson. I'm a trouble man with a big thing popping. It's a TIP, I do it with ease. Bad girls wanna party with Phil G. They say they heard a lot of stories. Now they in VIP, busting down for the team. Shots on us, so why they jetting? Party poppers, change up the setting. There's no way that all of this ending. When we pull up, you know it's sending. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Send it. Yeah, I'm blasted, little bit reckless. With a lot of 10s, but they're not from Texas. Need to take flight, hold up, let me send it. Can't keep up that way to the exit. All of my restless, been through hell, been through the street, been through the cell. Come a long way from saddies in the scale. Just wanna cuff me, but not take me to jail. Maybe later on, yeah, we can link up. Pass me the bottle, get rid of my cup. You know how we do, we get the job done. When the beat drops, yeah, turn the fuck up. Shots on us, so why they jetting? Party poppers, change up the setting. There's no way that all of this ending. When we pull up, you know it's sending. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Send it.
This just in, Juice has started to prepare for us an a cappella version of Send It, but we're not going to do it just yet. We'll do it in the next break because this man, you know, he's got to think about other things at the moment. Of course, that is going to be Order and Direwolves, which is going to be the third and not final match of the night because Chiefs and Pentanet is going to be the final match. But this match is looking pretty damn hot. Order, you know, they've hit the ground running in the split and off to a decent start. I think they are 3-2 currently. Direwolves in that 2-3 slot as far as I'm aware. Maybe it's 3-2. But Direwolves have what it takes. We know they have what it takes. However, they're still trying to reintegrate Cupcake after a bit of a rocky start to him rejoining the roster yesterday, Rusty.
I mean, reintegrate is definitely the nice way to put what that game was yesterday. For the Direwolves, it was an absolute shocker. The auxiliary members of the team, being the jungler and the support, had a combined 0, 15, and 12 KDA, which is quite bad if you don't know maths for League. That's definitely not something that... Sorry, I don't know. I just had to keep explaining it. I was in a hole there at that point. So here we are. We look at the rest of the team to try and help them get through that, right? You've got Cupcake just coming back. He's been busy with studies. No doubt he hasn't been playing League as much as he would like to as a professional player. And only has shown some promise with his Rumble plays. Early game movements have been good, but again, they've lost a significant factor, or they've changed a significant factor in the way that their early games will work, as Cupcake is a prolific communicator for any team that he plays on. However, Shock has the potential to hard carry, has the champion pool for it, and so does Claire. So those two are the players that I would have to be looking at for Dials to step up in the interim, while Cupcake does get back to basics.
Okay, and Skimmy, do you think the same, or do you have a different idea on who is going to be the key player for Direwolves to play their A game?
Yeah, I think I've always hung my hat on Shock. I think he's definitely been the one with the most proficiency, especially when we had the big, you know, exodus, I guess, right? Of all like the best players going overseas to play in the LCS, LEC, and so on. He definitely showed up as like, you know, the mainstay, especially even when Direwolves are having troubles to start off split number 1. I think if he can try and tap into some of that magic again, then he can look to try and revitalize this team. I think it's just a question of, you've had a break, you've got a new coach, and you've had a bit of a sub situation in the bottom half of the map too, and you're starting to wonder, okay, how long does it take before we get familiar and figure out what our go is? So it becomes a bit of a boring topic to keep saying, oh, they're ramping up, they'll get there, they've got experience, and it starts to become redundant. But I think there's a point in time where it will click, and it might just be that luck is on their side, given that we got 9 weeks of regular play.
Well, you guys know him, you guys love him. It's time to chat about Order as well. And Juves, tell me, what is their key to success, and why is it Kevy on Vi?
Well, no, you actually almost hit the nail on the head in the sense that the key to success for them is pulling the trigger. I think they got a little bit gun-shy against Pentanet. They were just not able to start fights. It was almost like with the compositions that they draft, they need to go first. They can't wait. They can't have a dance. They can't put 1 step forward, take 2 back. You've got to go. And Kevy on the Vi is probably a reason is to why they pull the trigger. Even on the Diana in what we're seeing in these replays. So I do just want to see Order go back to basics. Nothing wrong with the drafts, if I'm being honest. Maybe you just sub that Ari out. But yeah, just pick stuff that's going to go in. Whether that's on Maximize, whether that's on Kevy. But don't be afraid to pull the trigger, because as a wise man once said to me, just send it.
Just send it, of course, of course. Now, as a man with an itchy trigger finger, Rusty, what's your idea on Order, and how are they going to win this game?
You're going to have an itchy trigger finger when I play FPS games? That's a more important question, I think, than anything else from that one.
Okay.
I think I'm a pretty reserved player. But listen, for Order, I do agree with most of the things that you've said there. Ultimately, it's really hard to bring it back on and remember the points that I have to answer. Kevy is everything for me, but also Maximize and Humor, I think both have so much potential, and they are the 2 people that I'm looking at on the assumptions that Kevy will be good. To see if they can keep themselves in check and just play like the proper drawn-out game of League of Legends that it is, right? For the whole 25 to 30 minutes, the whole 9 yards with no mistakes.
Well, I never knew that mentioning your fingers on broadcast could throw you off so much, so I'll never do that again. But speaking of fingers, 2 players with at least 20 fingers combined that are ready for an interview are down on the sidelines. Jubes, can you take us to the players with the fingers?
Yeah, I got my boy Chungy and Guncrab. Just a quick finger check, if you don't mind, lads, just to make sure the count was correct. Yeah, all good. We got a lot of fingers here. So, no, guys, thanks for joining me. I appreciate it. I know you've got a big game on the way, so thank you so much. Chungy, what changes have been made, or I guess what have you guys done after yesterday's game to kind of make sure that doesn't happen again, but also just improve on?
So I think in our games against like Chiefs and Pentanet, we got like advantageous leads in the early game, but we just threw. We're known for throwing our games, and when we go into review in our games, we know what to do. Like, we know the correct play after the game ends, but during the game, we don't know what to do as a team. So hopefully, like going into today, we'll know what to do in game.
Yeah, fair enough. And Guncrab, much of the same question to you in the sense that obviously it was a little bit of a rough one yesterday. I think that you actually had, in terms of an individual performance, you played quite well. Like, there was not much to work with, but you nearly put the team on the back. So that was a good one from you. But what kind of changes or mindset shifts have you guys made to kind of turn this one around and take the game to Order?
Well, I think yesterday's game showcased a lot of issues we've been struggling with for probably the whole year. So they're not really like overnight fixes to the issues that were like plaguing us in yesterday's game. So we're kind of just like shoring up like the issues we can tackle now. For example, like draft and a few like early game laning phase mistakes. And we're just mainly just trying to move on from yesterday's game, because yeah, the mistakes we're making are like consistent throughout the year with our team.
Yeah. Okay, but that sounds positive. Like it's almost like a blessing in disguise that it happens now, and there's so much time to fix that. So come playoffs, you're just going to be firing and ready to go. Am I correct?
Yeah, the longer format in Split 2 definitely gives us a lot more breathing room to fix our fundamental issues within our team compared to Split 1.
Yeah, good. And Changi, I know this kind of was touched on the other day, but what's it been like, you know, mid-split, changing to play with another player, you know, you and Kevy linking up in the jungle mid position and doing so well. How's that shift been? And kind of what has that allowed you to do, I guess, as an individual, right? Do you feel that you have the flexibility to play different styles, different champions, and offer more to the order lineup?
Yeah, I think adding Kevy to the lineup helped like open up my champ pool, because like I was known last year as the Yasuo Ari 2-trick, right? But this year I never got to play the champs. Yeah, and yeah, so adding Kevy to the lineup allowed me to like play those champions. And vice versa, I can also be the supportive role for Kevy if he wants to carry.
Yeah, I love that. And again, thanks gentlemen for joining me, and I wish you both the best of luck. Two of my favorite players. Don't tell anyone else I said that.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
We're going back. We're going back to the disc.
You've said it every segment.
Don't tell anyone.
I'm pretty sure he said that every single segment.
But I can have favorite players from each team or not.
Yeah, fair.
In every team, they're my favorite.
You wouldn't happen to be interviewing again next week, would you?
I will not confirm nor deny. I'll have to speak to my manager, my PR manager, who will then probably go backwards and forwards with the producers of the show, and then maybe we can work something out contractually. I don't know yet. Like it's really going to have to go down the chain of command. I don't do the negotiations and I don't make the rules, so I just follow them.
He's just such a big dog,
I'm glad I asked that question. Now, predictions. Let's have a chat about predictions. Jubes, you want to talk about your predictions as well?
Oh, what did I predict? That's not me.
No.
I predicted order for the win here. I think that it's a tough ask to bounce back from the result Direwolves had. I think it's going to be a tough one, a close one, be a backwards and forwards. But I think order, just maybe that with Kevy addition, just a little bit too much in the tank to get that one over the line.
I fucking love you.
Interview Jubes is just a whole new beast, and I really like it. I'm not gonna lie. It's like the happiness and the lack of pressure, Jubes, I think is making you.
Yeah, I don't need to worry about anything.
Great.
I'm having the best time I've probably had so far on the DoorDash LCR. I don't know. I was not expecting to have this much fun today, but here we are. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we do get into Champ Select, please, exclamation DoorDash if you didn't already get your bloody dinner. It's only almost 8 p.m, so there's still plenty of time for dinner. You know, you can eat dinner till 1 or 2 a.m, honestly. Let's be real if you're a DGen like me. But look, Champ Select's ready, so I'm not going to keep you waiting too much longer. Jubes and I are going to be jumping out. Skimmy and Rusty take us into Order versus Direwolves.
Beautiful. Well, I suppose we've got to try and calm down a little bit here and get ourselves hyped up for this game in particular, because it's Order taking on Direwolves. Both teams looking to try and sit pretty in the middle of the pack, but both teams facing a handful of defeats are looking to showcase, okay, what does it look like when we both do battle? Because historically, this has been a bit of a even matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. So both teams, you know, playoffs teams from split number 1, definitely still trying to really find themselves on the side of Direwolves and trying to solidify, I think, is the best way to look at it for the side of Order. They've got plenty of time. Remember, this split is a lot longer than last split. 6 weeks has become 9. We've got a lot less super weeks. So plenty of time to try and improve those, but the sooner you see the improvements, the more hope everyone, of course, will have watching you play. Just quickly as well, looking at the bans in the first pick that we've got, Lulu's finally not going to be on the cards for today, nor is the Karma, as they've matched those bans. And I think a lot of the picks that have been left wanting, such as the Viego from the first 2 games, will be readily available now.
Certainly will be, as that gets locked in as an instant response. Gwen going to be banned away here from the Direwolves, one of the only teams that are quite keen to lock that in, with Claire having 2 games under his belt already. Worth noting that whilst Nocturne is one of those insanely strong champions, Order have never played at the split, so they'll be showcasing what they can do with this champion and offering a fair bit of success with it too. There's the Fresh, a comfort no doubt here for Cupcake, who will be looking to redeem himself after a bit of a blasting yesterday.
Yeah, the 0-9 game on the Thresh yesterday. A lot of hooks were hitting, but that was one of those games that was just really rough once they got behind early, and they got behind really early. Skimmy, if you think back to the lane trades, Kevy hovering the champion that caused it all to happen in the first place. And something that has been mentioned, I know Juves brings it up, talking about Blitzcrank versus Thresh, for example, in matchups like this, but Thresh, to throw the hook, stands still and winds up the lasso right before he throws it. So other hook champions like Nautilus and Blitzcrank can just throw their hook for free. And because they are often known as Aftershock reliant champions, it's a free proc of the Aftershock. It's a free advantageous trade for those picks. So still, of course, 80 carry pending down in bottom lane, but I always like the Nautilus into something like the Fresh first.
And there's going to be the Diana as well now. So auto showcasing, this is what their jungle matchup is going to look like. They're definitely going to go for a fair bit of diving potential. You heard it from the interview there with Chungy saying if Kevy wants to pop off, then I'm there to facilitate him. Well, the Galio has been banned away from him, so no ability to try and play the map if you're looking at global ultimates. You've mentioned TF potentially being an idea if there was an Akali, but that's banned away too. The response seems to be the Lee Sin, looking to be the playmakers now on either side of this draft.
Yeah, TF is an option. I find that one interesting, but keep in mind the reason that it may not be picked is because someone like Nocturne does the opposite of what a TF provides, so you can get countered by it. We have seen Nocturnes with Akalis, but yes, like you highlight, Akali is going to be gone. Lee Sin can be considered a takeaway from Max just as much as it is a pick for Shock or Claire. For me, looking at it, I feel like Shock could play Lee Sin, but I think he's more of a Viego player where Claire is more of a Lee Sin player, just from the styles of the two, if that makes sense. So we'll await where the rest of these comps go. I like the Yasuo ban away from Chungy. Comboed with Diana can be crazy. It basically means that Diana's ultimate will hit, right? The damage will connect. If you ult more than one person and lock them down, it's a crazy, insane damage dealing wombo combo.
Also worth touching, that means a lot of champions have actually been denied away from Chung. We've seen some interesting drafting directions into Order. There was the one where they were looking to ban away Kevy and pretty much make sure that he was forced to go into the Vi, our first of the split. This time it's going to be Chungy, so all that's really left and available in the last 8 games would be the Ahri. We'll get to see what he's forced to play as a response. There's the Silas ban too, one that we've seen Claire very adept at. Lots to raise questions though. What are we going to see in the bottom lane? As that seems to be the pick of the litter, with Ezreal still available and pretty much everything else too.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a Thresh, you can pick the Varus, right? You've got a Thresh, you can pick a low mobility AD carry, even though the enemy team has a Nocturne, has a Diana, even has a Nautilus. It'll make life pretty difficult for you. I think the Naut being there does mean it's impossible to go for something like a Cleanse. They have a lot of damage without crowd control like that so far, knockups and the works. And just turning the lights out, I still constitute as crowd control. This is interesting, and I really like this decision. Kalista we have seen around the world, right? Is just a really strong laning champion. You can run Hail of Blades, and you can throw a Nautilus at people late game for team fighting. Does become pretty difficult to deal with a Lee Sin and with a Viego, but you can smash out Lifesteal as, hey, you know what counters the Twisted Fate? Pick it with your team instead. What are you going to do about it?
We were wondering where it would come, but, you know, you got 2 globals now, you turn the lights out, and just a whole bunch of CC and pain comes your way. There's a Bard being hovered, but I would doubt it with the Fresh being locked in. You know, Cupcake can play both proficiently. Seems very unlikely on this occasion. It's going to be a 5th pick into the Rise. We've seen it played by Shock before in the mid lane. Gives them a bit of macro pressure, so to try and target those side lanes and make sure that Order don't run away with this game.
Yeah, and puts the Lee Sin into the jungle, or the Viego, of course, into the jungle role, so Flex is one of them there. We've seen a mixture of Viegos in lanes and jungles. Lee Sin has also existed in both roles, locally and around the globe, so it's not too surprising that they'll just pick based on what they think is the best matchups. Interestingly enough, I've said this for a while since MSI, we've often seen Nocturnes handle the Lee Sin well, but it's never really resulted in a kill, right? It's just a lot of priority in lane. The Viego has a decent clear, but is often preferential to single camps until you get a couple points in the queue, maybe, for taking down Raptors more proficiently. But can still be quite a real issue to deal with when they can gank from Fog of War anywhere on the map, right? You place down the mist and just sprint out to gank you. I still personally favor the Order composition just from the way that these 2 comps have panned out. But I can see a lot of strength in the Direwolves champions that they picked for themselves individually. You know, Claire on Lee Sin has a lot of outplay. Rise for Shock, I think Rise is actually a really good champion and does do a lot of work into someone like a Twisted Fate who's going to have a pretty rough laning phase now.
It seems to be the case because there's a lot of punishment potential, as you mentioned, but it seems like the pieces of the puzzle need to come together quite nicely, whereas you look on the side of Order and, you know, you hit level 6 and a lot of champions are coming your way, a lot of denial, a lot of CC, and a lot of CC on top of everything. to just make things very much order favoured. There are the true drafts as we get ourselves into game number 3. A chance here for Order to bounce back and a chance for Direwolves to showcase what it looks like after a bit of a humbling defeat yesterday.
Yeah, it was definitely a humbling game for them yesterday. A lot of strong words sent by Pentanet.gg as a response after it also, but if there was lessons, if they've taken some strengths away from it, both teams really humbled yesterday with a lot to prove now.
As we load into this one, we have the Direwolves coach in Farmer on hand. Mate, first of all, that game yesterday, a bit of a roughie. Where do you even begin with a match like that?
I mean, you just got to figure out what went wrong and, just, you know, bounce back. Like, these players are they're not rookies. They're used to dealing with adversity and, you know, props to them. Like, we had a long discussion yesterday and just, you know, I can already tell that we're way more confident going into this day. So, you know, these things happen. Obviously, we're really unhappy with yesterday's performance, but, I mean, props to Legacy, they played well, we didn't, so yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, sure. I mean, is it, are there any comparisons to be made perhaps with Split number 1, where it took up until week 4 for you guys to really find your feet and get it going, and then ultimately went on an undefeated streak?
Yeah, I mean, we're still trying to find our consistency and what works best for us. I think we're a lot more, you know, at the end of last split, we kind of felt like we had run out of steam a little bit because we hadn't, well, I wouldn't say run out of steam, but maybe we hadn't like invested enough in the long-term goals of the team by, you know, trying more things and risking more things early, and so, or like throughout the split. So I think that we're still kind of in the stages of figuring out what works best, but, you know, we're really confident long-term now because we just are. Like, our results are obviously not what we want them to be, but internally and in our scrims and stuff, we're pretty happy when we're doing what we think is best.
And then talk to me, you know, you look at this draft, right, there's a lot of curveballs thrown against you here with order locking and a lot of champions we've yet to see in the league as a whole, but from them in particular. How much does this throw you off, and do you add any more pressure that you need to get a win to send a statement after yesterday?
No, we don't view any games as like a statement, because that's, you know, implying that we're not just taking every game as it is, right? Like, we're like, this game has to be separate from last game. Like, we're just going in with a bit more confidence than we had yesterday, perhaps, like a bit more juice, and then you know, we'll get the dub from it.
Let's look forward to seeing what happens in this game. Thank you for your time as always, Farmer, and I'll leave you a bit.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Rusty, a bit of action, but nothing for the first blood just yet, but I may have jinxed it as I see it only pathing towards topside.
Yeah, only was sneaking up there, Kev. He's got a read on it, however, but one of the most important things here is that the wave in top lane has been permanently frozen in Claire's favor, I would say, more than anything else. Chungy's also about to find shock. Damage is on.
He is locked in place with the Rune Prism. Claire in a fair bit of trouble right now. Gets chased upon there by Kevy. Multiple members low. Flash is being burnt, but Kevy survives. Could be first blood here for Maximize. And then it's a double kill for the Nocturne.
Yeah.
And it's the best case scenario.
Shock no mana as well, so he's going to have to reset, teleport back to lane if he wants to stay in this lane at all. Chungy pretty healthy after that trade, all things considered. Even has the minion dematerializer to try and push this next wave in and reset if he wants, as it's a cannon wave too. That's a huge win for the side of Order across the board. Nice hook bottom though.
One for trade. There's spears laying in place here. Puma ramping up his damage. The gold card connects. And there's Kevy once again dashing through mid. Two very favorable trades here fan across the map from Order. Already off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, I think that was Kevy looking to potentially cross towards bottom. Max still keeping control of top lane. So let's quickly take a step back from everything and look at the bigger picture here. Order win a trade while they have a priority top lane champion who has permanent priority because it's Nocturne into Lee Sin. We'll hold that thought.
Only find a fair bit of redemption right now. Down goes the Mist, waiting to try and charge himself up with a stun. Protection from the Order bot lane is there to find success and top him up as he can smite his HP back up.
That Krug might stop you, Beats. Come on, man. Beats gets cancelled. Nevertheless, Kevy's going to be able to pick up the Krug camp. Nice little disengage from him. Now, top lane has permanent priority. Iron Spike Whip purchased early only exacerbates that to be more of an issue for Direwolves, and he's going to hit level 6 pretty soon as well. So well before Claire, I should say, most importantly. That is going to be a big issue for Direwolves to deal with. Now, mid lane, Flash was used by Chungy, yes, but I didn't actually see his keystone. The most common one would be an Unsealed Spellbook. So Flash gone can be replaced at 6 minutes anyway by another one, like a Ghost. Is going to hit 6 at pretty good stead himself. Diana is going to be an issue in team fights and now has 2 solo laners that have been able to pretty much force priority as well and constantly be able to assist Kevy. So Kevy can either gank bottom or just invade off cooldown knowing that both solo laners are at closest proximity and fastest on move. That is a significant deal for Order in snowballing this game out and being aggressive, which is what we've liked from them so far in the past.
Got to wonder though, will it be option paralysis when there are too many good options for him to consider? It's worth noting. Touching on that, you said, would it be Chungy playing the Unsealed Spellbook? Seems to be the option, and there it is, locked in. But touching on the fact that Maximize finds those first 2 kills, he gets the double buffs, is able to push Sinclair underneath his turret, gets so much. Hang on a minute, there's the Destiny, there's the lights going turned out. That just might be another kill in mid lane, as
Max.
easy as they come. But Max locked under turret. And it's a trade and a shutdown for Shock.
Yeah, Max mistimes the spell shield there. So well played from Shock realistically to make sure that the Rune Prison connects and that he's able to lock him down with crowd control under the turret. Turret ramps to make sure there is going to be a trade back. So that's actually crucial, right? Because it's also a shutdown. So while that's a 1-for-1 trade and it's a dragon that's going to be converted from this Order, of course, having priority in their bot lane as well, consider that Shock at least gets a lot of extra money and that's a free Merc trades purchase for him. So not great, but still something.
Yes, now Beats is challenging only. It's a support doing battle 1v1 against the jungler. The Ignite burn early, the collapse goes across. Shot really unable to offer much assistance, but Nana can look to form a bit of a collapse from 3 separate angles. Cupcake to engage, then to flash away, to bait out the engage, and to try and take down Beats. They're successful. A reset angle now for Only. He becomes Nautilus. He needs a second kill, but he can't get his life back. As Kevy goes golden, but Kevy dies in the end. It's a double kill here for Shock, who we said had to be the one to show up. He certainly is right now. There's the blast cone. Claire looking for the kill. Chungy has no flash. He's burnt it already. We'll find a kill. So we have 9 kills in 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, crazy little skirmish that happens with the blue buff, but still a massive rise for Direwolves. Is going to be the giant beacon of hope that they need to stay in this game. Now has the most gold in the game by 200. Max not having his ultimate does make you question if that fight was worth it. Guncrab could ult here. Really wants to. They don't know the Nautilus is on the flank.
A whole bunch of damage. They have no idea. There's the ultimate. Chuck him out. A 2-man knockup. Combo that with the passive. Nautilus having so much uptime to prevent Guncrab from really doing pretty much anything in that situation. The 2v2. It's just disastrous.
I really like the flash decision there from Puma Skimmy because he flashes towards the Direwolves turret to get out of the Chains of Corruption reset from the Varus ultimate. So chooses to say with total confidence that they will win the 2v2 and that there is no reason for them to disengage. And quite simply, the engage was perfect from the Nautilus, knocking up both members, making sure the thresh hook misses there as a result. So easy as you like from Order in the 2v2. And one of the major strengths that a Kalista provides is the lane control with the threat of an all-in at any moment from a Hail of Blades Kalista.
Yes, Puma still playing out of his mind. Not to forget, though, that Beats has definitely been his partner in crime. Running so many angles, that just looks so good for them. And, was complimented also by Predator yesterday, saying that they're one of the bot lanes that is willing to try and find fights in the laning phase, and that's what they're doing already.
Yeah, most definitely are. I like the proactivity of Order, right? We can definitely criticize, for example, the dive in mid lane not going successfully, and then the follow-up of blue buff while missing ultimates. You could criticize it, but for me, I actually just compliment the fact that they did it at all, you know? Like, I think that's a really commendable thing.
So as the dust settles, let's take a time to, I suppose, take stock of what this all means, right? You know, insanely strong power spread across the board here for Order. They've got a lot of utility, not to forget, between the Destiny and the Paranoia. But Shock, you know, the fact that he's able to find 3 kills so early on a rise, perhaps that begs the question that Direwolves will look to try and slow this game down a fair bit.
Will this Herald be contested by the side of Direwolves? I believe the answer is most likely a yes. You can see the proximity, of course, of the Viego, but they don't know that Beats is here. Cupcake are definitely not in the area. Still a support for Direwolves, but the fight's on.
There's the Hex Flash, the light goes out, they hook him in. It's a trap, it's an assassination attempt, and it is successful. Kevy once again surviving the Triumph Rune choice. Enough to stabilize him there. It's another double kill, and it's another pop-off moment by the bot lane of Order.
Yeah, absolutely. Beats being in the correct place, the instant response from Order's solo laners. This is exactly what you would expect to see from the composition that they have, and it's being executed brilliantly overall. I mean, this is one of those moments where I actually look at the Direwolves camp and say, what is the goal, right, for contesting that Herald? What is the outcome that you're hoping to see when you know that the support is missing from Order and that yours is visible at the turret? They know they have a numbers advantage. They know they have a Nocturne and a Twisted Fate ultimates to get there faster. So you have to move together, but they still get the jump on you. So it's really risky to take fights like that. If you're not set up in advance, if you're reacting to Order, you're probably losing.
That means that only 11 minutes into this one, Order already find themselves up with 3,000 gold. Significant lead so early on into this game. A lot of skirmishes. But they've been well thought out, calculated to say the least here from Order. They've given them some significant advantages. The items, no doubt. Mythics soon to come on through, as there's the Hextech Protobelt already online here for Kevy, and that just means the sticking power and his ability to one-shot you from pretty much anywhere is a growing concern.
So looking at the Direwolves camp here, Skimmy, I think it's hard to say where they are going to strictly be able to carry the game. Right, now that your Viego is 0-3, Viego still has pop-off potential, you know, can still be an absolute weapon running around in team fights. Give it a reset, you'll have a chance. Varus is going the lethal tempo build, not going for the lethality build. So he's looking to do consistent damage over the course of the team fight to all of the front line. The closest target, basically, is the way Varus will operate.
Oh no, only went hunting. He wanted to do a bit of counter jungling, but he's forced to not only burn the ult, but the flash too, and the hope that he's gone the right way with the lights turned out. Claire comes on through, he tries to offer him a safeguard, it just doesn't matter. He kicks him into a turret and says, I'll give you one back. Now can they turn things around? A late TP in here from Shock, looking to try and take out Chungy, but he's just so fast that you can't find more than one.
Yeah, and that's the difference maker right there, though. Where was Kevy when the fight happened? Because it was just a Nocturne and just a Twisted Fate that make the play. So Direwolves are actually able to get a response. Only lives for long enough just doing Viego things. And making a 0-3 Viego 0-4, is it worth it when you're trading people that are strong? Probably not. In saying that, they're only really losing Maximize every single time they take those plays, and they will be able to summon Herald. They're hair's breadth away from another plate on top of that, Skimmy, so it's not bad. Just really forcing the issue, and this is almost expected now, right? The way this game's been playing from Order, whenever they have those ults, expect the play.
In the case, Lester known to be a bully in lane and is already off to a fantastic start there. Beats with some good map intelligence to find success in bot lane, but also to rotate elsewhere and ensure that the double ultimate combo is able to find its mark. We always talk about how important it is for champions like this to hit level 6 and then make that first ult count. Well, it certainly has. And now the sticking potential of this Nocturne. Still noting that we're on patch 11-12. Still a bit of a dash there on the Stride Breaker, so it'd be very hard to try and run away from the subsequent fear.
And it's not just a dash, Skimmy, it's a cancel on the ultimate, which is one of the more interesting mechanics that a Nocturne can use Stride Breaker for. If you think you've made a mistake halfway through, you can just back on out by using the Stride Breaker and cover however much of the distance you actually want. We've seen that used in the LCO also, I believe, by Appy, when he was constantly taking pot shots at engages but cancelling at the last second, just hitting them with the fat psych out. Going to be possible in the next patches. Shock is the place that I'm actually looking, Skimmy, back to my previous point. I didn't quite get to finish it in time. Shock, being 3-1, has the early kills, got through his early laning phase and got the free Merc Treads rush from the kills that he picked up, is only going to get stronger with time. And he is going to be an ever-present threat. Claire, of course, is a strong mechanical player with one of his signature champions. It may not be of recent times, but to me, Claire Lee Sin is a signature champion and a signature pick.
Champion we've seen too much on a global front, as we'll hold that point again because it's a 2v2 top side, and just look at them evaporate the health bar of whoever they focus. Non-existent, a safeguard away, but caught in the animation of being feared, and it's an easy picking for a double kill. And to add insult to injury, a turret 2.
Beats has flash. They could look for this. Hook's on.
Cross connects with the hook afterwards there. There's the insurance policy, suck him out, put him back in. Just make it look oh so clean. There's the exhaust delay as it may be. Might be enough. No, it's not. I take it back. Shock's dead. Kevy finds the kill. Once again, the CC under the turret really being the saving grace.
Cupcake does a lot of work there as well, right? Exhausting Puma, making sure the kill wasn't going to instantly happen. And the turret ramp up, like you highlight, is going to be a significant factor in making sure the trades are there. But if every single time we see a trade from Direwolves, it is complements of a turret dealing damage, then I don't think they're going to be able to do much in the rest of this game, right? The way it's currently playing, the way it's going to continue, definitely favoring Order, and their proactivity is paying off. And let it be known to everyone who plays in the LCO or watches that proactivity is good if it works. There's risks obviously attributed, but we like the aggression. I could only compliment Order for playing a comp like this and using it properly.
Certainly put together something quite frustrating to deal with, but they know what they're up to. They are finding a whole deal of success with it already. Another 5 minutes on the clock, and we find ourselves another few thousand gold in the lead here for Order. They've already found themselves, Rusty, 2 dragons, now looking for their second herald, and really everything going their way.
It definitely is. Looking for trades back is not a realistic possibility right now. You've got the Varus with his on-hit build that has gone for a Immortal Shield Bow to try and keep himself alive. So minimal damage coming out of Guncrab. Will have to just do what he can. Divine Sunderer is there for only. And you can just start the build tank from this point, and I would advise it if you are only. You don't really have much of a choice. Cavi also going to instantly summon Herald here, but Direwolves poised to fight this one. This could be a point where they try and stand strong.
It's up here in the mid lane. Destiny going to be used to reveal if any members of the Direwolves were greedy and playing on a flank. To snipe anybody. It does mean that it opens up the doors to take themselves now the 3rd dragon. Themselves on a very early soul point. The dragon getting lower, the smite is there now. Do the Direwolves still look to try and contest, even though the dragon is gone. Ooh. They're flashing forward. Guncrab the one to actually try and engage. But an instant flash away there from Kevy. Nothing will come of it.
Well disengaged for the moment. There is a control ward in favor of Order in that bush, so they're fully aware if Direwolves were going to contest this one. Direwolves looking for a fight for no reason other than the fight, Skimmy, and that is how you know the game is not going very well for them, right? It's the 3rd dragon already secured, and Direwolves saying, we can maybe get picks here after the fact. Never ready for the moment because they've been pushed around. You know, Herald, summon mid, careful, pushing them back to group up under the turret. Free objective. Free objectives back to back. And more gold in the pockets of Order than it is in Direwolves, and they are well and truly doing well in this game and looking to secure it out in one more drag.
Sad times if you hit the tab check and you note that your Jaeger carry jungler is 0-5. Be looking for those resets, but definitely not as much of a threat as, say, a Hecarim or even a Xin Zhao when you're behind, where you still serve the purpose of locking somebody in place with the CC or soaking up the damage and acting as a buffer for the rest of your team to try and follow suit. Certainly not a good point when you see your AD carry Hinterburn flash to try and start a fight even when the dragon is gone. Desperation here creeping in for the Direwolves as they're behind. 6 kills now, and know that this game is really starting to get out of control.
Yeah, you definitely do have the feeling that it's starting to get out of their hands extremely fast here. Blue buff does go the way of Shock, which is nice. His tier is pretty much fully stacked at this point, just 50 more on that one before he can complete that and start to do more damage, and it'll provide wave clear, but again, that's a silver lining. The state of the game as it currently is, Baron is about to be up in 50 seconds. You've got a Callista. You've actually got an insane amount of damage per second that you can deal with a Nocturne hitting it also. Order as 5 could consider it, and they could consider it early, which means that Direwolves have to consider it. But in a losing situation, they could be walking into the belly of the beast if they try and get near that Baron buff at all. And with themselves on the back foot, noting that the enemy team is a pit composition with a Nocturne and a Twisted Fate, they have to tread carefully with every step that they make, Direwolves, or it could be lights out.
Yeah, literally, as we've seen on multiple times already in this game, right? So
I was going to say it's looking dire, and then I just said another pun accidentally instead. So
very hard for them to try and poke their head into that river and see if they are on the Baron or not. Really all need to be on the same foot there and even commit to a shot call, even if it isn't necessarily the best one. Stage order will certainly pick you apart and have so much potential just to take down that Baron 4-3 between the Render of Kalista. That smite as well. As it stands though, they're playing for the side lanes. A flawless game from them. They've taken out 3 turrets. All the others are gone. Ooh. They are just stepping up on their opponent without a fear in the world.
Dicey little skirmish potentially was about to happen there towards the Direwolves red side Raptor camp, but Hook goes wide. So does the Dyna Q, so no follow-ups there from either side of the Rift here. Baron buff does have vision secured by order, so to the prior point, it's something that they can well and truly use at the very least as a point to bait. They can move up from there. I would really like to see them control the red side vision still, but you've also got a Mountain Soul in 1 minute 30, so there's a world where you just teleports in mid.
Okay, that's going to be the teleport ultimate, which actually does not expire and allows them to get in from a very deep angle. That's fantastic. Maximize the one to get exhausted, Gunkrab the focus, but both survive. Really trying to force their hand here as the Baron is up and available and the Soul Point to play for in just over a minute.
That was exhaust heal from Gunkrab and Cupcake respectively, and both of their ultimates down for the cost of a Nocturne and a Twisted Fate ultimate. So this does hurt their team fighting, obviously, but that's not all they have.
There's Fate's call. The Everfrost will not be enough to try and buff for that one. Shot caught out of position and just going to fall on down. Claire comes in to try and save him with the kick, but it gets flashed away from, so the kick does absolutely nothing. Cupcake trying to re-engage, but as you say, they have nothing left in the tank, and they'll find one. It's a Viego that gets himself a kill, but he needs more than just that. He needs to try and corrupt everybody's soul, become them, and find resets. He'll find one. He's found a second. There's another shutdown, but he gets put into fear. Not be able to kick the lantern. That Cupcake had so well placed, and that just means a very easy transition with the Kalista. Kalista Diana goes straight towards the Baron.
He does try his absolute best, but at the end of the day, as you just noted, the Nocturne Fear tether does still go through a Viego ultimate, even when he jumps into another body. We'll see this once again. It was a Kalista ultimate, chucking Beats in. Beats just CCing them all, keeping them busy. Claire tries, this just gets locked down here. And note, a bit of payback for Gunkrab really tragically there as a Nautilus hook hits him around the corner of a wall. Makes no sense, but it's something that he did earlier last week for the Direwolves to get themselves the kill. So payback is a very unsweet justice here as Order will continue to snowball the game out. Now the Dragon, Skibby does go the way of Direwolves, but the cost is high.
It certainly is. It's Baron that's taken against them. They will at least deny the Soul Point. They've got so many concerns to try and deal with right now because the map continues to be against them. That's going to be another turret. Taking a fair bit of damage here from the split push of the Twisted Fate. There's the Realm Warp. It's the Direwolves now looking to try and find some sweet revenge of their own. Out goes the Paranoid. The light's going out. That's Chungy buying some time. But that's a blind hook here from Cupcake. They will find one at least. It's a trade though, as Kevy gets himself into the fold of things and is able to take out Gungrab. Now jumping in for more, locking in place 2 with the Moonfall. Can they find success? Can they find a double kill? The Fear connects once again. And these Fears, they just do not miss. A beautiful cleanse from Puma, as he might look to try and take everything and more. He's sitting on a double kill. He wants the triple. But Cupcake just stable to run away.
Claire's still here with full health, but I don't know if he has the tools to actually defend this one. Beat's going to zone them away, so the inhibitor definitely going to drop. What they do from this position, I would expect most likely a reset, play towards the mid-inner turret, and just continue to snowball the game out from here. We're at a 10,000 gold difference, and there may be only 2 stacks on that Magi Soul Stealer for Chungy, but it doesn't matter. He's got the 2 items and he's doing his job even if he goes down in that last team fight. The nice little trade from the rest of Order. Make sure that it continues to go their way, and now this is a terrible situation for Direwolves. We'll see this again. The hook was good, right? But at the same time, Gunkrab separated from the team and Nocturne turns the lights off and you can't be split from the herd in that situation. The flash ultimate from Kevy's good. The Zonias stops a reset from Only. And quite simply, that was it, right? No resets for Only, no team fight opportunities whatsoever.
The trades that continue to be found here just working against them, and we've taking stock checks at multiple timestamps in this game, be it a 2k lead, a 5k lead, but it's up to now 10,000 gold against them at 25 minutes into this game. Auto well and truly have found success. They've understood what their win conditions are and have played it to a T. That's going to be the 6th tower, soon to fall on down. No response here from Direwolves yet. They've managed to put a bit of pressure towards the mid-tier 1. Not enough elsewhere, and very hard to, first of all, place vision to try and figure out what Order's next move is, but just to respond back.
Yeah, you can't stop inner turrets from falling. You have to pick a point somewhere, right? Where do you draw that line in the sand? And for them, it does seem to be the mid lane inhibitor turret. Now, there is going to be natural pressure building from top lane with the super minions. There is also going to be double split pushes of Chungy and Maximize able to work together in a side lane and instantly pivot, right? Because the map state has Order in the closest lane to the Nocturne. Ultimate's always going to be in range. Twisted Fate can just instantly go there, teleport or not. We're realistically looking at pressure continuing to be applied. Direwolves having to really just pull a rabbit out of a hat if they want to stay in this game any longer. Because it is on Order to just win a team fight, close the game out. And they could choose to do it without Baron. They could choose to do it at Baron.
Certainly aren't short of options as to how they want to close this game out, are they? Big gold leads.
Yeah, they could just split push to win as well, right? Like, but if they really wanted to, who's going to stop them?
90 seconds on that soul point. 2 minutes to play for the 2nd Baron of the game. Those don't seem to truly be the talking points right now. All 3 waves are crashed in place. Another TP, another angle to collapse on those side lanes. A 1v3 on towards Claire. Do they need the paranoia? Well, they'll use it anyway, and that means Maximize can snipe that kill for himself.
If nothing else, it's secured. Cupcake's going to look at Maximize here. Nice hook.
Can they turn things around? Can they pick apart this Nocturne? A spell shield? We're not sure of that cooldown, but it doesn't even need to be used. He's got a GA as well, Rusty, so he's well and truly protected. Double Zonias between the jungle and the mid lane here for Order. They can look to play pretty risky right now. It's been a recipe for success all game long, and nothing needs to be burnt.
Yeah, with those 3 items completed, there's really no risk in diving turrets with the lead that they have. Zonias for both dive champions that are AP and Guardian Angel for the AD of Maximize. It was really just there to secure the kill as well. I think Claire played decently well, honestly. Hits the Q and the kick before a stun connects to him and covers as much distance as possible to try and disengage, but there's just too much. There's just way too much sticking power and staying power for them. Too much distance that they can cover. Direwolves forcing mid priority.
Puma on a 1v9 show. They're going to chuck him in. Beats looking to lock in place a key target. Turn their attention now on towards Claire. He's locked in place, forced to dash away. But in a 3-man moonfall, and it's just lights out for Direwolves, just like that. Kevy finds a double. It's a double also for Puma. And Maximize says, I can't let the rest of your team have all the fun. I need to get myself a kill as well. Another ultimate, another kill, and another ace.
And a clean ace in the end, Skimmy. A clean victory for them here as well, honestly, as Order never looked like losing.
Any questions and statements mentioning that Order strength of schedule? An easy start for them. Another dominating performance by them. Another showcasing of one of the teams that didn't have the best Split 1 campaign, but truly still on the mix for Split number 2.
A big win for them, a clean win for them, and also a fast win, right? There was a lot of good early skirmishes from the side of Order, and even in the bottom lane, the 2v2 fights that we saw from them were also successful. And we really are seeing the rise of Puma and Beats down there in that bottom lane as they are constantly starting to take those names, right, and get those skirmishes and look better and better as the split progresses, while the rest of the map plays brilliantly around Kevy, which is the way that they realistically should be playing, and they do it to a great degree of success.
They certainly do, and Mac, I mean, what a game. And I suppose really, as much as we highlight and celebrate Order, what a week for the Direwolves, right, to try and forget, because it, from yesterday and today, really hasn't been them.
No, it's a little bit crazy. Even just from that first fight in the river, it looked like Order, their decision-making and their focus was just in a different league, I guess. I don't know if I'd say different league, but just that little bit better at the moment. And you can see that Direwolves, yes, it's almost like they've gone back to square one, and they need to now progress forward to try to get back in. And as said in the pre-game interview, Direwolves, they are aware, at least there is that extra chance. You play each other 3 times, so they're going to have that little bit of extra time to maybe fill the shoes again. And we loved where they ended up at the end of last split, but I would have hoped that they would have come into this split, you know, with all of that extra experience, knowing their strengths and weaknesses and being able just to come out of the gate swinging. But it just seems like that is not going to be the case. Order, however, looking very good in this matchup, and you know, it was pretty much, as I mentioned, from the get-go, looking like they just were that better team in terms of a whole, complete team. Rusty.
Yeah, those most definitely were. I think this was a class difference in this game, and absolutely for Direwolves, right? The split is long. They have a lot of time to find themselves once again. It's just never going to feel good to lose games like this throughout that period of rebuilding and trying to get yourself back to where you were. At the end, though, we can only celebrate what Order have done for a team that came into playoffs in Split 1 and got immediately eliminated by a 3-0 from the Chiefs. They really have made a statement this split, I feel like, with the addition of Kevy, and said that we 100% not only can make playoffs, but can stay and make a run.
Well, is Kevy rocking that 90% kill participation? I think he had something like 21 kills and assists there, so it's looking pretty damn good for him. I reckon he's certainly a contender for the DoorDash player that delivered. Anything you want to touch on here other than the 15k gold diff, Skimmy?
I don't know, it's just the draft itself, we just saw something a little bit different. Coming out from them, and they showcased that, hey, you know, it seemed well rehearsed. It seemed like, you know, they identified what they needed to do, how they wanted to play around it, and what their assignments were for the game as a whole. And were able just to punish, all on the same page. The rotations were clean, and Direwolves were having to really bank on the turrets, acting as a 6th member, to try and find any form of success. And it was a losing battle from what seemed like the very go. Yeah,
I'm liking that we got to see the TF, the Callista, as well as the Rise over on the side of Direwolves there as well, which is something I was talking about the other week, saying we haven't seen a whole lot of that here in the LCO, but finally got to see some. Unfortunately, didn't play out because it seemed like there was just a little bit of team diff in this game today, unfortunately, because we thought this was, I personally thought this was going to be one of the better games today. However, it seemed like it was a bit faster than expected. Anyway, let's bring the man, the legend, the myth, Juice, back in, because he's got some players down on the sidelines, or a player rather, to have the post-game Winters? It is winter, but it's also a winner interview, isn't it?
When you said players, I actually did get a bit worried. I thought I missed out on something, and I nearly checked Discord. But nevertheless, I have Kevy down in the side lane with me. Kevy, congratulations on the win. And just to start things off, what's it been like pivoting from, you know, what was last split, a piece roster, now into like a, I guess you could call it a full-time capacity, and it looks like you've really found your home, and you found where you belong, and you're having some very big performances now. What's that whole transition been like for you?
Yeah, it feels pretty good, you know, to finally be starting and like have all the game time and stuff. I think with Order, like, I feel like, you know, everyone like listens to like what I have to say, and like we all like give each other like constructive criticism and stuff, and it feels good. Yeah.
Well, that was actually going to be my next question. So I don't know how many people at home know this, but you've been like the solo queue prodigy for quite some time. The guy that's like always, you know, I think you were rank 1 this season, if I'm not mistaken as well. So what's it been like, as in pivoting into like, and what role do you feel for this team? Are you the shot caller? Are you just mechanics max? Like, what are you in terms of the team?
I think everyone does a bit of shot calling, you know, like whoever's like doing well or whatever, or sees a play, like people usually listen to them and go for it. It's been hard, like transitioning from solo queue, you know, like to communicating with 5 people like every game. But I think we're getting there. You know, the 2 losses we had like were a bit rough, but I think we learned a lot from it, and yeah, it's going well.
Well, they're not losses, they're lessons. Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, there's 0 losses on the record. But you know, where do you, I guess, see, or where do you want to see Order in a few weeks' time? Are you really pushing to just be, you know, top 2, top 3, top 1, or do you just genuinely not care, and all you're thinking about is like best playoffs Order we can be, or is there something inside of you, I guess, that's like, nah, I want to prove to them that we're the best team or second best? Yeah, where's the head at in that sense?
Obviously, like, you know, I want to prove to everyone, like it kind of pisses me off. Everyone just puts us 5th, and like every game we play like feels really winnable. Like I don't feel like we're like that insanely gapped by anyone. So like I don't really care. Like I'm not like gonna be crushed if we don't get first or something, because we're all just trying to learn like a lot, and yeah, it would be nice, and every game feels winnable. So whatever we place, like that's probably what we deserve, you know.
Yeah, fair enough. And so far, it's been a very good journey to watch you guys on. And, you know, I know for the casting team, we're very excited each time you guys are on Summoner's Rift. So thanks for joining me. Go celebrate. Maybe in lockdown, but nevertheless, have fun. Yeah. And thanks.
Cheers. See
I wasn't sure what state he was in. Therefore, I didn't know if he was in lockdown or not.
Just assume they are at this point, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, I was going to say, go celebrate, have fun, but also make sure it's just to your kitchen, to your cupboard, and be responsible.
I think he was actually in the order offices in Melbourne. That's hence the background. And
we're not in lockdown in Melbourne. So if he wants to go out, he can, feel free.
Yeah.
Even give me a call, whatever. I'll call in sick to work. I don't care.
Go have a party. Go have a jungle party together. Now, let's quickly move on to the DoorDash player that delivered. And I think everyone, again, already knows who it is. So let's just get down to the meat and potatoes. Let's get down to dinner. It was Maximize, who's going to be very happy about that because he's been wanting it all last couple of weeks. 80% kill participation, 7, 2, and 13 in terms of the KDA, and he was just all around doing great work in the top lane today for Order, wasn't he, Skimmy?
He certainly was. I mean, this is a tough one to call because individually, the players of Order were excellent, right? Beats finding success just with all these fantastic engages wherever he went. Puma able to posture aggressively onto pretty much everybody, and as an AD carry, it's probably the best feeling ever to be in a position like that. But I think for me, Maximize the fact that he's able to get an early double kill, translate into laning phase, pretty much every ultimate found success, and some clutch fears too to deny resets where Direwolves may have been finding some, kind of comeback potential in the game.
What about you, Rusty? Ward check 13 in what was a 30-minute game. Is that all right?
More than the mid laner of Kiyose in his 11-1 game. Am I right?
True.
And what I will say about Maximize in this game is he is the one who died for his team. So I give him a lot of credit for that. Was making the plays with the Twisted Fate and the Diner and was the one that was actively sacrificing himself for it. And it's an easier thing to say than to actually do that.
Yeah?
I know I'm running out of time, but just quickly, I was a guy who died for my team a lot, and all I ever got was benched. I didn't get players that delivered.
Maybe it was a different time back then, the numbers mattered, whereas now it's more the heart that matters. Right?
Of course. Because the heart is the strongest
who was
muscle.
doing stats back then, Juves? It was myself at Atlas manually. So it's hard to bring up good stats for you.
Fair enough. Damage taken stat.
As we are about to send it into the break, Jubes, did you have that acapella ready for us? Are you prepared? Are you warmed up?
I don't know the words, so it might be a bit awkward, but guys, for the song of the day, it's do it all day, just send it, brah, 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 do it all day, do it all day and send it.
And on that note, let's please send it to the break. So thank you so much for that, Jubes. Chiefs and Pentanet, though, potentially the game of the day is going to be coming up just after this. And go and enjoy Send It by Hooligan Hefs yet again.
Champion we've seen too much on a global front as we'll hold that point again to 2v2 top side. And just look at them evaporate the hellfire with whoever they focus. Non-existent. On a 1v9 show, they're going to chuck him in. Beats looking to lock in place a key target. Turn their attention now on towards Clear. He's locked in place, forced to dash away. But in a 3-man moonfall, and it's just lights out for Direwolves, just like that. Kevy finds a double. It's a double also for Puma. And Maximize says, I can't let the rest of your team have all the fun. I need to get myself a kill as well.
I'll be home late, I'm doing my thing. If I don't come back, then I'm back in the wing. We them boys that letting that ring. She knows I'm a savage, so let's make that swing. Police wanna change my name to a min, 'cause I'm still with the gang and I'm still mobbing. Got an ill mind, but I'm not Hobson. I'm a trouble man with the a big thing poppin'. It's a TIP, I do it with ease. Back girls wanna party with Blue G. They say they heard a lot of stories. Now they in VIP bustin' down for the team. Shots on us, so why they jetting? Party poppers change up the setting. There's no way that all of this ending. When we pull up, you know it's sending. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Send it. Yeah, I'm blasted, a little bit reckless. With a lot of tens, but they're not from Texas. Need to take flight, hold up, let me send it. Can't keep up that way to the exit. All of my restless, been through hell, been through the street, been through the cell. Come a long way from shaddies in the scale. Just wanna cuff me, but not take me to jail. Maybe later on, yeah, we can link up. Pass me the bottle, get rid of my cup. They know how we do, we get the job done. When the beat drops, yeah, turn the fuck up. Shots on us, so why they jetting? Party poppers change up the setting. There's no way that all of this ending. When we pull up, you know it's sending. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Send it.
Baby boy, you know what I got is for you. Crazy boy, play with me. You get there before a ride, but stay with me for the night. All you want, all you need, don't think about it. All on you, put it on me, no way around it. Let's review, take on me, let's hit the driving. I can show you the ropes, baby, let's go. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low.
Juice, I was working on my gabba during that break. You've actually shrunk a little bit. You've gone much
Yeah,
lower
I
to
think
the
I
ground.
hit my chair. I think I hit my chair when I was gabbering. But anyway, I'm gonna stay like this because we gotta play it off, man. We gotta play it off.
All right, can you quickly run back that a cappella for me one more sec?
Yeah, I can't.
You can't?
I'll try. All right, ready? Because I do it all day. I do it all day. Send it. Do all day. I do it all day. Send it.
Nice. Nice.
I thought you were going to gabber.
I was, but then they put your single on, so I stopped dancing. So anyway, that didn't work as expected, but you have a beautiful voice. So let's move on to the next bit anyway. We're going to be talking about Chiefs and Pentanet, final game of day number 6 here in the DoorDash LCO Split number 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you bloody ready? I know Rusty is, and Rusty, tell me why Chiefs is here to play.
I mean, I don't think Chiefs are here just to play back. I think they're here to win, and they definitely have been stepping up massively in this second split. Kisei in particular, alongside Liv, right, as the solo laners of the Chiefs have mechanically just been going nuts. They've been controlling their lanes very well. And overall, they've proven that they are a force to be reckoned with as a team. You know, this Blitzcrank Pocket Pink for bottom lane has given them a bit of extra aggression and flair where they were otherwise reserved and weak. And Swaith has been able to show that he has more of a depth in his champion pool in the jungle role than we would perhaps otherwise give him credit for, akin to in the playoffs when they made their run, right? So this Chiefs roster, I think, have hit their stride, and I also think they've hit their meta, where they've got a lot of champions that suit them very well, right? Like the Lee Sin for mid lane, the Set for top lane, and I'm pretty high on the way the Chiefs have been able to play so far.
Now, Skimmy, are we going to see a little bit of Kisei action again going up against Pentanet, or do you think that Pentanet is going to be the team to shut him down?
Hard to say. I think Kisei at the moment is just playing out of his mind, which is insane to say when a rookie player comes in and gets the accolades that he does and is able to prove that, you know, look, take notice of me, right, at such a young age. I think if he's not in his own head about things, he's able to pop off, then he definitely could look to try and emulate what he's been doing so far in this split and say, you know, PGG, you may have gone to MSI, but, you know, Chiefs are the team that are showing up to, you know, take first place.
Alrighty. Now, that's team number one of the conversation. Jubes, do you want anything to say about Chiefs before we start talking about Pentanet?
I reckon we move on to Pentanet. I reckon Pentanet's the team that we discuss.
Okay, well, here's the ball. Actually, I don't have a ball in anyway. Here, I threw it to you. Catch it. Tell me about Pentanet.
I've caught it, and I'll tell you what. This team is looking the goods again. I think they're slowly, you know, getting the quarantine cobwebs out, as I like to call them. You know, they had a little bit of a slow start to the LCO split too, but I think they're really finding their groove. Pabu and Chaz having some good performances. Biopanther being what is deemed by some people import ready. I know Pentanet management don't like that term being thrown around because they want to keep him till 2029, but
true.
You know, we're in that situation where he's just looking a little bit too good at the moment. And Praedyth and Decoy, whilst they've been having some rough lanes, they've definitely come out of lane and done the job, right? You know, particularly in this game, 0-2-0 Praedyth comes out of lane, ends up like 10 kills or something like that. And we can see here, it's off the bot lane playmaking. Pabu, again, on this Diana, probably needs to get his hands off that champion, if I'm being completely honest. And, you know, just as a unit, you know, they're doing everything together. They're playing the map extremely well. And I would still say to this point, they're the best team fighting team we have in the league.
Yeah, it just looks so good whenever they get their hands on the champs they want. It was interesting to see Biopanther on that Nocturne the other day, but still, you know, you're so used to him on like the Urgots and the big heavy champs, maybe even a bit of Set there brawling up a storm. But now going on to things that are a little bit more up in the action. Now, that brings us to the interview time. And Mr. Witherby, can I just quickly know who is going to be in the interview? Okay, so in the blue corner, we have Kisei. And then over in the red corner, you've got the man, the legend. He's got a bit of green hair up there, and his name is Pabu22. And Jubes, do you want to take us down to the ring?
Yeah, I got both my boys here, and that hair has just completely vanished on his skull. So first things first, I'm going to say hello to Kisei and hello to Pabu. Kisei, for those of the people that don't know at home, you're actually very famous on TikTok. Used to spam that in solo queue lobbies back in the day. And now that you're a professional player, talk to me. What have your aspirations been like, and how do you think you're kind of moving along in terms of your trajectory as a player?
I think I'm moving pretty good. Like as to where I was, as to where I like started before, when I was playing with you. Like I've improved a lot, and yeah, if I make it one day as a pro player, I'll probably try to become famous on TikTok too.
I mean, you're already a pro player now, technically. So let's just clarify: you have made it.
Bigger, yeah, bigger than this.
Yeah, big. So bigger than you are on TikTok. Pabu. Oh, it's actually maybe the first time I've spoken to you on broadcast, so it's good to see you again, buddy. I think your hair's
good to see you
there. But how do you feel the Pentanet.gg? How do you feel Pentanet.gg have shaken off their quarantine cobwebs? Because it was a little bit of a slow start into the LCO. But how do you feel things are going now?
Yeah, absolutely. It's still like, you know, we're still on the rise for sure. It's kind of a bit hard getting back to the swing of things. There's a lot of new things about this meta that we have to learn, and just like getting into the best space that we can be is like quite hard. Like making sure that we have good drafts is probably the most important thing for us, because if we have comfortable champions, we can always play the game, right? It's just making sure that actually occurs, which is a little difficult. So I think we have good drafts prepared for today, so hopefully we can make it a banger.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Kisei, don't get nervous because Pabu's here. All right, tell me, where do you see the Chiefs right now as a team? Are you the best team in the league? Are you the second best team in the league? What is it?
I mean, obviously, I'm gonna say I'm the best team in the league because I'm biased against my own team. But like, yeah, that's just what everyone would say, right?
All right. I mean, I don't know if I would have said that, but that's a big statement. Puppy, how do you feel
Well, your
about
opinion
that?
doesn't matter, so.
Well, like every player has to have faith in themselves, you know. But
Let me just, Kiza,
I think
that's
the Chiefs
not,
have
that's
been
not what you
looking.
said to me 1 year ago.
Every player has to have faith in themselves, but the Chiefs look good, you know. Like Peace has looked extremely shaky, so I definitely am going to this game. There's no way we can underestimate them, right? They're a very strong opponent, so I think they're for sure one of the more challenging teams to play. And you know, it's like we have to truly be in our tip-top game, or else you know we can lose for sure.
Now, gentlemen, I'm going to leave this one open, and let's remember to use our manners. Kisei, Pabu being the jungler on the enemy team, do you have any words for him before this game?
Just good luck and have fun, bro.
Oh, okay, that was a lot of manners I wasn't expecting. What about you, Pabu?
I guess it's the same. Like, I just want to win the game, you know. I don't need any fancy zingers or anything, you know. It's just the team who's going to win is going to win.
Okay, well, I really thought it was going to be like, hey, bro, I'm going to gank mid and you're going to die a lot or whatever. But, okay, that's how we're ending it. I mean, that was good. That was humble. I can't wait for Summoner's Rift. And just be careful, Pabu, because Kisei will post something on TikTok if he solo kills you. Let's go back to the desk.
Well, I'm glad I introduced that as a boxing match because there were some fiery words there initially, but I'm
Yeah, but
glad it was a handshake at the end.
They were fiery words at me.
Yeah,
not at anyone else.
Towards Juves.
Kisei just slam dunked me, man.
The ref
He
got
just let that
smashed.
sit. He's like, you don't matter. And then, wow.
Honestly, you've done such a great job this evening, Jubes, and then he hits you with that. Look, I think your opinion matters. That's all I'm going to say. I love you, big fella. Now, let's have a look at the predictions here as well, going into the final match of the evening. Are we going to have any spicy ones? Oh, already mixed on the front page. Rusty, I'll let you begin. Skimmy, you follow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, again, I see a world where Chiefs win, and I've said this about most of the games today about the team I haven't tipped. I see a world where they win, but I have too much faith in the ability of Pensinet against the Chiefs to be able to weather the early game and hit that team fight stride. Now, you know, the Chiefs do have to win team fights to win this game, and I just don't think they can keep up with Pensinet.gg.
Okay, Skimmy.
Yeah, just for the predictions get interesting, right? Because we've had favourites all weeks leading up to this moment here. I start to think that, you know, Chiefs have looked consistent where other teams, we've seen them be, you know, rightfully so in first and second and so on. But Chiefs, their current run of form is showcasing that they are deserving of their current first place position, that Kisei is playing a blinder, that Lived is able to weather the storm, whether that be strong side or weak side, and that Swaif is able to play tanks, carries, and just pop off as well. The team come together, even if it is a fully AD-centric composition that needs to snowball, they do snowball, and they do so convincingly. So I'm going to throw it out there and say I want to see Chiefs for the upset.
Okay, Rusty, you had your thinking face on there for a second. What's going on?
I've seen a lot of strong opinions on social media from Pensinet.gg about Chiefs, and I am worried that their bottom lane won't, like, if right now what PGG are focusing on is winning their bottom lane where they have been weak, then I actually just don't see, I see this being a clean shutout, right?
Okay. So, Jubes, you know, we're on the other page. You're on the Pensinet side of things. Elfish guy who can't defend himself is going for Chiefs as well. So, let's just pretend Skimmy's words are his, and Jubes, I'll give the floor to you for a sec.
I think that they're just too good in their solo lanes. And even where Chiefs are good, like Kisei, let's say Kisei has a blinder, Kaz is good enough to stop that bleeding. Like, he showed that even at MSI. I know it's a broken record, right? But, like, at MSI, he's versing caliber of mids like Cryin and Unicorns of Love and whatnot. So, I think he's just showing that ability.
thought of it, Juves, and you've named the two weakest opponents.
What, Cryin?
Yeah, absolutely. The weak side Goblin.
If Cryin came to LCO, he might win the league.
100%. I'm just saying it's funny because every other mid laner that you could have named is better than those
yeah, true.
two.
I did, yeah. All right, I could have said Perks, but that's NA, and that's also a wildcard region.
Look, I just want to point out quickly as well, I decided to sit up a little bit straighter because right now we've got this stair formation going on here with the four of us. Jubes is just so damn short over on the end, and I had a little giggle at that. But it's almost time for Champ Select. I think we may be going straight towards it if it's ready, so I might see you, I might not see you, but What matters is we've got some sick content. We've got Pentnet interviewing themselves, and this is just part 1, so stay tuned for part 2 as well.
I want you guys to both hold the clap up.
You can do the honors.
I'm slamming it down. Yeah, and I want you guys together to say team interview with Pentanet, Chaz, and Decoy. When I count to 3, alright? 1, 2, 3.
Team interview with Chaz and Decoy.
Who's someone in the league that you genuinely disliked at first, but now you like?
I used to flame this guy. When was it? 2018? 2019?
Yeah, it was a legacy. I remember you told me how to play Oriana.
Was it 2019?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2019. I used to flame this guy, and now we're kind of mates. You know, kind of. So, not really, but.
No, we're mates.
So I'll just say this guy. Who has the biggest ego on the team, and
Jackson.
why is it you? Jackson. Am I probably actually?
Yeah, there it is. Jackson.
Why?
It's Jackson, then me. Actually, maybe it's
no,
Mark.
it's Jackson, then Mark, then you, then me, then Brandon.
Well, actually, the thing is, like, I just don't vocalize my ego as much as the others.
Yeah, but you're still second. And if you did, you'd be first. Just to clarify, it's Jackson, then you, then Mark, then me, then Brandon.
What is it like laning with Praedyth?
Well,
That's
those
fantastic.
are some fighting words there, Rusty, to try and summarize what their bot lane matchup's been like. As we already mentioned, you know, sure, the laning phase hasn't been as strong as we've come to know them, but especially when it gets into those team fights, they are the team to beat.
There's a lot of good banter in the PGG squad, and it's funny listening to Chaz talk about his own ego. He's so self-aware that he's like, come on, man. Like, I have the biggest ego here, except for Pabu. And I can tell you as well, just before we get into Champ Select, that I've played with Praedyth enough. And I've played with Praedyth in Clash while he is playing with Diana DSN, their sub. And I hear a lot, all right? I hear a lot of the communication that he says being an AD carry, and I can't imagine playing with it for long term. That's all I'm saying.
Well, let's see. How does this draft open up? Because this is a battle for first position. This is the closest start to a split that we've had yet. Yet to really see this one blow open as much as it did in split number 1. Bear in mind, this time in split 1, Pensnet was sitting pretty at the top of the table, 8-0, undefeated with the Chiefs tied in 3rd position. But this today is a game that will mean that going into week number 4, we will definitively outright know who is the best team in the league so far.
Yeah, and already we've got 2 picks about to be locked in. I assume that, oh, okay, it's not. It's going to be the Evelyn instead of the traditional meta option of the Diana. Right now, Lee Sin is obviously a high priority champion, and in the hands of Kisei is something that I think in like the start of week 2, I said is probably a must ban, just from him, right? Because his Lee Sin's actually so good. And then when I was a bit more retrospective on it, he did Interlot trying to follow up those Qs that he shouldn't have, so there's risks involved, and you could be able to punish it. On the other side of the coin here, the team that said, don't pick this trash champion, because it's not good and no one can play it here, they've picked that champion of the Gwen, and they're going to put the Nocturne with us. The Nocturne obviously high priority, now waiting to see where they go for their 3rd.
Interesting talking point, isn't it, right? About this whole Gwen situation where teams say it's not that good, where different regions, be it West and Eastern, start to say, well, we like it, we don't. What does it mean when it comes to the LCO? Pensnet have locked it in. The Kaiser's been put in place there too, a favorite here for Praedyth. Same could then be said here for Mboma, who, despite the meta really playing towards the Ezreal, he even himself has said, I get bored of it at times. I want to play other stuff, and he certainly has, but opting for comfort here today.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of comfort so far besides the Gwen. That is definitely one of the key words that I would be using here. Eve is Swaith's comfort zone.
Yeah.
Ezreal is the most comfortable I think we've seen Mboma besides Heimerdinger. And it opens up a breadth of options for Dragku, just a wealth of choices for what type of support he would like to play. Being on blue side, they will most likely have to blind pick one of their champions, and I think that Dragku will be able to see the support of PGG as their 4th pick on red side. So he'll get a good choice here. Just looking towards PGG's side of the coin, the Lucian going to be taken away. I like that. You've got the possibility with Viego already gone to just get rid of physical champions from solo lanes. Zed has been a ban so far. I don't think we'll see that one. But champions like that, right? Set gone, Viego gone, Lucian gone. Really limiting the options.
What else have we seen from Kisei so far? It has been the Yone as well as the Silas, but that later one being the AP champion selection, as you mentioned. Worth noting that Lucian Brom, pretty strong pairing, but in this occasion, they're going to be looking to try and deny away not only the oppression from the damage, but just the protection to ensure that if Chiefs do try to match the skirmish power that Pentanet put together, that they won't be able to come ahead with an advantage.
Yeah, and what is Braum good into, right? So you've got like Gragas and Ornn as two champions that the door legitimately counters. What it also provides is stun and crowd control for the bottom lane and helps in auto-attack based composition. So they're getting rid of the Braum, which is a really good safety net for a competitive game. And even if they could win a 2v2 against what could have been a Braum, which is definitely possible with any champion that can force priority in lane, it wouldn't be a Lulu or a Karma, obviously, as they're both banned, but two good examples of it. They're just not going to deal with it for the composition.
On. The Nautilus locked in place here for Decoy, looking to give themselves a lot of kill pressure in that bottom lane. As for the Chiefs, what we've seen so far from them when they've had the Cedril, it's been paired to the Lulu, it's been paired with the Leona. Both of those are banned. Last season it was paired with the Rel. Let's see what Draku decides to go for, and there it is, if by magic.
Magic of statistics. Skimmy's a madman. He knows all those numbers. Rel's a good lock-in, though. I do like the Rel. Nautilus provides you with a way in. There's a lot of low range on the side of Pentanet.gg as well already, right? Nocturne and Gwen both being melee champions. Kai'Sa that wants to ult into the back is not going to be kiting from range. The Rel has a lot of choices for things that you can hit. As they've just locked in Tryndamere for Liv.
Wow. That just completely derails the conversation right there.
Look, it's physical damage. Is it in the Gwen? We don't know where it's going yet for PGG.
Bit of a fun fact here, when Parby played for Gravitas a while back, his introduction was as a top lane Tryndamere before he made the role swap towards the jungle, and then just by coincidence we saw the ban away early in the day in the Mammoth Gravitas matchup with the Ziggs. And to round out week number 3, we now have a Ziggs on full display. Two very spicy picks to round out this draft.
Yeah, 100%. Now, we'll get to the Tryndamere. Most Tryndameres won't run teleport, so that's the first most important thing. Ghost enables them to have more sticking power. You could go Ignite if you just need extra damage for some kind of trades. Ghost is the most common that I think we'll see for any Tryndameres, and this is maybe the only one that we'll see, but it's possible. Ziggs is the last pick for Pentanet.gg. Now, it forces priority in mid lane. Ziggs has recently seen a couple of touch-ups and some buffs. The ultimate movement's projectile speed, and the Q base damage has gone up by a total of 20 at max level.
Yeah.
I'm a Ziggs player, and I feel like if I was against a Lee Sin, I would be having a great time until I was having a terrible time. And I feel as though when I'm against an Evelynn and a Lee Sin, from level 6 onwards, I'm having a terrible time. So I'm just like buying a tier, and I'm sitting at 1,300 units away from them, and I'm just throwing Qs, right? Just sitting back and throwing Qs as safely as I possibly can, because there's no real safety net for you against the enemy 2v2.
So, well, obviously, we'll get to the Tryndamere in a second and try and figure out what that's all about. But the Ziggs, you know, commonly we've seen it with the pairings like the Camille or even the Galio, looking to try and lock you in place and guarantee, you know, the Mega Inferno Bomb will get as much value as possible. Not to forget the Satchel Charge and how they can look to try and destroy turrets. What do you think, if we're trying to figure out here the idea from Chaz is it just to try and give yourself a little bit of poke and engage?
I think, first of all, Ziggs is quite good at the moment. So let's just take that into consideration. I think Ziggs is actually a fairly strong champion in its current state. You've got Nautilus for lockdown, certainly. You've also got Nocturne turning the lights out. So it's really hard to deal with Ziggs throwing damage at you when you can't even see more than half your screen away from yourself. So they've definitely got some comboing there for it.
Let's see, maybe one man that can look to try and help us figure out some answers here is the coach of Pentanet in Charlie. Mate, I mean, you couldn't ask for more to close out week number 3, right? They hit you with the curveball of a Tryndamere and you answer back with a Ziggs.
Yeah, we were not ready for the Tryndamere pick, honestly. After they locked it in the call, it was a bit of silence after they picked it, like, what do we pick now? But a couple of my players have seen it in solo queue, and we had a general plan, and we spoke about it. But yeah, it's interesting. I'll be excited to see how the game goes on.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, ever since you've come back from MSI, we had the conversation initially about, you know, what were the learnings, the takeaways, and so on. And whilst you've only dropped one game so far, It seems like this has been a really close start to the split. You know, do you put much importance on this game to say we need to finish this week with first position, or is it still very much a case of plenty of time to play for, no drama?
I think it's a combination of both, right? Like, the individual games in the grand scheme of things mean nothing. It's all about seeding, and we're confident we'll win playoffs regardless, but it is important that we find our form and we develop some momentum and confidence going forwards. Winning this game would really be awesome for us, just because Peace obviously have dropped some games themselves, so it would lock us into first. I think it's we should take home the win tonight, so it should be good.
Yeah, I was going to say, what is your assessment in on Chiefs? Are you surprised that they're up there with you, Titan first?
I am a little bit, yeah. I think their players individually are showing off on the current patch, specifically like the jungle and mid are finding ways to pick champions that they love to play and show off on them, whereas other teams are drafting somewhat suboptimally at times. I think Chiefs have a decent graph of the meta, not perfect, but I think that's a large reason as to why they're doing well.
No doubt. And on a final note, before I let you go, tell me a little bit about this Gwen pick, right? We've barely seen it in the region. Only Direwolf's looking to try and showcase what it's all about. It seems like Pavu is one to say one thing and then pick it, you know, moments later.
Yeah, you're right. Jackson does love to flip-flop on picks. I believe what happened is he came to me yesterday or this morning and he said, I want to play Gwen, so I've locked in the Gwen champion. But no, I think this champion is really good. You can flex it in 3 roles. We can flex it in 3 roles. This game, we decided to give it to our jungler. It can get through the game, especially versus champions like Diana that don't really do anything, and Evelyn as well, who doesn't really do anything until level 6. You can kind of just free scale with Gwen. And then she functions really well in the team fights that are really close. So she works really well into bruises that she can just sustain and heal off of. She does struggle into some champs like Ezreal, but against the enemy top side, Gwen should have a really fun time this game.
Beautiful. Well, mate, it's always a pleasure catching up with you. I wish you boys the best of luck, and hopefully this game proves to deliver.
Yeah, thanks, Kimmy. Hope it's a good game.
Oh, Rusty, there you go. Been a bit of action already that's taken place in this game. No first blood, thankfully. The interview curse isn't real here, but yeah, so many different picks to really highlight and get excited for.
I don't even know where to start with a game like this. We'll hold starting anywhere.
Charm connects. And that's all I need to say.
Why don't we do, yeah.
Chiefs getting first blood.
We'll start top lane. First blood goes the way of a Swaith, which is perfect. Lived is still going to be fine top lane, even in farm overall. There's a big wave that's going to be crashing, and Biopanther still has the teleport. So he's going to be able to get back to that wave at the very least. So I guess we work top to bottom in curveballs that were thrown at us in this last game, Skimmy. The first thing is we've got a Nocturne top lane who has gone for Ignite teleport. So he has gone for the Gwen runes. Obviously, it's going to be quite important for trading against the Tryndamere. It helps you basically secure execute when Tryndamere ults, right? Because he'll go to 1 HP, and then afterwards he'll be able to heal up a couple of hundred health and maybe keep trading with you. That's not going to be a factor here at all. It also could mean just a bit of extra kill threat to force his ultimate. So I like the idea of the Ignite. It is going to be very hard to stick to a Tryndamere, though, if he chooses to disengage, just because he's gone for Ghost and Flash himself and has the constant dash that can come out. And I don't know if Lived has been watching any Nemesis streams, but definitely going to be dashing around constantly if he's a fan and doing as much damage as he can. So Lived on the Tryndamere. Now, it's a physical damage champion. I am thinking, and I don't know this for certain, I'm thinking they picked it assuming Gwen would be going top lane, right? Or that Nocturne would be going top lane and Gwen mid, whatever they choose, but Gwen's the most likely victim for top lane, right? So you've got Nocturne mid, Gwen top. Tryndamere gets in close and personal and out damages any kind of healing you'd do as a Gwen, right? So I think they might have said, we've got this strategy cooked up, it's a hard counter, I'm good to go in laning phase, and they locked it in. And then PGG flexed Gwen to jungle. It may have been something the Chiefs have considered, but it's not something that I expected. I expected Gwen to be in a lane. And Ziggs was the last pick, Skibby. As if there was anything else that could be a curveball thrown into this game. You know what? There is something else. We're missing 2 flashes on PGG's side, and we don't have a teleport from one of the players on Chiefs. So it's really awkward lane assignments mid to late game.
Yes. Just so much to break down. Thank you for that. But you know what's interesting to me is across the last 3 patches competitively, we've only seen the Tryndamere locked in place 3 times. A definite niche, but Liv is looking to try and showcase what it can do. He's got the ultimate, the Endless Rage could be there to try and keep him topped up and healthy as he gets low and he's dying. There it is, Undying and flashing forward to try and get the killing blow. Spin to win. tops himself up, sidesteps the bomb. The Triumph connects, and he lives to tell. Swaif jumping in on the execute. Hits you with the thumbs up for disrespect, and Chiefs looking so damn clean.
Both of those champions are insane at diving turrets. It was a good early teleport from Chaz, right? We give him credit where it's due, but beyond the teleport, they're just kited. They're just duked. They have no way of winning these skirmishes. Biopanther is just losing topside whenever Swaith is there. The dive starts early here, and Liv doesn't get forced to use his ultimate until the last second. Biopanther making sure that it was forced, but Lived has Flash and Ghost, and both of those summoners keep him alive here. Swaith being level 6, has the execute, Chaz flashes, but the direction of Swaith's ult. He's an Evelyn main, by the way. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Mastery of the champion on full display right now. We notice the player that loves to play carry jungle. Lived in a fair bit of trouble right now. He certainly seems to be the case. He might just get stunned here by Bio. He certainly will be. Everything going against him. Regardless of summoners, Bio knows the numbers.
Yeah, 100%. There's no way Lived looks to try and fight in that situation. Biopanther without Flash able to just walk up and fear him is pretty egregious here from the top laner of Chiefs. And that's a really important kill for Biopanther. Really important kill for Pensinet.gg. Give them something back in this game, as topside has been really rough until that point.
Wave crashing and denied away from Lived, but it will be Kiese to rotate through mid to top as the laner summits actually swap, with the Tryndamere now redeploying onto the map in the mid lane to go into the Ziggs. Highlighting some of the talking points that you were mentioning as to what they were anticipating to be the matchups. And I suppose that really continues to be the headache as a drafting coach, with so many champions flexible in multiple lanes, trying to really outsmart and outthink what they're putting together as a full 5-man squad.
So one other thing here that does stick out to me is both teams. Diana's been a very high priority champion lately, right, Skimmy? And both teams had the option to pick the champion. Swaith hovers it until the last second and switches to Evelyn, and Parbu chooses Gwen. So both teams are missing a form of engage in their jungle role, which is something we've pretty consistently seen throughout the LCO so far, and through a lot of the world, of course, with Diana being a prolific champion. Now, instead of engage, you've got pick from the Evelyn, which is a soft form of engage, and you've got Gwen, who can use her ultimate to slow people down a little bit, like has some dashes, has some gap closing, but is going to be so heavily reliant on Biopanther. Sorry, not Biopanther. He's heavily reliant on Decoy hitting the mark on this Nautilus.
We see him running it through mid. There's Needlework looking to try and get the resets between those auto attacks. Unlocking the extra charges. Here's Swaif on the hunt right now. Invisible, locks in place Chase. It's just going to be a clean execute and a dash away. Another thumbs up, and this feels personal for Swaif.
Yeah, I mean, once again, very clean coming out of the Evelyn God himself. He's just going to be 3-0 running around, one-hitting everybody. This is, I mean, to be fair, we said this in draft. The choice of Ziggs as a last pick, he's going to have to be sitting, how far back did I say? 1,300 units? Maybe it's more. Gets baited in quite simply just because Parbu finds a chance to engage. Kiso gets a little bit too close to a bush. But they don't have execute, and they are the ones who die for it. I mean, Chaz is now relegated to wave clear at best.
I want to return and pick up the conversation from your previous point, right, about the engage position, especially from the jungle. 3 games on the go was Parbu playing the Diana. Before that, it was the Udyr, as well as the Volibear. Definitely has been a player that says, I'll pick up the reins and lessen the burden onto Decoy, but it almost feels like they're buying into the aggression that the Chiefs love to play for, right? We notice the team that want to fight, when clearly very strong at that, but not sure if it's stronger in the jungle than it would be in the early laning phase.
Yeah, it's hard to say, like, to actually quantify, is it better in the jungle for any reason other than a lane? There's certain lanes where you'd have a hard time, clearly, and it can be put into the jungle role, maybe as a defensive measure. It'll still be fine, still scales up for some pretty good damage in team fights. The biggest thing, I think, for like the lack of engage is that it wants Chiefs comp to come at you, I guess, would be the best way to operate. And they will, right? Their comp definitely does have the desire to come towards you with a Rel, with a Lee Sin, with an Evelyn. But they may even not team fight at all to win. They may just side lane.
They're just going to pop that Ghost very early on there. Looked like he's in a bit of trouble, but despite the fear connecting, Decoy knows that's not going to be a fight that they can willingly take. A 2v1 was definitely on the cards there. Herald is summoned, and the Herald finds success.
First tower gone. You can see the total gold here right now for Chiefs being 3 of the top members. None of it going towards bottom lane. The ultimate weak side players, and Boma and Dragku, just doing what they got to do, right? Don't die, and Chiefs are winning. And that's literally their game plan right now. As long as they continue to not die, then the Chiefs are going to continue to be winning in this game. That's very well rehearsed, very well practiced.
Yep.
So far, so good.
Players that aren't willing to buy into the hype. There's a dash and a Magnet Storm to lock in place Pabu. He's being caught out of position. He's invulnerable for the meantime, but soon to fall on down, and that just opens up the floodgates to say, you got the first dragon, but we'll get the second.
Yeah, Pabu is the most dead right there. The first two members to respond were the Chiefs, so there was no way out. It was going to be both solo laners of Lived and Kisei in the area. So top lane's going to take some damage, I believe a couple of plates, maybe some farm at the very least goes the way of Biopanther. But he has to respect now as he sees through mid lane, both solo laners of the Chiefs crossover. Goes back to base. And realistically, it's a dragon, it's a kill, and it's a reset as a trade for Pentanet.gg, and it's not worth it.
It feels like Chiefs to a T right now. Give Sway for carry jungle, give him the kills, resources, play around him, and he certainly will deliver, and so far he is. 4-0-1, everything belongs to him. Wherever he goes, there is a fight that is soon to follow. And it's interesting talking about the bottom half of the map, right? Given the fact that Predator and Decoy haven't had the best success in laning phase, knowing that in Boma and Dragku aren't going to be willing to entertain that idea and looking to try and play for the team fights later in. That's where we've seen Predator and Decoy continue to shine and impress. Does mean that Dragku is freed up to continue roaming around the map, offer protection elsewhere. The pressure has been alleviated for the meantime off Kisei, who's been having a stellar split too. Still very excited to see what this Tryndamere and Ziggs can accomplish.
Just quickly looking at most common builds for Tryndamere, just to see if it's insane or if it's normal. Gale Force is really the only built item. So it's going to be rushed here by the Tryndamere. Of course, an extra dash. Oh, hang on.
There's a bit of an all-in on towards Kisei, who burns the dash, burns the flash, does not survive. Dragku there to offer a bit of protection, didn't have the Magnet Storm, but it wouldn't have been enough anyway.
There you go.
It's going to be the PGG boys bouncing back.
Yeah, important kill at that, right? It may not be a shutdown on the Evelyn, but it is something going their way. It's playing around Decoy being the primary engage for them, and it's successful. It's not really at a moment in the game where something big can happen, Skimmy. It is just going to be the gold in the pockets, but they'll take that. And Praedyth getting gold, being the team fight king, the AD carry position, definitely going to be happy with that one. There's so much threat on the other side of the map, though. We'll see how much he's able to get done even with just a single kill. Just back to the original point. No, never mind.
You can turn the lights off, but we can still see you. Just find another kill. Punished by a Panther, a lack of a flash. An ultimate will not save you.
Look at where Bio is. Skibby, I didn't expect him to die there because he's sitting behind his turret. There's no wave even nearby. They are literally going so far past the minion wave just to die of this poor soul in top lane. And it's successful, so we give them that credit. But they didn't have a wave to push. Biopanther's up in 4 seconds and the wave's crashing now.
They're going to run it back again. They're going to do the exact same play twice. The charm, once again, Ned's connect. You're inside the circle. You're not taking any damage. The Infernal Bomb! Even though the missile speed is quicker, it doesn't matter.
It's not going to get there in time. All the way from mid lane, no doubt in my mind. Looking at top, once again, Pabu tries to attend to the wave, but there was really only 3 ranged minions that were going to crash, so it does make you wonder why he would go for that at all. They're able to pick him off once again. Rinse and repeat this strategy. Evelyn went ahead, is one of the most oppressive champions in League of Legends, because not knowing where she is terrifying. If she can one-hit everybody, and she can right now, probably even one-hit Decoy, then you have to respect it, but you can't place wards for it. So what do, right? You sit back that extra wave. You sit back that little bit further. Maybe you miss that extra minion. And consider that over a 30-minute game, you're just losing extra gold because of the champion that Swayth chose and how far ahead he is.
Certainly right. As with the 15-minute mark, it's the Chiefs that lead this game so far, up by 3k gold. Definitely finding success with comfort, but overall, the skirmishes are ones that they are winning. And subconsciously, PGG have to start being really scared about this and saying, well, what do we do? Do we just buy into this pressure? Or do we look to force and group up early, forget about the laning phase? And that's what they've done. 4 members mid, looking to try and take down the first turret in mid lane.
Teleports. I'm gonna fight this one.
Okay, looking for it. Will he go for the wall kick? He will. The execute. Praetor gone. No AD carry. Swift survives again. The Inferno bomb. It does not matter. This man has 9 lives like a cat. Surviving. Soaking. Draku. A lamb to slaughter. It's a 1-for-1. You'd much rather remove an AD carry than a support.
While true, I think I'd be content trading gold for gold at this point if you're Pentanet.gg. Getting gold into the hands of Parvu is going to be useful. And it does mean that it's not outright winning. There was also a potential with the way that the team fight ended that PGG could continue to press forwards if they wanted to and maybe look for more. We've got Dragon in 10 seconds though. And Mboma's being an asshole of the correct kind. And is going to stop Decoy from recalling twice under his own turret. And so there's no way that a support without vision, you know, there's no Dragon control then. Should just be Chiefs.
Times here for Mboma, who is running exhaust, worth noting, so no doubt looking to run the typical tank Ezreal build to output a fair bit of damage, but also just have the dueling potential to pretty much take on anybody from this lineup of PGG. The third dragon has spawned, Liv has fully rotated down to bot side of the map. Panther does have TP and a ward will be in the area. There's a very deep flanking TP in the bot try. Will they entertain that idea though?
Liv is quite low. It is possible.
Lights go out. The dragon is low. Will dash away. And that one across to Pentanet. He's showing a bit of discipline here. And just going to disengage away.
I mean, it's definitely a form of discipline. It was very disjointed in the way they went for the Dragon. They could have had priority over the area. They could have maybe fought for vision control in 5v5, but they want to fight mid.
Certainly still wants it. Draku looking to try and lead the line so far. Locks in place Decoy. Kissei in trouble, getting solid out here by Pub, but the Inferno Bomb goes out, but finds nothing. Liv going to soak up all the damage in the world right now. The ultimate goes up, but finally gets taken down as Praetor jumps in there with a killer instinct, but it means it's a 1-for-1 trade. A flash away from Chaz. You can get the Dragon, but the Chiefs can find a triple.
Yeah, Chaz with no choice but to flash at the last second there. The remount from Rel just looking to lock him in place for an Evelyn Charm, and it would have just been lights out. You know, not having the Ziggs, that mid lane outer turret was probably in jeopardy. The correct decision to flash away. Now you're looking at Herald being taken by Chiefs here though, after the team fight win. And yes, Liv dies, but you'll see how much time he is able to purchase. And just like we said before, Decoy is not tanky enough to survive through Sway's burst, so nobody is safe on Summoner's Rift. Habu does his best, but he's just not tanky enough and will die immediately to the kick and the damage that comes out of the Chiefs.
Well, we've heard the hype here for Chiefs. Scrim's going well. The self-belief, the fact that they've grown exponentially from split 1 to 2, and it seems to be on full display here. That gold lead starting to balloon a little bit further ahead now. There's a few trades continue to scale up in their favor. That man on your screen there in Swaith, he's got himself another Herald right there. 100% kill participation at the 20-minute mark.
And quite simply, it's dive top, be successful the first time it happens, and look what happens in the rest of this game, right? They start the snowball early, and that's all it takes for these two champions. I'd call them solo queue champions for a reason. And it's because they can 1v9 when they get ahead, and they can just do really weird, abstract things that aren't standard. It's non-conventional to actually get those leads in the first place. So, you know, Evelyn's invisibility allows that, Tryndamere's ultimate allows that. And so far, they've shown that they have got some mastery over these champions. The 10 Dark Seal stacks for Swaith could have been switched to a Medjai's at any point, but he's choosing to rush the Death Cap instead. Which is respectable, perhaps expecting that he will just die at some point.
The ultimate is going to pack such a punch at this stage. We saw what Kiosi was able to do on that LeBlanc. I think we're going to start to emulate that just scary nature of what an AP player can bring to the table in that. Much like you said, it's an invisible champion. PGG just unsure how to find those engage angles.
Yeah, Pentanet with a couple invisible champions of their own, just not of their choice. Definitely having a roughie overall. They've still got a big Kai'Sa, okay? Hasn't won lane by any means, and Boma's still coming into his own. He's going to be a pretty large Ezreal overall. But the Kai'Sa's big, the Nautilus is there. The damage composition that Pentanet.gg have, if they're able to layer, you know, Praetor hitting the same person that a Ziggs is ulting, which is entirely possible when Biopanther turns the lights out. Is something to watch out, but will he survive now is the question.
Is there, looking for the one shot. Good ult away, but he's locked himself in a stasis. He's going to flash away, receives the shield, survives, finally falls on down. It's Biopanther that picks up the all-important shutdown, and Libnin diving the back line, looking to try and emulate what the opposition just did to him. There's Kisse with the roundhouse to the face, knockout Chaz to make him 0-3. It's still the Chiefs trading up positively.
Yeah, because they're going to hold the wave as well between turrets to make sure the minions crash as fast as possible. A nice team fight victory once again from the side of the Chiefs. There was a moment there where you're looking at it and saying, okay, well, Swaith is going to die. Trindamir's ultimate's about to expire. I think they're about to shut them all down, and Kisse comes in and just shuts the door on that possibility completely. And they're able to once again win another team fight. That's back-to-back fights being pretty successful overall. And it starts with a hook hitting and a lot of damage going on to Swaith. Flashes away, but it's not going to get him away from the fear from Biopanther, but it does mean that Biopanther legitimately has to end himself for that. And Decoy, as he flashes the wall to try and hit a Q, brings the Lee Sin Q over with him and is able to enable the shutdown there on the chat.
14 kills to 5. That's how Chiefs find themselves in this game so far. Not a scoreline that Pentanet will be too familiar with, at least domestically anyway. This is a game that has had a whole bunch of spice thrown at it in terms of creativity and outplay potential. Start to break off into those side lanes. Chaz going to opt to play top side. See how we can look to try and find success with this pick. The Inferno bombs, whilst good, have yet to really find the explosive nature that they demand.
It has to be actively hovered by Nautilus, which means the Praetor has to play safely in mid. And again, that's the Evelyn tax that you're seeing. Rift Herald going to be summoned for bottom lane, should just charge at the outer and basically take that down. Just a quick glance says maybe it's one hit away, but Lived will secure that one in a hot second regardless. Yeah, nailed it. It was about one hit away. I've played too much League of Legends, Skimmy. There's no Herald on ARAM, so you might not know that one, actually.
That's true. A bit of an ARAM goblin. Played far too much of that mode. Literally the only mode I played all the year.
Too many ARAMs on Azeroth, eh?
Yeah, well that too. If only.
Not if only.
I start to wonder, how do Pentanet find themselves back into this one? Because by no means are they completely out, but the gold lead has steadily been working in Chiefs' favor. 5k now for them to start talking about. Control over multiple areas of the map, much like a Camille, Jax, Fiora, to name a few in terms of split pushes. Lived is offering so much in the side lane, but also in the team fights.
Lived isn't offering a teleport, though. And if there's one thing to consider, it is that Biopanther is consistently hovering. He's been spotted by Swaith for what it's worth. Swaith's able to be the ultimate in moving wards that will one-hit Praetus if he is not careful. But he is able to spot the Nocturne hovering, and you can see the Chiefs are able to play accordingly to that information. It's really smart play. It's really a good use of just an Eve in general. And from this position, right, Lived is able to actually play properly in split pushing and side laning. But like mentioned, he doesn't have teleport. Nocturne can be anywhere instantly, and it means that Chiefs have to be super respectful with the rest of the map. No snap decisions can be made without Lived being fully aware.
Exhaust. The execute does not find two people, but that works wonders. That's a beautiful combo between the bot lane of the Chiefs, locking him in place for an easy true shot barrage. Now Liv dashing into the backline, forget about a TP because I've got a ghost and I can run you down with my ultimate on blast. They take down 4 people and lose no one.
It's clean and it's easy here from the Chiefs. They have Petsanet.gg absolutely downloaded. There's 3 ranged minions that they're looking to threaten the end with, which means they'd have to tank. I don't necessarily think they'll be able to do that, so they're going to wait for this next wave and maybe they respawn in time, but it's unlikely. Chiefs looking to win.
Certainly are. 25 minutes on this game, and they are looking to try and end this one. The respawn time is still waiting. Habu in a 1v5 situation. What can he do? He buys time with the Zonias, but now the Nexus itself is exposed. He'll fall down. So does that. Draku hits the flex in the cam. And boy, oh boy, did this league just get a fraction spicier. The Chiefs, they are the team that will end week 3 undisputed first place.
I mean, we compliment the individual players of Lived, of Kisse. Today we can compliment Swaith as well, right, for his mastery of Evelyn, their ability to play the map around that. And that has shown us 3 individuals that do all the work for the Chiefs, right? You've got your weak side Titans down in bottom lane who haven't really needed to do anything else because it's a working recipe for the Chiefs. And as of this moment, they are outright first place on the standings.
They most certainly are. And Mac, look, we've got a lot of celebrities in this league. We've, for Peace, obviously got Draft Lord, but you look at this and you look at Kuden and what he's put together and you say, take a bow, mate.
Mate, I'm just looking for a bit of sense, a bit of understanding of how, a Tryndamere being locked like that is going to throw everyone off enough that it just bloody works. That initial bit of brilliance that we saw in that top lane with the dive and the double kill from the Eve and Liv, this one that I'm talking about right now, getting those level 6 power spikes just in time. Swaith, he just barely pops it and is able to go back for seconds onto Chaz. So it was just, crazy timing, at least in the first fight here. And then from there, Chiefs knew exactly what they had to do to stay in the lead, did that, and then won the game in 25 minutes. I did not think, again, I've said it earlier today and I will say it again, that this is how the game was going to be going. But Chiefs, after everything's said and done on day 6, are now at the top of the standings. That's completely crazy to think about. I wouldn't even call it an upset. We gave them a decent amount of a chance in this matchup. You guys were talking about it, not knowing which way to actually put your predictions. But a big congratulations to Skimmy and Elfish Guy for choosing it. I too would have been there with the underdog, in quotation marks, pick. But Twitch chat, you let me down again. You went for Pentanet, you bloody... You're all biased. You're all biased. I just want some predictions right today, and I'm not getting them. It's crazy. Anyway, Rusty, absolutely nuts. And it was almost 10k gold diff at the end as well. Did you expect this to happen?
I didn't expect it the way that it happened, right? I think that the ability to pick pocket picks is something that the Chiefs have going for them. Even that top lane fight, Mac, when you mentioned experience, Evelyn got 6 from the first kill. And the reason the dive happened was because it was level 6 to 5 between top laners, and that's what they wanted to do. So, I mean, it was a risky decision. I think the Chiefs, we can say, pretty fairly made a risk with their draft, but it paid off. And when it pays off big with the champions that they picked.
Yeah, and Skimmy, how was that? You seemed a bit gobsmacked at times during the cast, as we all were, so I'm sure that was hard for you to sort of just keep going on.
Yeah, I mean, just to try and take stock check of what's going on at all moments in the game. I've never seen Pentanet struggle this much at home, right? The fact that Chiefs have thrown in this curveball. You heard from Charlie, their coach, we weren't too sure what to make of this Tryndamere, but I just love it when you put together something a little bit different. Your opponent's not ready for it. It just pops off beautifully there. As much as I was harping on about how well Chiefs are playing, it was just really cool to see that, you can make something like this work. You don't have to, quote-unquote, stick to the meta.
Well, someone that loves meta and someone that we love in general is Juves. Let's bring him back into the conversation. Thoughts, Mr. Shortman, over on the far side?
Why am I shrinking? I'm not changing anything. I'm getting annoyed.
You're slouching.
But, no, I'm not, man. Posture, look at that, dude.
Oh, huge. Stay like that.
Oh, okay. No, I think let's call a spade a spade. That was as my old friend used to say, Mr. Spawn. Some of you might know him.
Yeah.
That was
Love
a
you, Jake.
shellacking.
Yep.
That was a shellacking. There's no two ways about it. It literally wasn't close. Chiefs looked that good, and you can't say it was Pentanet playing bad. Chiefs played really well. And the interesting thing that they did was they put Tryndamere topside. Swaith played off that. They knew it would be 3 dives at level 6. Combined with the Evelyn pick, it was actually a well thought out and constructed game plan. And I wouldn't have expected anything less coming out of the man Kuden, who we get all the good info from during those interviews.
We didn't even get to hear from him at the start, so we don't know what was going through their minds. I'm sure we would have got some lovely insight. But look, just before the interview's ready, we're going to change things around a bit. We're going to do the DoorDash player that delivered first. Do you guys know who it is?
Yeah.
I think I do.
You did? Ah, all right. Well, no surprises here. It is Swaith. There you go. He's done it as the jungler. 94% kill participation. Is that the highest we've seen? I dare say it is. 18 kills he was participating in here with some ridiculous KD. Was that, is it an 18 KD? I guess it is. Only one death there as well. 31% damage share as an Eve. And look, when I saw the Eve locked in, I was, a little cautious of saying, oh, I don't know if that's a mistake or not. But then finding out it was, one of his favorite champs to play from Rusty, I was like, well, let's see how this goes. And whoa, here's $100 for DoorDash. Beautiful. Good job, Swaith. Rusty, 6 wards placed, though. Is that enough? Is that?
I mean, they won the game, Mac. What more can we say? As much as I want to delve into the negatives of people need to place more wards, you can't fault the guy. Yeah, again, 10-stack Dark Seal player. I think we give a pass to a lot of those champions.
Yeah, well, there you go. So, Juice, have you played much Eve in the jungle?
Yeah, I have actually. I do like Eve, and I think Eve's one of those champions that gets hyped up as broken because there's only Eve players that play it. Right? Like if just your normal person tried playing Eve that doesn't play it, they have a bit of a shambles of the game. Whereas like Swathe has made this champ look absolutely broken. Whereas I don't necessarily think it's like, especially in competitive, busted.
Same with Trend, right?
Yeah, same with Trend.
Well, something that has not been busted today is your interviews. They've been on point, and I think it's time for another.
Yes, it is. It is definitely time for another. And I've got Draku here, my good old pal, Draku. How are you, buddy?
Feel good.
Yeah, feel good? It was a good performance. What did... Nah, it's alright. I was just asking how you were. I was going to ask the next question. The next question would be, like, how do you feel after a game like that? That's a big win. I mean, the analyst is not me, so don't watch the VOD.
Doesn't even matter. Like, I just feel like... Wait, can you hear me?
But yeah, I can. It's just a little bit delayed.
Okay,
that's why we're doing this.
I think the win doesn't even mean much. I just like seeing that my team's improving and our team play is getting better, because PGG is definitely probably the best team play. Like the best at team play, and to see that we're able to match that now compared to Split 1, I think it's really good moving forward. That yeah, we can take this thing now. Like everyone's so confident, and thanks to Daddy Swathe today, he just 1v5'd. So
now, yeah, that's true. He definitely did. But now, stop making me laugh.
Stop.
We're Split 1 Draku to now. What's the biggest difference? Because you're playing a lot better.
The biggest difference is I guess I regained my confidence. I trust my team a lot more now. In Split 1, we kind of like plateaued because everyone had some arguments here and there, and we all wanted to be the carry. But now in Split 2, we all know our like roles, and I've definitely gotten a lot more comfortable on stage. So like I'm pretty much playing with no fear.
No fear, huh? That's a scary man. If a man with no fear is a scary man. Now. So you said, and just to touch on it, that there was a little bit of arguments maybe on the best way to play the game. How did that resolve? Is that something coming from Kuden? Is Kuden the man that has the communication that's able to sort those problems out? Like, how has this kind of moved forward, and where have you guys kind of found the success in that sense?
All I'm going to say is that all the haters out there who hate on Kuden, like, you're stupid. Kuden is probably the best coach I've ever had, and he is smurfing it every day. I don't think he's taken a single break off. He's just watching VODs constantly, and he's making the team environment really good. But I guess everyone also like reflected on what went wrong Split 1, and like I guess like everyone just put a lot more effort in, and yeah, we're just all working on our weaknesses.
That's awesome. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for the Chiefs. Fantastic win. Enjoy it. Go grind 1,000 more games of solo queue because you deserve that win. And thanks again, Draku.
Wait. Do you like my dog? Do you like my dog on my bed? Like, look, it was
I like your
it was just like
more
chilling.
when
It was just chilling here. It was just chilling here.
We gotta head out. We gotta head out.
That's a man that's happy with a victory.
I did not lead the interview there. Let me just say that. if I'm gonna get any feedback for that interview and how that ended, I will quit.
Okay.
That was not up. So again, if I'm not here, then obviously they didn't want me here. But,
where did the dog go?
Move on, Mag. Move on.
Moving
mate.
on. All right. So
go.
we do have a play of the day, and it wasn't the end of that interview. Of course, it was from the Chiefs. And I wrote down here because apparently a lot of stuff happened in it. It was some good fight with lots of ultimates, and I think it was one closer towards the end of the game. So let's bring that up. I'm moving on. Here's the move on. Jubes, keep talking. Do your thing.
Oh, we'll have to just observe what happens here.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Rel
I'm
Ezreal
digesting-
combo.
digesting
writing the
Ezreal
notes
combo.
down, yep.
Yep, writing notes.
Liv slays them all.
Me out, auto attacking you very well. Nice clicks there on the mouse button. Yep, yep, A click, perfect. Okay, so we got Swayth here, just looking a little bit sneaky beaky like on that Evelyn. Comes in for the one shot, gets absolutely exhausted. Draku absolutely bench presses, deadlifts and squats. Don't mind if you do. 3 members there on the Rel. And then Liv comes in, absolute mechanics max on the Tryndamere. Just auto attacking, going a bit of a and just the Undying Rage coming on. Is it Undying Rage?
Yes.
Yeah. So not a bad little skirmy, not a bad little team fight coming out there from the Chiefs.
You took
I like how halfway through that clip, Mac, producer Phil's and I like, yeah, bring it back, cut him off.
Get him out of here. Go on, take him away. He's already bloody done so much tonight. Anyway, you know, Nat T, you've done a great job there. You sounded exactly like Jubes tonight. So I think you're really starting to, you know, grow and learn from the Juvenator himself.
They call me Groovy Juvie.
Do they?
No, that's what I call myself, so you gotta...
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Groovy Juvie. Standings. Let's go to the standings. All right, it's a good time to have a look at where we are and the crazy way. Take a screenshot because I don't know how long this is going to last or if it will continue this way or if Mammoth are going to end up winning the rest of their games for the split and then being at the top because who knows which bloody way this is going to go after all the crazy action we've seen in the first 3 weeks here in the DoorDash LCO. But the Chiefs are on top, 5-1. Peace, Pentanet and Order, all 4-2 at the moment. Gravitas in 5th above Direwolves with 3-3. Direwolves tied with Legacy on 2-4. Legacy, who is 6th, beat Peace, who is 2nd. Mammoth, 0-6. Looking to go for the 007. Call them James Bond, maybe. We'll see how that goes next week. But Rusty, please, thoughts?
Here is a list of the teams that I have currently in their correct positions based off my preseason power ranking.
Yeah.
That was my list of the teams that I have currently in their correct positions. I already said it. None. Literally none. I have all of this wrong.
All right.
It's actually unbelievable. Peace as well in the future, like the way they're currently playing may even drop further. And it's just like, I'm so confused. I'm so impressed. I'm also so just lost with some of our good teams. But I also don't know if I should be happy for the worst teams that have risen up and have improved, or if I should feel sad for the top teams that are clearly not playing to what we thought they were. It's a confusing time.
Well, I copied Dragku's list for the tier list or the predictions for where everyone's going to be. So, I don't know. His was upside down. I'm pretty upside down. Something that's not upside down is next week. It's not even here yet. So, I don't even... It could be upside down. I'm not going to make judgments. I'm not that kind of person. But let's have a look at the games anyway. 6 p.m. Legacy and Mammoth going to be going head-to-head to kick things off. 7 p.m. The Chiefs and Direwolves having a little bit of a rematch here. You know, Direwolves, they're still looking to find their feet. Maybe they've getting back into their form. I guess we'll see next week. 8 p.m. you got Pentanet and Gravitas. Now, this will be the true test because Gravitas are only 1 win less now than Pentanet, and they are loving the upset city that they're currently residing in. And then at 9 p.m. you got Order and Peace, who are looking to break up the table a little bit, you know, 4-2 apiece. So one will edge higher than the other by the end of the night. So I guess, Skimmy, what is your game of that day?
The last two are where I'm looking at right now. I think Gravitas can continue to mount this assault and showcase that they are better than where they've been placed, you know, in recent times. They're really looking to be like the new dark horse. I look at Order in particular, and they've mentioned that, you know, especially from what Kevin mentioned today, he hates the fact that people just put, you know, Order as a team by default in 5th position. I think if they can take a victory away from Peace, then it continues this idea that, you know, what was Split 1 and so sure and so confirmed, it's just completely out the window. You know, chuck away your notes because Split 2 is a whole new can of worms.
Well, Split 2, speaking of, we've got the first rotation. That's going to be ending on day 7 of games. So that means it gets into rematch territory and people can change up what they did the first time, show what they've learned, show the improvement or the not improvement. I don't even know what we're talking about at this point. I just know that it was so much entertainment. Now it's time to end the show. But before then, Jubes, thank you very much for stepping into the shoes of Nat T. You've done a very good job with the interviews this evening, and I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. Any final words for anyone here?
I thought Juice was going to... No, I've got nothing.
Oh, I thought I'll be honest, I've been talking too much. I really did think that I was going to get in trouble for talking too much, so I didn't want to talk.
Relatable, dude. I've been coughing mid-game, so surely Skimmy's got something to say.
Oh, I say so much of the time. I don't know. I'm really excited. I mean, we had this conversation, Rusty, right, off stream about how it's just so hard to predict anymore. Yes, the initial weeks we were like, it's definitively going to be this team, then it's this team. Then we had a few upsets, and you start to say, okay, what does everything mean? You know, what is life? It's just continued. It's really continued. Week number 4, it's just around the corner. I have no idea.
You know what I will say? Yeah, I will say that most people don't understand the effort that coaches put in, and Dragku may say that people laugh at Kuden or discredit Kuden, but most coaches get no credit, right? And it's the responsibility of the players to prop them up. So I actually wanted to say thank you to Dragku for that case being made for Kuden, because that was actually a really inspiring thing to listen to, and it was very warming.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of week 3. Before we go, we do have some very, very sick content. And look, I just want to say I'm bewildered. I'm confused. I don't even know where we're going to be heading. We have 2 more, I guess 14 more games, 15 more games? 15 more games left in Split 2. And I have no idea how it's going to look. But to end off the day, it is going to be part 2 of the Pentanet interviewing themselves. So enjoy this, and we will see you all next week. Thanks for watching.
What is it like laning with Praetus?
Well, on scrims, he ints quite a bit, you know. I wouldn't want to call him out too much, but you know, it's fun. He's got good banter, talks a lot of shit, gets a lot of hate, which is kind of warranted, you know.
What's this got to do with this laning? This is not laning shit.
No,
I feel like you're compensating for how shit of a laning. Yeah, nah, he's a good guy. He's a good guy for sure.
But on stage, he pulls it back and shows up, so.
Sick.
Appreciate that.
Is that what you got to say about him?
Yeah.
You're a shit of support.
Who was worse to play with? Me or Praetus?
Mark ints the fuck out of some games, like really badly. But there was one time in scrims.
Oh,
right,
okay.
can you say this part? He already knows what I'm gonna say because I bring it up all the time.
So there's one time in scrims where you didn't dodge a Jinx W. Is that one, right? Yeah, so this freak, I don't dodge one Jinx W, and he cannot let it go. That's your prerogative.
He didn't start moving and then still get hit because he was slow. He got hit and then started moving. So he is so terrible. I can't ever let that go. Like at the end of the day, Praetus ints games, like this guy's
didn't dodge just one Jinx W, one time.
A little bit
One
trash.
time.
He's a little bit trash. How does it feel to have half the Twitter followers of everyone else in the team?
Honestly, these guys care a bit too much about clout, so I'll let them have the moment. You know, I wasn't too active on Twitter. I don't care too much about it, so okay, if this guy has 6,000 followers, I got 2,000. I don't care. That's what it is.
Anyways.
Dragon, knowing that if they recalled it would be a losing situation regardless. So they at least have to remove the option for... Oh my god, okay.
Hang on a minute, Sybil just does not care. He's a man on a mission right now. 1v5, gonna jump on through. Receives the Wild Grove, knocks everybody up, survives the tail-to-tail. Incosia once again. These stopwatches are on point. Finds a reset angle and can look to try and cycle for those cooldowns to try and jump back in once more. He's got himself a double kill.
Winning.
Now Stahl getting himself onto the score sheet. A Baron, a 2-lane Dragon. Forget about it. They might just end the game at 23 minutes. This Cogmore, so be just a fraction more durable. Has the flash, has the heal, has the ability to try and run down members like this, but might just die for free. Oh no, the Wild Growth, and it overlaps there. With the stopwatch, he's just easy picking. He might just die. He certainly does. The Ignite takes him down and just needs to shut that hit. This is the same instead. The block that gets himself a double kill. The carries the Gravitas, picking apart. Members of Mammoth are just falling one by one. Goodo from start to finish tries to continue to be the saving grace. Then on a 1v9 show, they're going to chuck him in. Beats looking to lock in place a key target. Turn their attention now on towards Claire. He's locked in place, forced to dash away. But in a 3-man moonfall, and it's just lights out for Direwolves, just like that. Kevy finds a double. It's a double also for Puma. And Maximize says, I can't let the rest of your team have all the fun. I need to get myself a kill as well. Another ultimate, another kill. 3 times. definite niche, but Liv is looking to try and showcase what it can do. He's got the ultimate, the Endless Rage could be there to try and keep him topped up and healthy as he gets low and he's dying. There it is, Undying and flashing forward to try and get the killing blow. Spin to win, tops himself up, sidesteps the bomb. The Triumph connects, and he lives the tail-to-tail swipe, jumping in on the execute. Hits you with the thumbs up for disrespect, and Chiefs looking so damn clean.
Both of those champions are insane at diving turrets. It was a good early teleport from Chaz, right? We give him credit where it's due, but beyond the...
I'll be home late, I'm doing my thing. If I don't come back, then I'm back in the wing. We them boys that letting that ring. She knows I'm a savage, so she make that swing. Police wanna change my name to a min, 'cause I'm still with the gang and I'm still mobbing. Got an ill mind, but I'm not Hobson. I'm a trouble man with that big thing popping. It's a TIP, I do it with ease. Bad girls wanna party with Phil G. They say they heard a lot of stories. Now they in VIP, busting down for the team. Shots on us, so why they jetting? Party poppers, change up the setting. There's no way that all of this ending. When we pull up, you know it's sending. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Send it. Yeah, I'm blasted, little bit reckless. With a lot of tens, but they're not from Texas. Need to take flight, hold up, let me send it. Can't keep up that way to the exit. All of my restless, been through hell, been through the street, been through the cell. Come a long way from saddies in the scale. Just wanna cuff me, but not take me to jail. Maybe later on, yeah, we can link up. Pass me the bottle, get rid of my cup. They know how we do, we get the job done. When the beat drops, yeah, turn the fuck up. Shots on us, so why they jetting? Party poppers, change up the setting. There's no way that all of this ending. When we pull up, you know it's sending. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Never above, never below. Always beside through all that smoke. Send it.
Thousand miles per hour. Whoa, we need to slow down. 9 months, 6 days, and been 3 frowns. We've been up so highway, we can't see the ground. Love is so good in this small high town. Never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Or will it come crashing down, crashing all the way down? Lightning flash, the time has flown. 10 years later, now we're full grown. Still high on the mountain, the peaks are ground. Loving you still good in this my high town. Never too much, Never quite enough. Never been this close, but still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Will it come crashing down, crashing down, crashing all the way down, crashing all the way down, crashing all the way down. Oh, it's never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but still so hard to